Hi everyone, we hope you're doing well. We're hanging in there though honestly, we haven't been getting much sleep lately. Today, we want to answer a question we get a lot: how do we publish our audiobooks? First, we post most audiobooks on Patreon as paid content. They stay paid for a few months. After that, they become free to listen to on Patreon forever. A few weeks later, we post them on other places like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, things have been a bit slow in terms of new members. So we'd love your help. Please share our site with your friends or in places like Facebook groups, Twitter, X, Discord, Reddit, or novel forums. Even one share can really help us grow. Thanks so much for your support. Yukina Azuma pressed the dazed girl down onto the edge of the bed. Then he gently pushed her. Shijomaki fell back and lay down. Not long after, she closed her eyes, and her breathing gradually steadied. ZZZ. It was unclear whether she had fallen asleep from exhaustion or had passed out from the emotional blow. Yukina Azuma pinched the bridge of his nose. He felt like just these 2 or 3 days of this school trip had given him more headaches than all the trouble he'd dealt with in the entire past year combined. He stepped out of the room and casually pulled the door shut. Then he rummaged through his bag and took out a packet of tea. In the blink of an eye, time passed. By afternoon, Shijomaki, who had slept for nearly a whole day, groggily walked out of the room. Her usually well-groomed black hair was now a complete mess from restless sleep. A few strands stuck up, and several aoj sprouted from her head. Seeing that she was finally awake, Yukina Azuma waved at her. Shijomaki frowned, walked over, and sat across from him. Yukina Azuma took a new cup and poured her some tea. This is passion flower herbal tea. Shijomaki didn't understand but still accepted the cup and took a sip. A light herbal fragrance spread across her tongue. Suddenly, she felt as if a weight had been lifted from her chest. This is really relaxing. She sighed, her voice noticeably softer. Yukina Azuma nodded in agreement. Yeah, passion flower contains alkaloids and bioactive compounds. It's very effective in treating hysteria and neurological disorders. Shijomaki, who had just been feeling comforted, darted her eyes around. I'm going to bite you. She grumbled in frustration. Her thoughts gradually returned. Feeling a bit confused, she asked, why am I here? Hearing that, Yukina Azuma decided not to answer. At this moment, saying nothing was the best response. Amid his silence, Shijomaki finally remembered what had happened. Want another cup of herbal tea? Sorry to trouble you. She downed another cup. Then let out a long, deep sigh. I feel like I'm just a loser forcing a smile right now. These words, if she hadn't been pushed to her limits, Shijomaki would never have spoken them out loud to anyone. But this situation was different. Maybe it was because the person sitting in front of her was Yukina Azuma. Even though her mental endurance hadn't completely hit rock bottom, Shijomaki still blurted out her true feelings. That's pretty normal. From the first time I met you, I already thought you had the kind of aura that just screams I can't possibly win. I'm really gonna bite you. Come on, have another cup. Thanks. She took another sip of tea, her voice slightly lost. I feel a bit confused. What should I do now? The corner of Yukina Azuma's mouth twitched. Was he seriously playing the role of a love master now? My advice, let go of the past and start a new relationship. Without any personal emotions attached, he gave his suggestion bluntly. Honestly, in this kind of situation, there were only 2 options. 1, let go and start over from scratch. 2, fight for love at all costs. But with Shijomaki's tsundere personality, the chances of her going for the second option were close to 0. That said, Yukina Azuma didn't actually expect her to follow his advice. If letting go were that easy, she wouldn't have looked so soulless just now. Start over, huh? I see. Shijomaki murmured. Hearing that, a giant question mark appeared above Yukina Azuma's head. Seeing the thunderstruck look on his face, Shijomaki immediately snapped. What's with that expression? You're the one who told me to start over. Of course, I can't forget everything instantly, but little by little, I'll manage, right? What, you expect me to steal my best friend's boyfriend or something? Hearing that, Yukina Azuma was even more shocked. The fact that she could say those words at all meant Shijomaki was genuinely determined to let go, not just saying it for show. This mindset was way too normal. You really don't plan on fighting for him? From what he understood, this should have been the way Shijomaki thought, right? Of course not. What kind of person do you think I am? Shijomaki screeched at the top of her lungs. Half believing, half doubting, Yukina Azuma gave a small nod. Then, he suddenly recalled in the original storyline, Shijomaki became a love-struck loser in her second year. But right now, it was only the second semester of her first year. Could it be that, Since she hadn't had enough time to drown in despair yet, she was still thinking clearly. That was the only logical explanation. Chapter 240. This episode is a swimsuit episode. The sound of a door unlocking echoed at the entrance. Shijomaki, who had been feeling unsettled, immediately calmed down upon hearing that sound. It felt like she was being forced to maintain her composure. Though, one might wonder what Shijomaki's forced composure button actually looked like. Shinomiya Kaguya and Soaoyuki entered one after the other. Shijomaki turned her head and locked eyes with Shinomiya Kaguya. "Good evening, Oba-sama." At those words, the corner of Shinomiya Kaguya's mouth twitched slightly. Then, with a somewhat helpless expression, she replied, "Maki-san, could you not call me Oba-sama? We're clearly the same age." Shijomaki smoothly stood up, clasped her hands in front of her chest, and gave a polite smile. "In terms of family relations, it's correct, so there's no helping it." Her tone was distant, businesslike, with a hint of provocation. "Besides, my family teaches us to respect the elderly." A vein popped on Shinomiya Kaguya's forehead. Although Ice Princess Kaguya wasn't overly concerned with how others perceived her, she was still a high school girl. Being implicitly called a hag like that, of course, it was irritating. "Ah, that's right. It's only natural for branch families to respect the main family." Shijomaki lightly brushed her hair, intending to strike a cool pose. But as soon as she ran her fingers through it, she realized her hair was a little messy. At that moment, she remembered that Yakama Azuma had brought her back here. And that she had slept soundly. With that, she lost interest in arguing with Shinomiya Kaguya. "Now that Scary Oba-sama is back, I'll be going." With that, Shijomaki headed toward the door. She wanted to go back and sort out her feelings. Her feelings about Yakama Azuma. As Shijomaki stepped out, Shinomiya Kaguya could only let out a helpless sigh. "That girl is really not cute at all." Hearing that, Shijomaki, who hadn't fully closed the door, felt her heart skip a beat. She took half a step back, leaned in halfway, and grinned. "But you know, Azuma-kun just called me cute." With that, she dashed away, slamming the door behind her. Like a child who had won and immediately ran off. Shinomiya Kaguya, upon hearing that, completely lost her composure. "Eh? You called her cute? Yakama-san. May I ask, what exactly do you like about her? Is it her face? She even calls you by your first name." It wasn't clear what she was jealous of, but she was definitely jealous. It felt like she had lost something. And that kind of feeling, Shinomiya Kaguya could not tolerate, not even a little. "The cute part is that she resembles you a little, Shinomiya Kaguya." Yakama Azuma responded immediately. There had already been enough chaos these past few days, it was best to keep things peaceful. Upon hearing that answer, Shinomiya Kaguya's heart was instantly filled with satisfaction. At the same time, a faint blush quietly spread across her fair cheeks. Soaoyuki, watching from behind, silently praised, "Sasuga Oniai-chan sama sugoi." Her Oniai-sama truly had the skills of a harem protagonist. It seemed that even if he were thrown into the so-called legendary Shura field of love, Oniai-sama would still handle it with ease. Hawaii, Day 4. Today was a beach day. The study portion of the Hawaii trip was essentially complete. Now came the travel portion. Yakama Azuma changed into a pair of swim trunks, threw on a beach jacket, and left his room. Just at that moment, Soaoyuki also stepped out. At this moment, she was wearing the light purple one-piece swimsuit that Yakama Azuma had chosen for her. Although it wasn't too revealing, one had to admit the shade of purple was truly captivating. The swimsuit hugged the alluring curves of the girl's body, creating a half-concealed, half-revealed effect that stimulated the imagination and made it impossible not to feel a surge of excitement. Seeing Yakama Azuma looking at her, Soaoyuki spun around on the spot. "Oniai-sama, do I look beautiful?" My taste in picking outfits is indeed excellent." "Eh? So it's just the swimsuit that looks good? Yuki isn't beautiful?" "I was talking about Yuki. I have a great eye when it comes to choosing outfits for Yuki." As soon as Yakama Azuma finished speaking, Soaoyuki was stunned for a moment before she immediately beamed with a radiant smile. After laughing, Soaoyuki's gaze suddenly became glued to Yakama Azuma. With a physical stat of 8, Yakama Azuma not only had strength, endurance, and agility far surpassing that of ordinary people, but also a body that had reached near perfection. The ideal looks slim with clothes on, muscular when shirtless physique. Soaoyuki's eyes lingered on the young man's abs, finding it hard to look away. "Yuki Nizan, Ecchi." Yakama Azuma teased. Hearing that, Soaoyuki immediately smirked mischievously. "Boya, let On-san have a feel." Saying that, she lunged forward, lifted Yakama Azuma's beach jacket, and reached out to touch him. "Young boy. Feels amazing." Soaoyuki was practically drooling, looking like a middle-aged man harassing a high school girl. Just then, Shinomiya Kaguya also stepped out of her room. Sawayuki immediately let go. She quickly jumped to the side and started whistling guiltily. Shinomiya Kaguya's swimsuit was a fiery red bikini, matching the color of her eyes. For an ordinary girl, this color might seem a bit too bold, but for Shinomiya Kaguya, it wasn't. Her aura was more than enough to carry such an audacious red, making it only serve to enhance her charm even further. Seeing Yakama Azuma looking at her, Kaguya felt a bit shy and placed both hands in front of her. "President Kaguya, that suits you very well." Kamikama Yakama Azuma gave her a thumbs up in admiration. Hearing that, Shinomiya Kaguya smiled in satisfaction. She raised her left hand to her cheek, trying to maintain her composure, and then modestly replied, "Thank you, Azuma-kun. Let's go. To the beach. Run." Fujiwara Chika burst out of her room with boundless energy. The girl, whose figure was no less impressive than Sawayuki's, was not only wearing a swimsuit but also had a loose jacket draped over her. Shinomiya Kaguya's gaze unconsciously landed on Fujiwara Chika's chest. Even with the jacket covering it, its overwhelming presence was undeniable. Then, she glanced at Sawayuki. And quietly closed her eyes. Now that she thought about it, both Sawayuki and Shinomiya Kaguya were carrying zip-up jackets. As they reached the door, both of them put them on and zipped them up all the way to their necks. Thus, even the slightest trace of their swimsuits was nowhere to be seen. Upon arriving at the communal dining area, the group immediately spotted Shijomaki. Yakama Azuma's gaze swept over her eyes. The dark circles had disappeared, and the brilliant purple in her eyes was no longer laced with red veins. It seemed that she had rested well last night. In fact, even Shijomaki hadn't expected this. Last night, she had actually slept soundly. At first, she thought she would suffer from insomnia again. But unexpectedly, after lying down and thinking about Yakama Azuma, she quickly drifted into slumber this time. Like Kaguya and Yuki, Shijomaki was also wearing a long jacket. As everyone approached, her gaze landed on Shinomiya Kaguya. "Good morning, Oba-sama." Closing parenthesis, Shijomaki greeted with a smile. Shinomiya Kaguya merely nodded indifferently, showing no particular reaction. "Good morning, Maki-san." Such a calm response made Shijomaki a little suspicious. Did Oba-sama eat something strange today? Why is she being so easygoing? How odd. After breakfast, the group of Shuchin students headed out to the beach together. It was a private beach. Every day, there were designated staff members responsible for cleaning and maintaining its pristine condition. One could say that aside from the sand itself, there were hardly any impurities. The sunlight reflected off the shimmering ocean surface. Fujiwara Chika was the first to let out a joyful cheer before dashing straight into the water. Waves rolled up in layers, gently embracing her bare feet. Although it was December, the weather here still felt like summer, with a bright sun high in the sky. Sawayuki picked out a sun umbrella. Under its shade, she unfolded a lounge chair. Then, she winked at Yakama Azuma. Just from her eyes alone, he could tell this girl was up to something again. "Azuma-kun, come help on-san apply sunscreen." Kamikama Sawayuki grinned mischievously, still fully immersed in her on-san act, even throwing in a suggestive wink. This is an essential activity when going to the beach. As she spoke, she lay face down on the lounge chair. Her posture was utterly relaxed, as if she was leaving everything up to him. Yakama Azuma poked Sawayuki on the forehead. "Is that otaku brain of yours constantly filled with hentai thoughts?" Sawayuki turned her head. "You're not coming? This is a special privilege, you know." At that moment, Shinomiya Kaguya took out a bottle of premium sunscreen from her bag. "Sawao-san, let me help you instead." Hearing this, the corners of Sawayuki's mouth stiffened. Yakama Azuma almost couldn't hold back his laughter. In reality, Sawayuki had already applied sunscreen before leaving the room. At most, she only needed a slight touch-up on the back of her neck. Now that Shinomiya Kaguya had interrupted and completely ruined her plan, she could only accept the outcome and go through the motions. However, there was one girl who actually hadn't applied sunscreen. Yakama Azuma's gaze shifted toward Shijomaki, who was huddled under a sun umbrella, looking as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. He couldn't help but think, aren't you supposed to be a genius? Why are you making such a foolish mistake? You're in Hawaii, and you didn't apply sunscreen? At this rate, by the time we head back, Shijomaki's skin tone will have shifted by at least 4 to 5 shades. But for her to ask Shinomiya Kaguya for help, she'd probably rather suffer a sunburn. Yakama Azuma took a bottle of sunscreen from Sawayuki's bag and handed it to Shijomaki. Apply it yourself first. If there are any spots you can't reach, let me know. Shijomaki let out a soft m. It sounded no different from the faint squeak of a small animal. Seeing this scene, Yuki raised her hand and rubbed her forehead. So this is what they mean by too smart for their own good. Chapter 241, Has the Ice Princess Kaguya melted? Yakuma-san, do you want some shaved ice? Fujiwara Chika cheerfully held up a colorful serving of shaved ice in front of Yakuma Azuma. Seeing him shake his head, she promptly scooped a large spoonful into her mouth. You'll get brain freeze if you eat it like that. Yakuma Azuma cautioned. Hearing that, Fujiwara Chika blinked in confusion. Brain freeze? What's that? Before Yakuma Azuma could explain, she quickly took another big bite of the shaved ice. The next moment, she clutched her head, groaning as a sharp chill shot through her brain. Watching this scene, Yakuma Azuma could only smile helplessly. In another corner, Obasama, do you want to play beach volleyball? Shijo Maki issued a solo kill challenge to Shinomiya Kaguya. Sure, I'm free anyway. Shinomiya Kaguya accepted the challenge with a terrifying smile. And so, the two grabbed a volleyball and headed to the court. Shijo Maki lightly tossed the ball into the air before launching a powerful spike. The ball turned into a blur, shooting past the net to the other side. Shinomiya Kaguya moved in a flash, positioning herself at the perfect spot and using both hands to set the ball. Then, she counterattacked with an equally forceful spike. Their fierce battle quickly drew the attention of the Shuchin students. Shijo Maki and Shinomiya Kaguya gradually became more serious. Even though they were both girls, they were by no means fragile Jiao-sama types. In fact, quite the opposite. Since childhood, they had undergone rigorous training and frequently participated in sports competitions. Shinomiya Kaguya could draw a 22.5 kilograms bow with ease. As the captain of Shuchin's Kudo Club, she held a 4th dan ranking in karate, a 1st dan in aikido, a 2nd dan in judo, and was also proficient in Naginata along with many other martial arts. At this moment, her movements resembled those of a panther. A perfect blend of strength and graceful agility was on full display. And Shijo Maki, who shared many similarities with Shinomiya Kaguya, was by no means inferior in terms of physical ability. Their match played out at an astonishing pace. The ball was almost invisible, with only its shadow flickering across the court. And each powerful hit sliced through the air with a sharp whooshing sound. Shinomiya Kaguya executed another full power spike, aiming for the farthest corner of the opposing side. Shijo Maki reacted immediately, dashing toward it. But with her stamina drained, she was just a fraction of a second too slow. In the end, the ball landed in the sand. Shinomiya Kaguya won, and a smile unconsciously formed on her lips. Truthfully, she wasn't the type to feel ashamed of losing. On the contrary, most of the time, she only used about 60% of her true strength to avoid standing out too much and alienating others. But today, she felt like she couldn't afford to lose. As for Shijo Maki, she clenched her teeth in frustration over her defeat. She should have been able to return that ball. 2 days of inadequate rest had drained her stamina faster than usual. She picked up the ball and turned around. At that moment, she caught sight of the faint smile at the corner of Shinomiya Kaguya's lips. Negation. Her unwillingness to accept defeat only deepened. Come over and eat some grilled meat. Yakuma Azuma's voice pulled her back to reality. Shijo Maki turned around and saw at some point, Yakuma Azuma had set up a barbecue grill on the beach. Then wisps of smoke had already begun rising into the air. Half of her frustration and disappointment instantly faded. She quickly walked over to Yakuma Azuma. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, though she still put on a haughty front. Are you sure it's cooked properly? Don't give me food poisoning. Right beside them, Fujiwara Chika clutched her plate, eyes brimming with anticipation as she stared at Yakuma Azuma's cooking skills. She quickly spoke up, don't worry. Yakuma-san's cooking skills are top tier. Shinomiya Kaguya also turned to look. The smile on her lips faded. A strange feeling crept over her as if she had won the match, yet lost something far greater. She even began questioning herself, why had she suddenly become so competitive just now? Shinomiya President, what are you thinking about? Yuki appeared beside her, asking softly. It's just. I feel like I was acting a little strange. Shinomiya Kaguya waved a hand dismissively. Could it be? You're in love? Suao-san, don't joke around. I'm serious. When you fall in love, no matter how rational you are, your mind will start acting up sometimes. Yuki winked at her with a knowing look. Hearing this, Shinomiya Kaguya instinctively furrowed her brows. Love. Just then Kaguya, Yuki, stop spacing out and come eat some meat. Yakuma Azuma's voice called out. The frown on Shinomiya Kaguya's face eased. And the corners of her lips curved into a smile once more. Yakuma Azuma sliced the grilled steak into 5 equal portions. He distributed them fairly, placing a piece on each girl's plate. Without hesitation, Yuki and Fujiwara Chika took a bite. This is amazing. As expected, Azuma-kun's cooking is unbeatable. Spot on. This is seriously too good. They exclaimed in unison, their praises utterly sincere. Is it really that good? Shijo Maki looked doubtful. Sure, it looked delicious. But she had eaten countless gourmet dishes before. Could a steak grilled on the beach really be worthy of such praise? Or was it just because he was the one who made it? She shot a glance at Yakuma Azuma, still skeptical. Picking up her fork, Shijo Maki speared a piece of meat and took a bite. The rich aroma of grilled steak immediately exploded on her taste buds. Juicy flavors burst across her tongue with every chew. She swallowed the first bite hurriedly, then stuffed the rest into her small mouth without hesitation. It really is this good. She mumbled between bites. Shinomiya Kaguya also started eating. Ever since she had first tasted Yakuma Azuma's cooking, she had never quite gotten over it. She wasn't the type to chase after indulgences, but if she could keep Yakuma Azuma by her side, if only once in a while, just once in a while, she could eat his cooking, just thinking about it made life feel so much more enjoyable. Hey, are you interested in working for the Shijo family? I can give you a share in the company, just make me a bento every day. Shinomiya Kaguya, degrees? She stiffly turned her head. She looked at Shijo Maki, who had just made the offer. This idiot. Who recruits talent like this? At the same time, a deep sense of unease welled up inside her. Would Yakuma Azuma actually agree to this? What if such a direct offer was exactly what he wanted? Carrying an overwhelming sense of anxiety, Shinomiya Kaguya turned to look at Yakuma Azuma. Fortunately, the worst-case scenario did not happen. Don't go treating your classmates like chefs for hire. Yakuma Azuma said as he casually flicked Shijo Maki on the forehead. Shijo Maki clutched her forehead, pouting in frustration. What the heck? She had been completely serious about her offer. If it weren't for the fact that the person she invited was him, no matter how skilled they were, she would never have made such a proposal. And so, the sulking tsundere grew even sulkier. Meanwhile, the beach barbecue continued in full swing. Many students had set up their own grills, eager to try their hand at barbecuing. But forget about presentation, even the aroma alone couldn't compare to Yakuma Azuma's grill. Most gave up after a few bites. More than a few pieces of meat ended up burnt to a crisp. As a result, Yakuma Azuma's grilling station became completely surrounded, 3 layers deep inside and out. Countless students stood by with plates in hand, hoping for a blessing from the Vice President Sama. Luckily, before the crowd swarmed in, Yakuma Azuma and the girls had already eaten their fill. It wasn't until past 2 p.m. that he finally, reluctantly, closed shop. Shaking his slightly sore wrist, Yakuma Azuma let out a helpless sigh. So this was the price of talent: more work. Maybe he shouldn't have tried to ease the tension between Kaguya and Maki with food. Now sprawled under a sunshade, Yakuma Azuma looked like a dried, salted fish. Anii-sama, you worked hard. Suayuki giggled as she spoke. By this time, the beach was nearly empty. Most people had either gone into the water or returned to the hotel to rest. Seeing that no one was around, Suayuki sat down beside Yakuma Azuma. She reached out and began massaging his shoulders. Her soft hands pressed gently against his tense muscles. Yakuma Azuma sighed in contentment, eyes narrowing in pleasure. Yuki really was the best. Truly, the legendary warm-hearted Imuto-chan. Looks like President Shinomiya is seriously falling for you. But just as he was starting to enjoy himself, Suayuki's words made Yakuma Azuma open his eyes. Falling for what? He blinked in confusion. Obviously falling for Anii-sama. Suayuki said, looking at him as if he were an idiot. Don't tell me you haven't noticed? Considering Yakuma Azuma's age, it was hard to believe he hadn't picked up on Shinomiya Kaguya's recent changes. But the truth was he really hadn't. Perhaps it was due to his initial biases. He understood Shinomiya Kaguya well. He knew full well the cold and calculating nature of the Ice Princess Kaguya. So, he had always assumed she was merely trying to recruit him for practical reasons. But now that Suayuki had pointed it out, looking back carefully, something did feel a little off. But upon realizing this, Yakuma Azuma only found himself even more confused. Was the Ice Princess Kaguya really this easy to make fall in love? Chapter 242, Diving. Shinomiya Kaguya is conquering the 5th day in Hawaii. Raise your head and look at the deep blue sky on that distant peak of Fuji, riding the fresh wind as we soar. Will this song reach its destination? On the beach, a chorus echoed, carried far by the breeze. The waves rolled in layers, blending into a harmonious melody. Above, thick clouds drifted lazily against the vast blue sky. This scene felt like the prelude to a youthful chapter. Yakuma Azuma stood among the crowd, pretending to participate but merely listening. Mainly because he didn't know the song. It was the school anthem of Shuchen. But despite having attended Shuchen for over half a semester, Frequent absences meant that Yukima Azuma had yet to learn it. Look at you, if you beg me a little, maybe I'll teach you. Lately, Shijo Maki's gaze had been constantly fixed on Yukima Azuma. Noticing that he didn't know the song, she immediately put on her tsundeer act and volunteered herself. However, just as she was about to start singing, she was cut off. Azuma-kun, let me guide you. Shinomiya Kaguya suddenly appeared beside Yukima Azuma, smiling gently. Hearing this, Yukima Azuma nodded in agreement without hesitation. Witnessing this, Shijo Maki gritted her teeth. How annoying. Alright, sing after me. Discipline yourself, aim high. The eyes of Shuchen shine with elegance, marching forward together, passing through the twilight, never ceasing our efforts, striving for the peak every day, and one day, we shall achieve greatness. Shinomiya Kaguya's voice was cold, like a crystal clear icy spring. It brought a fresh and unique sensation to the listener. She seriously sang through the anthem twice. After pointing out a few small mistakes, Yukima Azuma had more or less learned the Shuchen anthem. Always keep gratitude in your heart, ah, mother, the mother who raised me, ah, Shuchen Academy. Yukima Azuma gave it a try. When he finished, Shinomiya Kaguya clapped softly beside him. Azuma-kun, you have talent. Yukima Azuma simply smiled. He was just not completely off-key. At best, he was at the average level of a normal person. The school anthem was simple to begin with. If it were any harder, he would have surely gone off-beat. The girl's compliment was probably just a form of encouragement. Afternoon. After lunch, Yukima Azuma took a walk along the shore. By now, there were barely any people on the beach. Today, the sky was thick with clouds, and the sun was weak. Many sunbathers had given up. Moreover, after 2 days of beach activities, many had started to lose interest. But Yukima Azuma never tired of the scenery. After all, having lived through 2 lifetimes, his mindset was no longer that of a teenager. His interests differed from those of actual young people. Gazing into the distance, the deep blue sea rippled gently, reflecting the white clouds above. The footprints Yukima Azuma left on the sand were quickly erased by the waves. The sensation of seawater brushing against his ankles carried a unique feeling. His eyes, admiring the landscape, were soon drawn to something unusual. Yukima Azuma squinted and looked in that direction. Yukima Azuma saw an area of water with unusual ripples. Was it a fish? Just as curiosity arose within him, a graceful figure emerged from the water. Shinomiya Kaguya surfaced from beneath the sea, removed her goggles, and gently swept away the strands of hair clinging to her forehead. At that moment, the clouds subtly parted. A ray of sunlight shone down, precisely illuminating the girl's back. The golden light highlighted her side locks, giving them a dazzling, golden-brown radiance. This scene resembled a perfect painting. Yukima Azuma's breath faltered slightly. Then, he reached into his pocket. Taking out his phone, he aimed the camera at Shinomiya Kaguya and pressed the shutter. Click. That sound caught Shinomiya Kaguya's attention. Her gaze shifted over, landing directly on Yukima Azuma. Stunned for a brief moment, Shinomiya Kaguya immediately dove back into the water, swimming toward the shore. Her speed was swift like a fish gliding through the sea, breathtakingly beautiful. When she surfaced again, the girl was already standing right before Yukima Azuma. What are you doing, Azuma-kun? Shinomiya Kaguya asked, tucking the wet strands of hair away from her cheek. I just captured a very beautiful photo. But I didn't ask for your permission first, that was my fault. Yukima Azuma handed his phone to Shinomiya Kaguya. That moment, if he hadn't captured it, it would have been a great pity. Shinomiya Kaguya was already incredibly beautiful, but only in that instant, when all the right conditions aligned, did her beauty reach a level that could truly move a person's heart. Shinomiya Kaguya took Yukima Azuma's phone. On the screen was a picture of her. The girl in the photo looked like a mermaid. A flicker of astonishment flashed through Shinomiya Kaguya's eyes. And after that astonishment came a secret joy. As expected, being mesmerized by the great Uji-sama is simply a human instinct. Shinomiya Kaguya smiled smugly. You took a great picture. If Azuma-kun sends it to me, I'll grant you special permission to keep it. Yukima Azuma nodded slightly. Shinomiya Kaguya's phone was still an old-fashioned flip phone. Despite being a pampered Uji-sama, she had a nostalgic side. She couldn't use Line, but email worked, so it wasn't a problem. Kaguya-san, were you diving? Yukima Azuma's gaze rested on Shinomiya Kaguya. Now, she was wearing a wetsuit that perfectly accentuated her elegant curves. I rented the equipment from a shop nearby. Shinomiya Kaguya nodded, then suggested, would you like to try diving, Azuma-kun? Yukima Azuma nodded. His impression of diving was still stuck on oolong tea as flammable with 96% alcohol from some anime, but he was a little intrigued. Then go change first, and I'll teach you. Shinomiya Kaguya led Yukima Azuma toward the diving equipment shop on the shore. And there, They ran into Shijomaki. What a coincidence, are you two going diving as well? Shijomaki spoke first, but her eyes avoided direct contact. After lunch, she had gone out for a walk. Then, she happened to see Yukima Azuma. And unconsciously, she started following him. When she reached the beach at first, Shijomaki looked around, saw no one, and was about to step forward to greet him. But then, she saw Shinomiya Kaguya. Unwilling to accept it, she withdrew. But guessing that the two would surely head to the diving equipment shop, she had come here first to wait. Shinomiya Kaguya gazed deeply at Shijomaki. Then, she simply smiled slightly and nodded. That's right, Azuma-kun wants to try diving, so I'm taking him to change. Hearing that, Shijomaki quickly said, diving, huh? I'm pretty good at it too, I can help. Standing beside them, Yukima Azuma couldn't help but be surprised. He never expected to be this sought after. His moment of fame? Main character Haramura? Resentment? To Uju-sama competing over Yukima Azuma. The two of them argued for a while. Neither was willing to back down, so in the end, they decided to teach Yukima Azuma together. First, he went to change into his diving suit. The tight-fitting suit made him feel somewhat restricted. Adding the heavy air tank on his back only made that feeling more pronounced. But with Yukima Azuma's physical condition, he quickly adapted. When he stepped out, the three of them headed toward the sea together. Underwater, we'll use these hand signals to communicate. As they moved, Shinomiya Kaguya explained the common hand gestures used in diving to Yukima Azuma. With just a single glance, he had already memorized most of them. After all, this was merely a matter of remembering things. Though, a certain JoJo meme suddenly popped into his mind. Following the two girls, he stepped into the sea. Normally, people would stop when the water reached their waist. But this time, since they were about to dive, they kept going forward. When the water reached his chest, Yukima Azuma felt a little uneasy. This should be far enough. Now let's begin diving. Don't dive in too suddenly, just go slowly. You can close your eyes as you descend, then open them gradually. Remember to keep your breathing steady. Shinomiya Kaguya gave careful instructions. Yukima Azuma nodded. He adjusted his diving mask, ensuring there were no gaps. Then, he closed his eyes and slowly sank into the water. At first, being fully submerged wasn't exactly comfortable. The surrounding sound suddenly became muffled, and with his eyes closed, it felt as if all his senses had been stripped away. He took a moment to adjust himself mentally. Then, he slowly opened his eyes. What met his gaze was an overwhelming sight. As if it was a reward for a newcomer brave enough to open their eyes underwater, his vision suddenly expanded, stretching far into the distance. Beyond the sandy seabed were magnificent, rugged rock formations and vibrant coral reefs decorating the ocean floor. Looking even further, schools of fish swam gracefully, weaving through the deep blue water. Like a painting tinged with fantasy. Yukima Azuma unconsciously took a deep breath. Bubbles escaped from his mouth, drifting to the surface, dissolving into the sea. Though he had experienced more than most people his age, this was still his first time. The novelty of it all pulled him in. He didn't want to leave. Ahead, two slender figures waved at him. Seeing them, Yukima Azuma smiled slightly. He kicked his legs, swimming toward the two of them. At the same time, a certain conversation with Saoyuki resurfaced in his mind. About Shinomiya Kaguya. It seemed. She really did have feelings for him. If that was the case, wasn't he the one being won over? As the thought emerged, Yukima Azuma couldn't help but chuckle. If that were true, then Shinomiya Kaguya's strategy was truly masterful. Chapter 243, Unexpected. Stranded on a deserted island after giving Yukima Azuma some guidance, Shinomiya Kaguya and Shijomaki let him experience diving on his own. Meanwhile, the two of them seemed to be engaged in an unspoken competition. They swiftly glided through the water. Yukima Azuma watched the two agile figures. Dressed in sleek black diving suits, they looked like mermaids straight out of a fairy tale. With astonishingly graceful movements, they glided effortlessly through the water. Every motion was fluid, like a dance beneath the ocean's surface. Whether it was coral reefs or underwater rocks, they navigated past them with ease, making everything seem like mere props on a grand stage. Watching these two elegant young ladies in the vast ocean, Yukima Azuma couldn't help but be impressed. As expected of distinguished Uju-sama. Truly gifted in both talent and beauty. Women who excel in everything always have a way of surprising others in any situation. After admiring them for a while, Yukima Azuma began exploring the seabed on his own. Since this was entirely new territory for him, everywhere he went felt like an unexpected discovery. It wasn't until his watch signaled that Yukima Azuma realized just how long he had been underwater. Turning around, he saw Shinomiya Kaguya and Shijomaki waiting not far away. He swam toward them. Then, all three surfaced together. "So, how was it?" Shijomaki asked. Yakama Azuma removed his breathing tube and nodded seriously. "It was amazing. This might become one of my most treasured memories in life." Hearing that, Shijomaki immediately beamed. It felt like they had just created a beautiful memory together. The three of them returned to shore. At that moment, light raindrops began to fall. The surface of the sea gradually rippled. Under the gentle drizzle, Yakama Azuma stretched his body in relaxation. Having already been in the water, a little rain was nothing. Besides, the rainfall was so light, that beneath the surface, it barely made a difference. The two girls stepped onto the shore, adjusting their damp hair. But Yakama Azuma still wanted to dive a little longer. New experiences always held a special allure, stirring a sense of adventure within people. "Let me dive for another 5 minutes," he said. Hearing that, Shinomiya Kaguya looked up at the sky. The clouds were dense, but for now, the rain wasn't heavy. Just 5 minutes wouldn't be an issue. So Yakama Azuma set a timer on his watch and dove back into the water once more. On the shore, the two girls exchanged glances. The atmosphere felt like it was on the verge of a dispute. "Maki-san seems to have taken quite an interest in Azuma-kun. Could it be that you like him?" Shinomiya Kaguya gazed out at the sea and asked. Shijomaki hesitated for a moment upon hearing that. But she quickly regained her composure. "I just find him a bit interesting. But if he confesses to me, it's not like dating him would be impossible." "What about Hoba-sama? What do you really think?" Hearing Shijomaki's bold declaration, Shinomiya Kaguya fell into contemplation. What did she truly feel? Before, her thoughts had been simple. She saw Yakama Azuma as a valuable talent and wanted to bring him to her side. But now, ever since this trip to Hawaii began, Shinomiya Kaguya's emotions had been constantly shifting. "I don't even know myself." In the end, that was all she could say. Shijomaki frowned slightly upon hearing that. Was that even considered an answer? As the two continued their conversation, time passed, second by second. 5 minutes later, the chime of the watch rang, and Yakama Azuma began to surface. Although this new experience was utterly captivating, he had excellent self-control. 5 minutes meant 5 minutes. He wouldn't let himself get carried away with his interests and disrupt the original plan. As he emerged from the water, he immediately locked eyes with the two girls. Seeing the young man appear in the middle of the sea, casually tossing his wet hair to the side, Shinomiya Kaguya suddenly understood the feeling Yakama Azuma had earlier. This scene was truly breathtaking. Instinctively, she took out her phone and raised it to take a picture of him. But in the next moment, Shinomiya Kaguya's eyes narrowed. Her gaze shifted from the phone screen back to the ocean. The next second, her eyes were filled with horror. Shijomaki's expression also instantly collapsed, fear vividly displayed on her face. Both of them shouted toward Yakama Azuma. The distance was a bit far, so he couldn't hear what they were saying. He only saw them rushing to the water's edge. They hastily grabbed a surfboard and immediately charged toward him. Sensing that something was wrong, Yakama Azuma turned his head to look back. And then he saw it on the far side of the horizon. The surface of the ocean had turned pure white. Taking a sharp breath, he immediately swam toward the shore with all his might. Almost in an instant, that white line transformed into a surging tsunami right before his eyes. Standing on the water, he could barely see the end of the wave, only the overwhelming force consuming the sky. The beach, once peaceful, began to roar. The underwater currents turned violent. "There's no time. Grab the surfboard and get ready to dive." Shinomiya Kaguya reached Yakama Azuma with an astonishing speed. She grabbed his hand and pressed it firmly onto the surfboard. She, too, clung to the board, pressing her body against it. Then, she held on to Yakama Azuma and dove together into the sea. If they remained floating on the surface and got caught by the tsunami, there would be no way to survive. Only by diving deep could they escape the danger. Shijomaki was a step behind but quickly grabbed a surfboard and plunged into the water as well. The massive wave crashed toward the shore. Even though they had dived deep, the three of them still felt like a colossal wall had slammed down on them. Yakama Azuma bit down hard on his breathing tube, feeling his entire body lose control. He could no longer distinguish north from south, east from west. There was only one thing he could do: hold tightly onto the surfboard. Then, let the force of the water carry him away. His goggles had been ripped off by the waves. He tried to open his eyes, but another wave immediately crashed down, forcing him to shut them again. Tumbling through the chaotic currents, it was unclear how much time had passed. His consciousness wavered. Yakama Azuma realized he had to do something, or this would be too dangerous. His mind rapidly searched through all the skills he could use. In the end, there was only one thing he could think of: the supernatural power granted by his literary skill. But he had no pen in hand. He could only raise his hand and bite down on his fingertip. Bright red blood spurted out. But in the next instant, it was swept away by the waves. Struggling to open his eyes, just as he was about to surface, Yakuma Azuma hurriedly wrote on the surfboard. The streaks of blood formed jagged characters on the board. And just before the blood could be completely washed away by the sea, the writing transformed into a stream of light, then vanished into the depths. Immediately, Yakuma Azuma felt something coil around him, lifting him up. At the same time, the two surfboards were also raised, along with the two fragile figures who had lost consciousness. After confirming the scene before him, Yakuma Azuma's consciousness gradually faded, and his vision went black. In the hazy darkness, the image of the two girls clutching their surfboards, desperately rushing toward him, kept replaying. Yakuma Azuma watched the scene, a complex emotion welling up inside him. Shinomiya Kaguya and Shijo Maki had risked their lives to save him. He had never expected this. Even in his current dazed state, he found it hard to believe. It was unclear how much time had passed. Drowsily, he opened his eyes. Yakuma Azuma coughed violently, spitting out 2 mouthfuls of seawater. His gaze swept around. Amidst the scattered sand, he saw the 2 girls lying there. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. He moved his arms and legs, then pressed against his chest and abdomen. Confirming that there were no severe injuries like broken bones, Yakuma Azuma stood up. He cast his eyes into the distance. It was a desolate shoreline, and not far away, a forest thick with wild grass stretched out. Just one look was enough to tell that this was not a place inhabited by people. It was certainly not Shuchin's resort location. Thinking back, it made sense. The 3 of them had been swept away by the waves, drifting for an unknown amount of time. Naturally, they had been carried far from their original position. The mystical creature he had summoned in that moment of crisis, without direct orders from him, wouldn't have been able to navigate them back to the right place. Finding a deserted island to wash ashore on was already fortunate enough. But stranded on a deserted island? Yakuma Azuma almost wanted to scoff. Wasn't this a classic light novel scenario? Had he really ended up in this situation? But there was no time for such thoughts. Yakuma Azuma quickly moved toward the 2 girls. Lifting them up, he carefully examined them. Fortunately, just like him, neither had suffered any serious injuries. They had only inhaled water and lost consciousness. Yakuma Azuma guessed that the mystical creature he had summoned at the last moment had played a crucial role. It had protected all 3 of them and brought them to this island. Otherwise, being carried by the sea, they would have likely crashed into submerged coral reefs or jagged rocks. He gently pinched Shinomiya Kaguya's chin. Without hesitation, he leaned down and began performing CPR. At this moment, saving lives was the priority. All other thoughts had to be set aside. Chapter 244, Yakuma Azuma, Superpower. Shijo Maki woke up, startled as she sat up abruptly. Scanning her surroundings, she saw only a desolate sandy shore. Not far away, Shinomiya Kaguya was in a similar state. Her mind quickly rewound to recall what had happened. A fleeting look of panic flashed through Shijo Maki's eyes. She immediately stood up, intending to look for Yakuma Azuma. No need to rush, he's definitely nearby and woke up before us. Shinomiya Kaguya's voice rang out. Hearing this, Shijo Maki froze. She wanted to ask what made Shinomiya Kaguya so sure, but just as she was about to speak, her chest trembled. A dull pain throbbed in her chest. Shijo Maki, who had extensive knowledge of first aid and a sharp mind, immediately realized most likely someone had performed CPR on her. At the same time, upon realizing this, she also felt a strange lingering sensation on her lips. Wait, could it be? Shijo Maki's gaze shifted toward Shinomiya Kaguya's lips. Then, she was met with a fierce glare from Shinomiya Kaguya. Faced with that sharp stare, Shijo Maki quickly dismissed the thought from her mind. The situation was extremely dire. This was purely a medical rescue action with no ulterior motives. At that moment, rustling sounds came from the nearby forest. The 2 girls immediately became alert, looking toward the source of the noise. When they saw a young man emerge from the trees, carrying 2 wild rabbits in his hands, they couldn't help but sigh in relief, even showing a hint of joy on their faces. You 2 are finally awake. Yakuma Azuma greeted them. Where is this place? Shinomiya Kaguya asked with a sliver of hope. She hoped that the 3 of them had only been washed ashore on an uninhabited coastal area. But Yakuma Azuma shook his head, shattering that hope. A deserted island. More precisely, a mountainous center with surrounding primeval forest. Upon hearing this, Shinomiya Kaguya turned her head toward the sea. The sky had yet to brighten, thick dark clouds completely obscuring the sun. Faint flashes of lightning flickered within the clouds. On the vast, boundless ocean, a thin mist quietly spread. It looked exactly like the opening scene of a disaster horror movie. Given the current conditions, a rescue helicopter would have difficulty taking off. Search boats had likely begun their journey. But visibility at sea was limited. And there was no telling how far this deserted island was from Hawaii. Thus, the timing of the rescue remained uncertain. As if to confirm Shinomiya Kaguya's speculation, a drizzle started to fall again. But this time, none of the three dared to underestimate this persistent rain. "Let's go, we should check the foot of the mountain and see if there's a cave to shelter in. I've already surveyed the area, there don't seem to be any large dangerous beasts on the island. The only things we need to watch out for are snakes and pythons." Yukima Azuma's tone carried no hint of pessimism. It was as if he was merely on a trip. It felt exactly like participating in a self-enrolled survival experience on a deserted island. Hearing this, both girls nodded slightly. The three of them moved toward the sparse forest ahead. A subtropical deserted island had many advantages. For example, fresh water was abundant, and there was no need to worry about hypothermia. But at the same time, there were harsh conditions to endure. Leaving other concerns aside, the most troublesome issue was mosquitoes. Wild mosquitoes in the wilderness were humanity's greatest enemy. Even more dangerous than wild beasts. Shijomaki swatted away the buzzing mosquitoes around her, frowning in discomfort but not uttering a single complaint. Shijomaki. Mosquitoes. However, when she looked at Yukima Azuma, she couldn't help but curiously ask, "Why aren't the mosquitoes biting you?" Yukima Azuma had quite a bit of exposed skin, yet not a single mosquito approached him. Superpower. Yukima Azuma bluntly stated the truth. Then he waved to the two girls. "Come closer to me, that way the mosquitoes won't bite you either." Shijomaki looked at him with suspicion. Although she felt that, in this situation, Yukima Azuma wouldn't take advantage of the opportunity to do anything improper after all, while he usually loved teasing her, he was also a reliable person. Still, no matter how she thought about it, this sounded like an excuse to take advantage of others. Shinomiya Kaguya had the same doubts. But despite that, she still stepped closer to Yukima Azuma. And then, something miraculous happened. The swarm of mosquitoes that had been buzzing relentlessly around her just moments ago all vanished. Witnessing this incredible sight, Shinomiya Kaguya's red eyes lit up with astonishment. Then, she recalled past events related to Yukima Azuma. Looking at him, her eyes seemed to glow with newfound intrigue. Seeing this, Shijomaki also hesitantly stepped closer. "Well, there's no other choice. Who knows what kind of viruses those mosquitoes might be carrying? If we get sick in the wilderness like this," then before she could finish, Yukima Azuma flicked her lightly on the forehead. Shijomaki held her forehead, staring at him blankly. She had no idea why she got flicked. "Don't say things that trigger a death flag." Yukima Azuma's tone was somewhat stern. In the wild, falling ill would have severe consequences. Before, even when Shijomaki constantly cursed him to die, Yukima Azuma never really minded. But from the moment she clung to her surfboard and risked her life charging toward him, he had resolved to bring her back safely no matter what. The three of them continued walking through the forest and soon reached the base of the island's central mountain. Moreover, their luck was incredible. There was a cave nearby. Stepping into the spacious cave, Yukima Azuma couldn't help but marvel. This luck was almost too good. After inspecting the inside and confirming that no creatures inhabited it, the three of them sat down near the cave entrance. Looking out from the cave, through the dense canopy of trees, they could only see a small patch of sky. And that patch was shrouded in an ominous gray. Yukima Azuma set the two rabbits down on the ground, then glanced toward the forest outside the cave. With the rain falling like this, it'll be difficult to find dry kindling. Shinomiya Kaguya frowned. Earlier, when they were still moving, the discomfort wasn't as noticeable. But now, after sitting down in the cave even in the tropics, being drenched by rain and seawater had left them feeling chilled. They had to find a way to start a fire. If it was only for a day or two, they could endure. But if they were stranded longer, it would become a serious problem. When it came to survival in the wild, there were two main methods for making fire, either using flint, or the friction method with wood. Both required dry kindling. Even if the firewood was damp, as long as there was enough dry kindling, there was still hope of starting a fire. On the other hand, without kindling, there was no hope at all. "I'll go dig around under the trees for dry leaves. Maybe some haven't gotten wet yet," Shijomaki said as she prepared to step out. But Yukima Azuma immediately grabbed her wrist, pulling the tsundere girl back. Under Shijomaki's confused gaze, Yukima Azuma stepped out into the rain himself. It wasn't long before he returned with a pile of slightly damp firewood in his arms. As the two girls wondered how would he start a fire without kindling? But a small, bright red lizard crawled up onto Yukima Azuma's shoulder. Then, they saw Yukima Azuma pick up a log. The red lizard opened its mouth and breathed out a stream of blazing fire. Shinomiya Kaguya, Shijomaki, Chapter 245. The first night on the deserted island. Seeing the mysterious creature breathing fire, the two girls were utterly stunned. What is that? Shijomaki stared wide-eyed at the bright red lizard, completely forgetting to maintain any sense of politeness. A Hawaiian lizard, a rare species on the brink of extinction. Yakama Azuma attempted to brush it off. There's no such thing. Shijomaki felt like Yakama Azuma was treating her like an idiot. Yakama Azuma clicked his tongue. She doesn't believe it? Seeing his expression, Shijomaki grew even more irritated. As if she'd ever believe that. But just as she was about to say something else, Shinomiya Kaguya tugged on her hand. The moment she was pulled, Shijomaki instantly caught on. She recalled what had happened earlier, how no mosquitoes were near Yakama Azuma. He had even said it was due to a supernatural power. In an instant, Shijomaki pieced things together. At the same time, she realized. This was undoubtedly Yakama Azuma's secret. And to ensure their survival, he had revealed this secret to them without hesitation. A strange feeling welled up in Shijomaki's heart. The boy in front of her felt like the most reliable pillar of support. As if, no matter what happened, as long as he was here, there was nothing to fear. Shijomaki recalled the moment she had cried into Yakama Azuma's chest. At the time, she hadn't been aware of it. But thinking back now, it had felt incredibly safe. She quietly sat down, not asking any more questions. Her trust in Yakama Azuma outweighed her curiosity. He quickly stacked the firewood in a crisscross pattern. With the help of the mystical creature carrying the blood of a demi-dragon, a campfire roared to life in no time. Yakama Azuma placed the still damp logs near the fire to dry. Watching the flickering orange-red flames, all three of them unconsciously let out a sigh of relief. Fire meant hope. But then, an unavoidable problem surfaced before them. Even though they had a fire going, their clothes were still wet. They had to take them off, or the drying process would keep draining their body heat. Even though this was a matter of survival, the fact remained that they were two refined young ladies. Bringing up such a topic was absolutely impossible. Shijomaki was already showing signs of shivering from the cold. Yakama Azuma let out a helpless sigh. Then, he stood up and began taking off his shirt. What are you doing? Okama Shijomaki panicked and covered her face with both hands. Covered for real. No sneaky peeking through her fingers or anything. For a girl whose understanding of intimacy barely extended to kissing leads to pregnancy, who had grown up almost completely isolated from contact with the opposite sex, as pure as an apple from the Garden of Eden, for Shijomaki, the scene unfolding before her was far too stimulating. We need to take off our wet clothes to dry them. Yakama Azuma's voice was calm. To be honest, he wasn't entirely unaffected either. But someone had to take the initiative. Once he was left with only his swim trunks, Yakama Azuma hung his clothes near the fire. Then he turned around, sitting with his back facing the two girls. Shinomiya Kaguya bit her lip lightly. After hesitating for a moment, she began to move as well. The rustling sounds of clothes being removed filled the air. Shijomaki felt like her head was about to burst into flames. Maki-san, this is an emergency situation. Right now, survival is the priority over everything else. Shinomiya Kaguya tried to reason with her. Shijomaki opened her mouth, but no words came out. Of course, she understood the logic. But to undress in front of Yakama Azuma? Just thinking about it made her so embarrassed she wanted to die. Seeing her still hesitate, Yakama Azuma decided against persuading her further. Kaguya, strip her. Hearing that, Shinomiya Kaguya gave a slight nod. Shijomaki. Wait. This isn't right. Oba-sama, hold on a second, stop right now. Shinomiya Kaguya. Maru. The exact details of what happened next are better left unsaid. In the end, Shijomaki gave up resisting. Beside the campfire, 3 sets of clothes were now laid out. Aside from these 3 outfits, the only other things they had when they drifted onto the deserted island were 2 surfboards. Now, one of them had been repurposed by the two girls as a makeshift partition to block their view. But it was nothing more than a flimsy barrier that keeps gentlemen away but does nothing against scoundrels. All it would take was a slight rise to their feet, or a step around the side, and they would have a front row view of youthful radiance. However, Yakama Azuma had no intention of doing so. Trading away goodwill for a fleeting moment of satisfaction was simply not worth it. Besides, these two girls had ended up in this predicament because they tried to save him. Within Yakama Azuma's heart, there were hardly any impure thoughts. On the contrary, he felt a deep sense of gratitude. As for the other surfboard, at this moment, Yakama Azuma was dismantling it. A portion of the board could temporarily serve as a tabletop for placing items. As for the metal piece attached to it, Yakama Azuma had removed it to fashion a makeshift knife, sharpening it against a rock. Then, using the crude blade, he skinned and prepped the 2 wild rabbits lying nearby. He secured the surfboard with wire, skewered the rabbit meat onto it, and began roasting. Before long, the aroma of grilled meat spread throughout the cave. The two girls hiding behind the surfboard unconsciously swallowed their saliva. At the same time, an unreal feeling welled up within them. They had clearly been stranded on a deserted island, yet at this moment, it felt somewhat like they were on a vacation. It couldn't be helped. Yakama Azuma's cooking skills were simply absurd. Even in this situation, his food could make anyone's mouth water. There were no seasonings. Salt was the most basic necessity, and it could be obtained by boiling seawater. But at least for this meal, they didn't have the means to do that. Fortunately, even without seasoning for 3 people who hadn't eaten properly in who knows how long, it was more than enough. After finishing the meal, the light outside the cave gradually dimmed. It seemed that night was about to fall. Looking outside, Yakama Azuma felt a subtle shift in his mood. When it came to safety, he wasn't too concerned. Even though they were stranded on a deserted island, he wasn't Robinson Crusoe. Not to mention he could control a supernatural creature. More importantly, none of the 3 people here were ordinary individuals. Right now, back in Hawaii, Shuchin had probably already started burning through mountains of cash to launch a rescue operation. It was only a matter of time before they were saved. However, there was no doubt that the girls back home were probably worried sick by now. Besides, Yakama Azuma's gaze unconsciously drifted toward the surfboard barrier, where the 2 girls were hiding. After everything that had happened, his attitude toward the 2 Ajawazumas could no longer remain the same. Yakama Azuma could be ruthless and indifferent toward those unrelated to him. But he placed great value on loyalty and gratitude. Even a small favor from President Tsukimitsu when he had nothing had been enough for Yakama Azuma to repay him by putting in the effort to act in a TV drama promoting shogi. Let alone now, when these 2 girls had saved his life. This debt of gratitude he had to repay. The only issue was figuring out exactly how. Shijomaki was easier to handle. Worst case, he could just abduct her. She was from a branch family, after all not too difficult to deal with. But Shinomiya Kaguya's status was a much bigger problem. She was the eldest daughter of the Shinomiya family. Next year, Yakama Azuma would have to face off against her brother. If he wanted to keep Shinomiya Kaguya by his side, it seemed he would have no choice but to get involved in the Shinomiya family's internal power struggle. Chapter 246, Shinomiya Kaguya's love. Inside the Shinomiya household, it was nothing short of utter chaos. The vast Shinomiya group, built by Shinomiya Genin, might have ranked among the 4 great Zaibatsu, yet, at its core, it still lacked the true foundation of a legitimate noble family. The education and training of its second generation were far from standard. As a result, from an outsider's perspective, the Shinomiya family seemed mighty. But anyone who took a closer look would immediately realize just how rotten it was from within. Everyone was eager to engage in fratricide, blood relatives cutting each other down. In truth, even this alone was enough to highlight a major issue. And that was Shinomiya Genin's health was certainly not in good condition. If he were still strong and well right now, there would be no need for further discussion. If he could live for just another 10 years, the Shinomiya household would never have descended into such disorder. Bringing Shinomiya Kaguya safely to Yakama Azuma's side was essentially the same as stepping into the internal power struggle of the Shinomiya family. When that time came, the 2 most powerful figures within the Shinomiya conglomerate, Yakama Azuma would have to defeat them both, one after the other. Perhaps the 3rd-ranked individual could be used to their advantage to some extent. But the difficulty would still be extremely high. While contemplating these matters, Yakama Azuma's thoughts suddenly froze. Wait a minute, something was off. Thinking it over carefully, wasn't everything a little too coincidental? Where exactly did that tsunami come from? An undersea volcanic eruption? A sudden earthquake? Why didn't the Shinomiya family receive any warnings? Or perhaps this tsunami was nothing more than a staged performance from the very beginning? Yakama Azuma's gaze unconsciously fell upon Shinomiya Kaguya. If there was human intervention behind this disaster, Shinomiya Kaguya would undoubtedly be the greatest beneficiary. First, she showed a slight hesitation, as if laying the groundwork. Then, she used the tsunami to bring everything to a climax. Rushing into danger to save him, it appeared to be a desperate gamble. But in reality, the chances of success were incredibly high. Could this have been the plan of the Ice Princess Kaguya? With the capabilities of the Shinomiya family, this was entirely within their grasp. Shinomiya Kaguya seemed to sense Yakama Azuma's gaze. She suddenly turned her head and met his eyes. Those brilliant, ruby-like red eyes, no matter how long one looked, they were flawless. All they did was captivate and mesmerize. As their gazes met, a fleeting trace of shyness flashed across her eyes. But immediately after, there was a profound sense of doubt. Yakama Azuma quietly withdrew his gaze. If this was truly an act, then Shinomiya Kaguya's acting skills had to be at least at a level 9. He recalled the moment she had clung to the surfboard, rushing toward him in sheer panic. Whether considered emotionally or rationally, the probability of it being an act was extremely low. Note: sounds impossible. Could a tsunami really be artificially created right in the middle of a beach? Their clothes had dried. Yakuma Azuma took his down and put it back on. Outside the cave, the rain had temporarily stopped. He stood up and said, "I'm going to gather some grass, dry it over the fire, and spread it on the ground. It won't be comfortable, but at least it'll be better than sleeping on rocks." Hearing that, Shinomiya Kaguya immediately took out her clothes. She quickly got dressed behind the surfboard and then said, "I'll go too." Shijomaki saw this, reached out her hand slightly, but in the end, she gave up. With no one to hold the surfboard for her, her pride wouldn't allow it. And so, Yakuma Azuma and Shinomiya Kaguya stepped out of the cave, one ahead of the other. The sea breeze swept through the forest outside the cave. As they stepped on the ground, they could hear the soft squelching of wet mud. "Should we dig a water reservoir?" Shinomiya Kaguya lowered her gaze to the ground and asked. "No need. Even if we boil rainwater, there's no guarantee it's clean, and we don't have the necessary tools. There are some coconut trees on the barren shore. For now, we can rely on coconut water to replenish fresh water. If the coconuts run out and we still haven't been rescued, then we'll just set the forest on fire." Yakuma Azuma voiced his thoughts. This was likely the safest option. Since this wasn't Japanese territory, setting fire to a deserted island would surely require compensation. Note: I think even if this were Japan, this act of burning forests would be criminally liable and require compensation, but for the three of them, money was just a tool to be used at their discretion. "You're really something." Shinomiya Kaguya looked up at the sky through the gaps in the foliage. Truly reliable. Through the misty sky, faint traces of the moon could barely be seen. The moonlight struggled to pierce through the thick layers of clouds. But not seeing the moon actually made Shinomiya Kaguya feel happier. She didn't like the moon. Even though her name, Kaguya, was deeply connected to it. Hearing Shinomiya Kaguya's words of admiration, Yakuma Azuma's mind was suddenly filled with fragmented thoughts. "So, Kaguya, what do you think caused this tsunami?" In the end, he couldn't hold back from asking. A prolonged silence was his answer. Yakuma Azuma turned his head and once again met those ruby-red eyes. Only this time, there was a faint sadness hidden within them. He was about to say something, but Shinomiya Kaguya spoke first. "Azuma-kun, you're suspecting that I orchestrated this tsunami? That this entire situation is just a play I wrote and performed myself, right?" She pinpointed exactly what was on Yakuma Azuma's mind. Not just because Shinomiya Kaguya's intelligence far surpassed that of ordinary people, but mainly because when their gazes met just moments ago, a sudden intuition had flashed through her mind. "Ah, he must be doubting me." Immediately after, a sharp pain spread from her chest. It hurt so much that Shinomiya Kaguya had to question whether she had some kind of illness. Otherwise, if it was merely heartache, how could it cause such an intense reaction? At this moment, Shinomiya Kaguya lowered her eyes slightly. "It's completely natural for you to suspect me. If I were in your place, I would suspect myself too." As she spoke, she clenched her fists tightly. Her nails dug deep into the flesh of her palm. Her body trembled slightly with each rapid breath. "But what's even sadder is that I really am that kind of person. In the moment I rushed toward you, I truly did think about the benefits that a life-saving debt could bring me. If I had thought of this plan before coming to Hawaii, I might have actually carried it out." Shinomiya Kaguya. Shinomiya Kaguya is exactly that kind of person, someone who always puts a price on everyone. Saying this, Shinomiya Kaguya looked like someone on the verge of drowning. Her ragged breathing was almost terrifying. She struggled to lift her head. Her blood-red eyes clouded with mist. "But listen, this tsunami really wasn't my doing. The moment I rushed toward you, all I truly felt was worry for your safety. You don't have to believe me. You're free to investigate me once we return. No matter what, I'll cooperate. But at the very least, don't condemn me in your heart just yet, okay?" Yakuma Azuma looked at the Shinomiya Kaguya standing so close before him. He was momentarily stunned. Never had he imagined that someone as proud as Shinomiya Kaguya could say such words. What kind of emotions could make someone who always held their head high bow down like this? Yakuma Azuma hadn't lost his wits just because they were stranded on an island. Of course, he understood Shinomiya Kaguya's feelings. What he hadn't expected was that her love had come so suddenly. And so fiercely. Like the sun rising over this dark, mist-covered island. A radiant light tearing through all the clouds. Chapter 247, Shijomaki, you two are anything but normal. The blazing flames of love burned away all lingering doubts. In Yakuma Azuma's heart, he had completely leaned toward the girl standing before him. No matter what, at least at this moment, he could no longer just stand there frozen. Yukima Azuma reached out his hand toward Shinomiya Kaguya. Her eyes fixated on his palm. At the corner of her eyes, a faint trace of tears still lingered. After a brief moment of contemplation, Shinomiya Kaguya gently leaned forward, resting her swan-like, graceful white neck against his outstretched hand. Seeing this, Yukima Azuma couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. He reached out and lightly pinched Shinomiya Kaguya's cheek. Then, he took hold of her fair, delicate hands. Shinomiya Kaguya froze completely at the unexpected pinch, staring blankly at Yukima Azuma's fingers as they effortlessly pried her hand open. One by one, her fingers were separated. On her palm, the deep marks left by her nails were clearly visible. Her skin was nearly scratched raw. His fingers gently rubbed over the indentations. Yukima Azuma could feel her pain as if it were his own. After soothing her, his fingers naturally slid between hers. Their 10 fingers intertwined tightly. Shinomiya Kaguya snapped out of her daze and lifted her head to look at Yukima Azuma. "Azuma-kun, do you trust me?" Yukima Azuma nodded, then shook his head. "I plan to investigate this thoroughly once we return." Hearing this, Shinomiya Kaguya responded with a bright smile. To most people, an investigation would mean a lack of trust. But Shinomiya Kaguya understood that deciding to investigate required even more courage. "All right. No matter how you investigate, I will cooperate." Rustling footsteps echoed through the forest once more. "Azuma-kun, you don't seem worried at all. After all, the person stranded on this deserted island with me is none other than the heir of the Shinomiya family, the heart of the entire nation Kaguya-sama. You've been listening to Maki-san's nonsense again, haven't you? Honestly, I might not even be as important as you. Either way, don't worry. Since everyone was dragged into this mess and ended up stranded here, no matter what, I will make sure we all return safely." Yukima Azuma spoke with unwavering seriousness. Shinomiya Kaguya gave a slight nod. Indeed, he was utterly reliable, radiating an unparalleled sense of security. It was a feeling Shinomiya Kaguya had never experienced in her entire life. In the turbulent Shinomiya family, her mother passed away early, and her father was practically absent. She had never been anything more than a small bamboo boat tossed about in a raging storm, drifting helplessly with no sense of direction. And yet, now that she had truly been cast out into the vast sea, ironically, she had found stability. Perhaps, at long last, her streak of misfortune had come to an end. The two of them were fortunate enough to stumble upon a pile of dried leaves. Brushing away the top layer, they found that the grass and leaves underneath were almost completely dry. They gathered some to bring back as bedding. Together, they strolled leisurely toward the deserted beach. The scenery was bleak. The rain had just stopped, leaving the shore looking utterly desolate. The sky was shrouded in thick layers of clouds, with only a sliver of moonlight peeking through. A dense fog hung over the ocean's surface. Yet their moods remained unaffected. On the contrary, they felt even more at ease than when they had strolled along the beaches of Hawaii just 2 days ago. They found a coconut tree. Yukima Azuma called out, and a mysterious creature darted out from the forest. In the blink of an eye, it had climbed up the tree. Moments later, several coconuts came crashing down. This mysterious creature was something Yukima Azuma had summoned the moment he set foot on the island. He had been using it to scout the terrain of the deserted island. The 2 hares he had brought back earlier had also been caught by this creature. Even with Yukima Azuma's physical ability maxed out at 8 points, climbing a coconut tree wasn't exactly like walking on solid ground, but it wasn't difficult either. Still, with a subordinate to do the work, who would bother climbing up themselves? They carried the coconuts and a bundle of dried grass back to the cave. By now, Shijomaki had long since gotten dressed properly. Seeing them return, Shijomaki visibly let out a sigh of relief. But immediately after, a hint of suspicion flashed across her face. The atmosphere between the two of them now was completely different from when they had left the cave. Could it be that something had happened between them after they left? "What are you thinking about? Want some coconut water? It's the real deal, completely natural, no additives." Yukima Azuma shook the coconut in his hand. Shijomaki snapped out of her thoughts, coughed lightly, and said, "Ahem. Thank you." Yukima Azuma blinked. "Huh? Did you just say something, Shijo-san?" "I didn't quite hear you." Now that his emotions had settled down, Yukima Azuma found himself in the mood to tease that tsundere girl. Shijomaki bit her red lips lightly and glared at him. "Thank you. Did you hear me now? Thank you. You're always bullying me. Even after getting stranded on a deserted island, you're still bullying me." Hearing her complaint, Yukima Azuma suddenly felt a little guilty. He reached out his hand toward Shinomiya Kaguya. Shinomiya Kaguya instantly understood his intention and placed her hand in his. "Yukima Azuma, degrees?" He smiled helplessly. Then, he whispered, "Iron shard knife." Eh? Oh. Shinomiya Kaguya suddenly realized and pulled her hand back. ///// She picked up the knife crafted from a shard of the surfboard and handed it to Yakama Azuma. Shijomaki, degrees. Earlier, when she had complained about Yakama Azuma, she hadn't actually been angry. She was just pretending a little, playing up her tsundere nature. But now, things were different. Shijomaki was genuinely pissed. These two. Something definitely happened between them while they were out. How infuriating. Holding the not-so-sharp knife in his hand, Yakama Azuma's vision shifted in an instant. A moment later, he effortlessly split the coconut in half. The cut was so smooth it looked as if the coconut had naturally grown that way. Shijomaki held onto her coconut, staring at the cut for a long while. Then, she picked up a shard from the surfboard, pressed it against the coconut shell to compare. After that, with a blank expression, she started drinking the coconut water, lost in a daze, as if questioning her very existence. Superscripto, who am I? Where am I? What has happened to this world? Meanwhile, Shinomiya Kaguya simply dried the bundle of grass over the fire. Then, she divided it into 3 portions and spread them on the cave floor. Night had fully fallen. The only source of light on the deserted island was the flickering fire inside the cave. Shijomaki's eyelids were visibly drooping. After staying on high alert ever since they encountered danger, all 3 of them were utterly exhausted. "You two go ahead and sleep. I'll keep watch for a while," Yakama Azuma said. Standing watch wasn't out of fear that some dangerous creature would wander into the cave. The main reason was to keep adding wood to the fire. The fire needed to last at least until midnight. That way, the remaining warmth would make sleeping more comfortable. "Let's take turns," Shinomiya Kaguya suggested. Yakama Azuma casually nodded. But he had no intention of waking her up. There was already a summoned creature standing guard outside. He would add a little more wood later, and that would be enough. And so, amid the howling sea breeze, under the flickering firelight, the cave took on an unexpectedly warm atmosphere. "Don't cross the line," Shijomaki mumbled sleepily. Even on the verge of falling asleep, she still bared her little fangs, warning Yakama Azuma. The flames gradually died down. In the end, only faint red embers remained. At some point, Yakama Azuma had fallen asleep as well. Half conscious, he felt something soft curl into his arms. "Eri. Stay still," he muttered in his sleep, absent-mindedly patting the soft hug pillow in his arms. Chapter 248, Shijomaki is a Hobaka. Her head felt unbearably heavy, as if it had turned into a block of lead. Shijomaki shivered, her entire body chilled to the bone. She couldn't even tell whether she was awake or still drifting in a dream. Fortunately, the discomfort didn't last long. Soon, a warm presence appeared beside her, enveloping her like a keiretsu. She found herself pulled into a familiar embrace, strong arms holding her tightly as if unwilling to let go. When she finally woke up again, Shijomaki slowly forced open her heavy eyelids. The first thing she saw was a young man, mere inches away. Her pale violet eyes locked onto Yakama Azuma's dark ones. In the very next second, Shijomaki's eyes widened in shock. She wanted to lift her hand to point at Yakama Azuma. But then she realized they were pressed so tightly together that her arm was still wrapped around him. Even if she wanted to pull away, she couldn't. A deep red flush spread rapidly across her fair face. Up until now, the only time she had ever touched a boy even just the tips of their fingers was with Yakama Azuma. And now, this level of physical contact was way too much. Meanwhile, Yakama Azuma, who had woken up first, was counting his blessings. At least he had woken up first. Otherwise, he was pretty sure Shijomaki would have killed him on the spot. After all, he was used to hugging his airy body pillow to sleep. So even upon waking up just now, his palm was still resting on a particularly soft curve of the girl's body. "Let me explain first," Yakama Azuma said in a low voice. Shijomaki glared at him. "Fine. Ahem, go ahead and explain." Her voice was slightly hoarse, but after clearing her throat, she quickly adjusted it. Then, she looked at him as if waiting to see what kind of nonsense he would come up with. But Yakama Azuma simply raised a finger and pointed behind her. "Actually, I didn't move at all." Shijomaki struggled to turn her head and look back. And what she saw was not far away, on the pile of straw nearby. Lying closer to the inner side of the cave, Shinomiya Kaguya was still fast asleep, completely unaware of what had transpired. Shijomaki's eyes widened in realization. So it wasn't that Yakama Azuma had sneaked over to ambush her in the night. It was her she had voluntarily crawled into his arms? As this horrifying fact settled in, Shijomaki wanted nothing more than to find a hole in the cave and bury herself in it. Her pale toes curled tightly. A wave of second-hand embarrassment so intense that she wanted to gnaw through an entire 3-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment flooded her mind. Without a word, she lowered herself, quietly wriggled out of Yakama Azuma's arms, and hurriedly scurried back to her sleeping spot. Her movements caused Shinomiya Kaguya to stir awake. She drowsily sat up, blinking in confusion. First, she glanced around groggily. Then, her gaze landed on Yakama Azuma. Did something happen? Yakama Azuma chuckled and shook his head. Nothing at all. Shinomiya Kaguya let out a soft toe. But then, she suddenly remembered last night's conversation. Her eyes darkened slightly as she gave Yakama Azuma a mildly reproachful look. You didn't wake me up? Didn't we agree to take turns keeping watch? Yakama Azuma gestured to the dying fire beside them, where a faint warmth still lingered. I figured there was no need anymore, so I didn't wake you. Besides, we don't need to keep the fire going. Hearing that, Shinomiya Kaguya understood his reasoning. But she still felt a little displeased. She couldn't shake the feeling that Yakama Azuma had dismissed her. Outside the cave, the sky remained a dull, gloomy gray. It looked like it might start raining again soon. I'll go to the shore and check if any fish got stranded, or if there's anything edible. With that, Shinomiya Kaguya stood up and stepped outside. Since it wasn't raining yet, she needed to take advantage of this time to get things done. Otherwise, if another storm rolled in, who knew how long it would last? If they didn't make use of this window, they might be forced to venture out in the middle of a downpour. In that case, I'll gather all the coconuts from the beach. Yakama Azuma said. There were several coconut trees by the shore. Considering how long it might take for rescue to arrive and the amount of fresh water the three of them needed, they would have to collect those coconuts sooner or later. Might as well do it now and be prepared. Then I'll go gather firewood. Shijomaki spoke up. But her eyes were still darting around in a slight panic. The three of them split up to carry out their respective tasks. However, as soon as the other two left, Shijomaki's expression collapsed. She raised a hand to her throat. Even swallowing her own saliva sent a dull pain radiating through her. Her head felt light, slightly dizzy. She wasn't sure if she had a fever. But one thing was clear, she was definitely sick. Realizing this, a wave of fear rose in her heart. Falling ill on a deserted island like this was practically leaving one's life up to fate. No medicine. Not even a proper place to rest. Whether she could recover or not depended entirely on her own body. Shijomaki recalled the past few days. It was highly unlikely that she had only gotten sick after arriving on the island. By the time symptoms started to show, it usually meant the virus had already reached its peak. If she did the math, she might have been infected back when they were still in Hawaii. Thinking back, there were some warning signs. For instance, when she was playing volleyball, she had run out of stamina much faster than usual. At the time, she had simply blamed it on her recent string of sleepless nights. Gathering a small pile of dry firewood, Shijomaki slumped down inside the cave, unwilling to move. She curled into herself, hugging her own body tightly. The early morning wind swept through, cutting into her skin like a sharp blade. Meanwhile, outside the cave, Yakama Azuma was weaving strands of palm fiber into a simple net. Afterward, he hauled back a pile of coconuts. The moment he stepped back into the cave, he spotted Shijomaki lying down in her spot. Shijo-san, slacking off at a time like this? He teased. But there was no response. Immediately, Yakama Azuma sensed something was wrong. He set everything down and rushed over to her. Lifting her up, he examined her condition. Her pale skin was now flushed with an unnatural reddish hue. Recalling the small signs he had noticed earlier that morning, Yakama Azuma unconsciously clenched his jaw. This damned son-dear brat. Being sick, something that could literally be life-threatening in this situation, and she actually hid it? Was she an idiot? He pressed a hand to her forehead. Burning hot. In fact, even without touching her, he could tell she was running a dangerously high fever. The girl in his arms was practically a furnace. Taking 2 deep breaths, he forced himself to calm down. He needed a solution. Fast. Finally, Yakama Azuma turned toward the cave entrance and raised a hand. The creature he had summoned for hunting and fire-making instantly dissolved into specks of light before vanishing. This freed up a summoning slot. Then, he grabbed a scrap of metal that had been used as a makeshift knife and began carving symbols into the cave wall. This time, Yakama Azuma wasn't sure if the summoning would work. But it had to. Unlike the creatures he had summoned before, the entity he was attempting to call forth now was completely beyond the realm of ordinary beings. As he carved the final symbol, a searing pain exploded in his skull. It felt as if someone had slammed a hammer into his head. Then, a clear, melodic cry echoed throughout the cave. Golden and crimson hues intertwined, painting a scene of dazzling radiance. A creature wreathed in divine flames descended into existence. A phoenix. A being of legend and mythology. Possessing extraordinary powers, capable of rising anew from its own ashes. Its feathers could be used to craft magical staffs. And its tears held the miraculous ability to heal wounds. Yakuma Azuma shook his head, trying to push through the pain. Then, he gestured toward the newly summoned phoenix. The phoenix immediately perched on his outstretched arm. A single, crystal-clear teardrop traced a graceful arc through the air and landed gently upon Shijomaki's lips. Chapter 249, Shijomaki. Love is really difficult. Watching the phoenix's tear absorb into Shijomaki's lips, Yakuma Azuma still felt uneasy. Even though he had successfully summoned a mythical creature at the cost of personal suffering, his supernatural abilities were rooted in literary skills. He could only summon creatures that had appeared in published works and gain widespread recognition. This phoenix at most, was merely a slightly stronger than usual magical beast. Would it actually work? That remained uncertain. Fortunately, after about 10 minutes Shijomaki's body temperature dropped significantly, returning to normal. Placing a hand on her forehead, Yakuma Azuma finally breathed a sigh of relief. At the very least, the fever had broken. Perhaps it was because of his movement, but her long eyelashes fluttered slightly. A moment later, a pair of violet eyes slowly opened. At that moment, they were still in the same position, Yakuma Azuma holding Shijomaki in his arms as he had been checking her condition. Now that she was awake, he was about to release her and set her down. After all, given Shijomaki's tsundere nature and how easily she got embarrassed, she was bound to make a fuss about it. But just before he could let go, Shijomaki suddenly reached out and wrapped her arms around his neck. Feeling the warmth and softness radiating from her slender arms, Yakuma Azuma blinked in confusion. Since when did tsundere Maki become so forward? Shijomaki, still embracing Yakuma Azuma, stared at the boy right in front of her. Am I dying? Her voice was still hoarse, likely from just waking up and not having had any water in a long time. Hearing her question, Yakuma Azuma felt a sudden surge of irritation. Oh, now she was scared? What about before? She had been sick and didn't say a word. But, since she had just barely made it through the worst, he swallowed back the scolding he wanted to give her and simply said, "Stop overthinking. You're fine now." At those words, Shijomaki let out a small, wistful laugh. She knew her own body well. Before she lost consciousness, her fever had reached a critical level, her entire body weak, her head spinning. Those were extremely dangerous symptoms. In the wild, facing a fever that severe other than physical cooling methods, there was almost no way to treat it. Yet now, she didn't feel even a trace of pain. On the contrary, she felt light, almost like she was floating. Forget the wilderness. Even in the most advanced private hospital with cutting-edge technology, it was impossible to recover so quickly, leaving no trace of illness behind. The only explanation Shijomaki could think of was that her body had already been completely destroyed by the sickness. What she was experiencing now was just the last fleeting moment of clarity before death. With that sorrowful smile still lingering, Shijomaki gazed at the boy before her. I really am so pitiful, huh? Just when I finally found someone I truly like. Love is so difficult. I haven't even done anything yet, it's so frustrating. But at least, I already kissed him. Even if it was an accident, it was really wonderful. Azuma-kun. Can you kiss me one more time? As my final wish. Hearing Shijomaki's words, Yakuma Azuma's lips twitched slightly. This girl. Seriously? Shijo-san, listen to me. You're not actually Yakuma Azuma was about to explain everything properly. But suddenly tears welled up in Shijomaki's eyes. Large, shimmering drops rolled down her cheeks. This was clearly her final wish. Why was he saying such cruel things instead? Did he enjoy making her suffer? These thoughts surged in her mind, and her chest ached with grievance. So she lifted her head and kissed him straight on the lips. Fine. If Yakuma Azuma wouldn't do it, then she would. After all, she didn't have much time left anyway. His explanations were blocked by her soft lips, unable to be spoken. Yakuma Azuma widened his eyes. It wasn't that he had never been forcibly kissed by a girl before. But a misunderstanding as absurd as this was truly a first. A sweet fragrance spread right under his nose. A scent like the most enticing cake, making Yakuma Azuma instinctively seize the initiative. Shijomaki attacked based on emotions. But before long, she was completely dominated by Yakuma Azuma. Her heartbeat accelerated, then accelerated even more. Only when their breath reached its limit did Yakuma Azuma finally release her. Shijomaki, who had been brimming with momentum just moments ago, was now as soft as a puddle of water. The kiss had melted her. And yet, right after, Yakuma Azuma suddenly frowned. This sweet scent, so rich it stimulated his taste buds. Why did he feel that it didn't match Shijomaki's natural fragrance? He immediately sensed something was off. Call. Call me Maki, okay? O_O grave comma Shijo. Maki spoke softly. That Shijo-san thing felt way too distant. If possible, before dying, she wanted to hear Yakama Azuma call her name just once. Maki. Yakama Azuma responded without hesitation. He didn't intend to explain anything anymore. After all, in just a little while, Shijo Maki would realize the truth on her own. There was no such thing as an embarrassment that wouldn't happen. Who told tsundere girls to never listen when people talk? She deserved this. Placing her down, Yakama Azuma carefully began to determine the source of the scent. The sweet fragrance, like cake, was indeed coming from Shijo Maki. But the true source wasn't actually her. Moreover, Shijo Maki herself never had such an overwhelmingly sweet scent. It was a purer sweetness, fresher. Shijo Maki was left alone in the cave. Yakama Azuma stepped outside. Watching Yakama Azuma leave, Shijo Maki had no intention of stopping him. All of her wishes had been completely fulfilled. Before dying, she had been able to kiss the person she truly loved, to hear him call her name. Shijo Maki was already satisfied. She simply thought that Yakama Azuma didn't want to face the truth that she was about to pass away. Thinking this, though she wanted to cry even more, there was a bit of happiness in Shijo Maki's heart. She quietly closed her eyes, waiting for the sensation of losing consciousness completely. But after a long time, Shijo Maki opened her eyes. It seemed she didn't feel like she was dying. She sat up, reaching out to touch her forehead. It seemed like the fever was gone. Wasn't this supposed to be the final flicker before death? She had never heard of a death flashback lasting this long. Gradually, Shijo Maki realized something. Her cheeks burned like a cloud of fire, instantly turning bright red. If the fever had already subsided, then what exactly had she just done? Just recalling even a little bit of what had happened, Shijo Maki crouched down, holding her head. Shijo Maki, someone kill me. Free me from this embarrassment. A major life memory was now rapidly transforming into social death. At this moment, Shijo Maki truly wanted to die. Shinomiya Kaguya returned, carrying 2 unidentified sea fish along with several sea urchins. The moment she stepped inside, she saw the girl 2 generations younger than her curled up on the ground. Maki-san? Are you okay? Shinomiya Kaguya looked at her with a puzzled expression. I'm fine. Shijo Maki responded without even lifting her head. Today, she really didn't have the face to see anyone anymore. Shinomiya Kaguya, did something happen? Elsewhere. Yakama Azuma wandered around the central area of the deserted island. Then, at the back of the island, he found a natural path. The vegetation on this path was relatively sparse, and the incline was low, making it easy to climb. Following this path, Yakama Azuma began his ascent up the mountain. Chapter 250, The God Who Holds Love and Fate. Following the trail, Yakama Azuma realized that everything was going unusually smoothly. Even though there were no signs of human presence. Yet, this path seemed to have been made for people to walk through. There were hardly any obstacles requiring effort to overcome, nor dense trees blocking the way. Before long, Yakama Azuma reached the peak of the mountain on this deserted island. Upon reaching the summit, he observed his surroundings. Everything within sight consisted of wild-growing trees. The sky remained a dull, overcast gray. Yakama Azuma's gaze swept across the scenery before finally stopping at one particular spot. On one side of the mountain peak, there was an area entirely different from the rest. For some reason, even though the mountain was covered in forest, that particular spot was completely barren. As if a piece of a cake had been carved out. He moved toward it. As he approached, Yakama Azuma witnessed an unbelievable sight. That place was completely empty. Except for one thing at its center, a smooth, flat stone platform. It looked man-made, yet it seamlessly blended with the mountain, appearing entirely natural. Seeing this stone platform, Yakama Azuma unconsciously recalled the stone shrine in the mountains of Itamori. The shrine of the Itamori god also seemed to be one with the mountain. And the reason why the sight before him was so incredible was because on that stone platform, a twin flower was growing. It was a species Yakama Azuma had never seen before, with 2 blossoms sharing a single stem. One was crimson like blood, the other a pale violet. Rooted firmly into the stone platform. Gently swaying in the mountain breeze. Stepping up to the platform, Yakama Azuma reached out, intending to pluck the twin flower. You mustn't. A voice as clear as silver bells rang directly in Yakama Azuma's mind. It was exactly the same as how he once communicated with the Itamori god after swapping. An ordinary person would likely be startled at this moment. At the very least, they would stop moving for a second. After all, this was a supernatural phenomenon. Yet, Yakama Azuma's movements didn't halt in the slightest. As his fingers touched the twin flower, the girl's voice rang out again, this time with a hint of panic. Wait, don't. We can talk this out. O grave Yakama Azuma's expression darkened slightly. But he temporarily stopped, no longer reaching for the twin flower. Do you have a physical form? I don't make a habit of talking to empty air. At the same time as he spoke, two strange lights fell from the flower's petals. Upon landing on the stone platform, they quickly transformed into two tiny girls, each only the size of a palm. Yakama Azuma glanced at them and almost laughed out loud in amusement. The girl emerging from the crimson flower had the exact appearance of Shinomiya Kaguya, while the one from the pale violet flower looked just like Shijo Maki. Young man who carries miracles, greetings. It's a pleasure to meet you. Small Shinomiya Kaguya waved her hand, trying to appear cute. Cut the nonsense. The tsunami, it was your doing, wasn't it? And the abnormalities in Shinomiya Kaguya and Shijo Maki's emotions, that was your influence as well. Yakama Azuma frowned as he spoke. Ever since arriving in Hawaii, he had felt something was off. Unlikely occurrences, like perverted lucky moments, kept happening. The way the two girls interacted with him was more dramatic than usual. At times, Shinomiya Kaguya and Shijo Maki would lose their composure to an extreme degree. Like just now, with Shijo Maki's sudden forceful kiss. Her reasoning made sense, but something about it was still strange. That was why, when he realized the sweet scent wasn't actually Shijo Maki's natural fragrance, Yakama Azuma immediately became aware that something was wrong. Just like last time with the Itamari god. All three of them were being affected by some supernatural force. And the source, clearly, was the two tiny beings before him. Faced with Yakama Azuma's interrogation, the two miniature copies became visibly nervous, avoiding his gaze. How could that be? We can't possibly do such things. Hearing that, Yakama Azuma said nothing and directly grabbed the twin flower, ready to pluck it. The two tiny copies immediately panicked, flailing their arms and legs in protest. Wait. I'll talk. Small Kaguya frantically waved her hands. We really can't control tsunamis or people. We can only influence the probability of certain small events. And we can amplify emotions that already exist in people's hearts. Those two girls genuinely like you. We only helped a little. Hearing this, Yakama Azuma frowned slightly. Although he didn't fully trust these two strangers, their words aligned with what he knew. Up until now, the supernatural entities Yakama Azuma had encountered, even a god like the Itamori god, could only interfere with the world within a certain scope. Otherwise, the Itamori god wouldn't have needed Yakama Azuma's help. These two were likely another kind of deity. The Itamori god's power was time-transcending swaps. And their power was probability manipulation and desire amplification? But what was the purpose of these two wild gods bringing him, Kaguya, and Maki to this deserted island? Were they trying to bring them together? If so, why hadn't they just led the three of them up the mountain earlier? Yakama Azuma couldn't think of a reasonable explanation. So, he asked directly, what is your goal? Hearing this, Small Kaguya simply put on an innocent face. We just want to help you all get together, no other motives at all. Small Maki, who had been silent until now, also spoke up. We are gods who govern love and fate. Helping people find happiness is our responsibility. Compared to Small Kaguya's playful nature, this deity's tone was calmer. Like a laid-back girl, unconcerned with the world. Love and fate? Yakama Azuma pondered these words. If those two girls miss their chance to love you, they will never find happiness. Their fates can only shine brightly if they are bound to you. Otherwise, they will wither away. Small Kaguya added. This wasn't hard to guess. Shijo Maki's case didn't even need to be mentioned. If Yakama Azuma hadn't appeared, this losing heroine Yuji-sama might have continued suffering indefinitely. As for Shinomiya Kaguya, without Yakama Azuma, her fate was already set to become a caged canary within the Shinomiya family. In the future, she would either be traded away like a rare treasure, or crushed in political struggles. Just like her name suggested. Kaguya one day, Princess Kaguya would have to return to the moon. After hearing their explanation, Yakama Azuma believed them about 50%. But even if he believed them halfway, he still felt irritated. The feeling of being manipulated was truly unpleasant. So, what happens if I pluck this flower? Yakama Azuma asked, a playful smile forming at the corner of his lips. Don't do that. This flower is our soul vessel. If it's plucked, we won't have a home to return to. Small Kaguya panicked. You two must be bored stuck on this deserted island. Why not come with me instead? Yakama Azuma prepared to pack these two up and take them with him. Once he returned to the Itamari Mountains, the Itamari god still owed him a favor. He would use that favor to have the Itamari god properly discipline these two troublemakers. No matter how much they claimed to be harmless gods, who could say for sure if they were truly benevolent? Kaguya glanced at Sumomaki, as if considering it. But at that moment, Yakama Azuma applied force with his fingertips. By conventional means, it was nearly impossible to pluck the twin flower from the stone platform. However, Yakama Azuma activated his supernatural ability, which came as a side effect of his cooking skills. In his special vision, he effortlessly plucked the twin flower. Chapter 251, Shinomiya Kaguya takes action 2. We didn't even agree yet. Kaguya burst into tears the moment she saw Yakama Azuma pluck the twin flower. In his palm a sweet fragrance, like a little cake, wafted from the twin flower. Yakama Azuma nodded. As expected, it was this scent. Do you two have names? Ignoring their protests, Yakama Azuma asked. Call me Star, and call her Lumen. We're not famous deities. We don't have any grand myths, so really, it doesn't matter what we're called. Kaguya answered. The corner of Yakama Azuma's mouth twitched. What's with these Gacha game heroine names? Stowing away the twin flower, Yakama Azuma began descending the mountain. Star and Lumen had no choice but to follow. On the way down, Yakama Azuma casually fished for more information. When will the rescue team arrive? Not sure, but there's a very high probability they'll come tomorrow or the day after. What happens if you leave your soul vessel? It'd be like being a homeless wanderer. We wouldn't die right away, but it'd be miserable. Mostly, it'd be hard to gather spiritual energy. Spiritual energy? A few months ago, spiritual energy suddenly started recovering, though very slowly. It's our only food source. Hearing that, Yakama Azuma raised an eyebrow. A few months ago, no matter how he thought about it, it had to be because of the Charlotte Comet crash, right? If it fully recovers, how strong can you get? Strong? Hard to say. Our power isn't meant for combat. Could you survive a nuclear bomb? Definitely dead. You're that weak? Gods have lives too, you know. Yakama Azuma let out a no. It seemed that despite calling themselves gods, Star, Lumen, and even the Itamari god were just supernatural beings with slightly special traits. Their existence was indeed strange, but that was all there was to it. If someone wanted to stage a grand spiritual revival, overthrow modern society and have gods trample over humanity, that was clearly impossible. Even if they were immune to physical attacks, they could still be taken down with energy-based saturation strikes. As always, the ultimate question remained, if you're a god, how many nuclear warheads can you withstand? Bringing the twin flower with him, Yakama Azuma returned to the cave. Star and Lumen immediately retreated into the flower. When Yakama Azuma arrived, he saw Shinomiya Kaguya waiting at the cave entrance. Meanwhile, Shijomaki was curled up in a corner, face buried against the wall. She looked like she was having an existential crisis. Azuma-kun, you're back. Where did you go just now? Shinomiya Kaguya greeted him with a bright smile, then curiously asked. She had already noticed the pile of coconuts outside the cave. Yakama Azuma had already gathered enough, so why had he gone out again? I climbed to the peak to survey the terrain a bit. Yakama Azuma gave a half-truth. The matter regarding Star and Lumen couldn't be shared with Shinomiya Kaguya or Shijomaki. Looking at the smile Shinomiya Kaguya gave him upon his return, Yakama Azuma felt something indescribable. Her feelings for him were undoubtedly sincere. It was just that the process leading to those feelings had involved some unusual coincidences. Thinking about it carefully, doubting that Shinomiya Kaguya had truly fallen for him would actually hurt her. What's wrong? Shinomiya Kaguya keenly sensed Yakama Azuma's emotions. She asked, a little puzzled. He shook his head, pushing aside his complicated thoughts. It's nothing. Yakama Azuma smiled. The sky looks clearer. Maybe the rescue team will arrive tomorrow. Hearing Yakama Azuma's confident prediction, Shinomiya Kaguya only smiled. If that's the case, then that's great. Her words carried a hint of insincerity, yet at the same time, they came from the depths of her heart. Compared to the lavish grandeur of the Shinomiya family, Shinomiya Kaguya realized that this cave somehow made her feel more at ease. She even felt a slight reluctance to return. Once she went back, she would once again become the Ajao-sama of the Shinomiya household. She would once again become Princess Kaguya, the one destined to return to the moon. But still, Shinomiya Kaguya truly hoped the rescue team would arrive soon. She knew Yakama Azuma had to return quickly. There were still people worrying about him. Besides, he was usually busy, often having to request leaves of absence. His time shouldn't be wasted on this deserted island. Well, tomorrow's worries can wait until tomorrow. For now, let's grill some fish. Yakama Azuma said, picking up the nameless fish Shinomiya Kaguya had brought back. The leftover coconut shells from earlier could now be repurposed as makeshift cooking pots. Activating his special vision, Yakama Azuma skillfully prepared the ingredients. Before long, the aroma of grilled fish filled the cave. Shinomiya Kaguya sat by the fire, resting her chin on her hands, absent-mindedly gazing at Yakama Azuma as if she wanted to etch this moment into her memory forever. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shijo Maki, who had just been sulking with her face against the wall, was also drawn back by the enticing smell. But the moment she laid eyes on Yakama Azuma, she felt like she had suffered another wave of social death. Avoiding eye contact, Shijo Maki didn't dare look directly at him. To be honest, since they had no seasonings even with his level 8 cooking skills, Yakama Azuma could only make the fish barely okay to eat. It was still far from truly delicious. Yet, the two girls ate heartily. It somehow tasted even better than the lavish feasts at their homes. Maybe it was because of the situation, or maybe because of the person who cooked it. After dinner at first, the three of them planned to go for a stroll. But as the sky darkened on this desolate island, where there was no trace of artificial light, nightfall meant absolute darkness. You couldn't even see your own fingers in front of you. So, they gave up on the idea. Lying down on a bed of dry leaves, the three of them chatted about this and that. At some point, their conversation slowly faded and silence settled in. Grave accent zzz. The next morning. Gentle morning sunlight filtered into the cave, bringing with it a soft warmth. Yakama Azuma drowsily opened his eyes. The first thing he felt was heaviness. He looked down and found two Bishujo-shaped body pillows had suddenly appeared on top of him. This time, it wasn't just Shijo Maki, even Shinomiya Kaguya had joined in. One on each side, the two girls were sleeping soundly, their heads resting against Yakama Azuma's chest, like little kittens. Yakama Azuma turned his head slightly, checking their positions. A question mark popped up in his mind. Just how had these two managed to sleep in such a way that they ended up rolling onto him like this? Thinking back to those two unreliable twin deities, Yakama Azuma suspected this was yet another trick of theirs. But whatever. Things had already ended up this way anyway. Yakama Azuma lay back down and closed his eyes. Who knew how much time had passed when Shinomiya Kaguya and Shijo Maki gradually woke up? The two of them lifted their heads, and then their eyes met across Yakama Azuma's body. Chapter 252, Rescue. Returning. The sky really has cleared up. Shinomiya Kaguya gazed at the bright blue sky and sighed in admiration. Just last night, the clouds were still thick and heavy, seemingly unwilling to disperse. Earlier, Yakama Azuma had mentioned that the sky showed signs of clearing up. It had sounded like nothing more than an optimistic reassurance. But now the clouds had truly been swept away. Perhaps the rescue team would be arriving soon. Let's go to the beach and light a signal fire, Shijo Maki suggested. Now that the sky was completely clear, it meant the rescue helicopter had definitely taken off. Aerial visibility couldn't be compared to searching from the sea. As long as they send up smoke, their chances of being found would increase significantly. Yakama Azuma looked at the two girls. He had no intention of bringing up what had happened that morning when they had used him as a pillow. If he hadn't woken up before them even once, he might have been fooled into thinking they had both slept obediently through the night. When Yakama Azuma woke up again in the morning, the two girls were already sitting properly to the side. They put on an expression that said, "Time flows quietly, the scenery is picturesque, we have absolutely no idea what you're talking about." It made Yakama Azuma chuckle. The three of them replenished their water by cracking open a few coconuts. Then, they gathered some branches and leaves from the forest and headed toward the beach. Now that the sky had cleared, the scenery on the beach had transformed as well. Looking out toward the horizon, they could see a magnificent sight where the sea and sky merged into one. If not for the desolate conditions of the deserted island, it would have been almost indistinguishable from a Hawaiian resort beach. They piled up the leaves together. The flames ignited, and thick smoke began to rise. Perhaps because the rain had stopped. Today, there was hardly any wind, and even the sea remained calm. As a result, the rising smoke wasn't carried away by any wind currents but simply drifted straight upward. The three of them tilted their heads back, watching the curling smoke, each lost in their own thoughts. But that moment of contemplation didn't last long. About 15 minutes after the smoke signal was sent up, they spotted a black dot appearing in the distant sky. Then, the black dot quickly grew larger. The whirring sound of helicopter blades echoed from afar. "That fast?" Shinomiya Kaguya exclaimed in surprise. Even though she had seen that the sky had completely cleared, even though she had known that Yakama Azuma's prediction about today's rescue being highly likely was turning out to be true, she hadn't expected such a quick response right after lighting the signal fire. The helicopter swiftly approached the deserted island and hovered steadily above it. Landing was impossible. The terrain here had no suitable conditions for a helicopter to touch down. A rope ladder was lowered from the helicopter. One by one, they climbed up, marking the end of this unexpected castaway experience. Yakama Azuma was the last to ascend. As soon as he stepped into the cabin, he saw that aside from Shinomiya Kaguya and Shijo Maki, who had climbed up just before him. There was only one other person, a woman dressed in rescue gear. "Welcome back, Yukima Robinson Azuma-kun. How are you feeling now?" Yukino Shitaharuno teased, a playful smirk on her lips. Though her words carried a hint of mockery, no matter how one looked at it, her smile unmistakably held the relief of having a weight lifted off her shoulders. Yukima Azuma's gaze unconsciously lingered on Haruno's eyes. This wicked woman, she always carried an air of elegance and beauty. Yet at this moment, the dark circles under her eyes were so heavy that they couldn't be hidden. The whites of her eyes were laced with frightening red veins. No matter how lightheartedly she tried to tease with her words, the words "worried to exhaustion" were practically engraved on Haruno's face. Noticing Yukima Azuma staring at her, Haruno realized something. She reached up and touched the area around her eyes. Even without a mirror, she knew she must look far from presentable right now. If she had known earlier, she would have brought some makeup along at least to cover it up a little. Yukima Azuma withdrew his gaze. Even though he lowered his eyes to the floor, he had already etched this image of Haruno into his heart. Perhaps it was the lingering days after being rescued. Yukima Azuma remained silent for the entire journey. Shinomiya Kaguya and Shijo Maki were also quiet. No one spoke the whole way. The helicopter flew swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, the vast ocean below transformed into a modern cityscape. It landed on a designated helipad. Even before the dust kicked up by the rotor blades had settled, a group of people rushed over. "Kaguya-sama." Hayasaka's voice rarely carried such urgency. Only after seeing Haruju-sama safe and sound did she let out a small sigh of relief. Her gaze moved from Haruju-sama to Yukima Azuma. Only after confirming that both of them were unharmed did the usually composed maid finally feel at ease. Shijo Maki's mother was also present. The moment she saw her, Shijo Maki immediately leaped from the helicopter and ran over. Soon after, the sound of muffled sobs could be heard. Aside from their family members, as Yukima Azuma stepped out of the helicopter, he immediately saw that all of his girls were here as well. Kasumajoka Utaha, Ariri, Kato Megumi, Soraginko, Hinitsuru Ai, Yukino Shita Yukino, and Garasamifo. Of course, Sawayuki, who was already in Hawaii, was present too. All the girls who shared a close bond with Yukima Azuma. Only Gota Hitori and Kurokawa-kun were absent. But the two of them had no connections with the others besides Yukima Azuma himself. Not much time had passed since the incident. Perhaps they simply hadn't heard the news yet. Azuma. Shizu. The first to lose control of their emotions were Ariri and Hinitsuru Ai. One older, one younger, both girls rushed forward, throwing their arms around Yukima Azuma. Ariri wrapped her arms around his neck, while the petite Hinitsuru Ai clung tightly to his waist. As if afraid that he would disappear at any moment. They held him tightly. Soft sobs reached his ears. Yukima Azuma raised his hand, gently patting their backs in comfort. Even though they were the first to break down, the other girls weren't much better. Kato Megumi's eyes were visibly red. Kasumajoka Utaha's body was even trembling slightly. "Alright, you're finally safe. That's all that matters. As long as you're okay, that's all that matters." Garasamifo pushed everyone toward Yukima Azuma and joined in the embrace. She spoke words of reassurance, but it was unclear whether she was comforting the girls or herself. Their emotions were in turmoil. At that moment, Yukino Shitaharuno, the last to step down from the helicopter, clapped her hands lightly. "Anyway, let's get him a full-body checkup first." Hearing that, everyone's emotions gradually settled. Surrounded by the crowd, Yukima Azuma didn't even get a chance to explain. Just like that, he was packaged up and sent straight to the nearest hospital. After spending a hefty sum in US dollars, Yukima Azuma received a medical report confirming that he was in perfect health. During his days on the deserted island, he had always ensured that his food was thoroughly cooked before eating. As for drinking water, he hadn't touched a single drop of dirty water. He hadn't even drunk any boiled water, only coconut water. He hadn't sustained any external injuries either. So, naturally, there was nothing wrong with him. The girls held Yukima Azuma's medical report, flipping through it carefully. Only after confirming that there was truly nothing to worry about did they finally breathe a sigh of relief. "Anyway, let's just head back to the hotel and rest for now. Compared to me, you all are the ones who need it more right now." Yukima Azuma looked at the girls and said. Their condition wasn't as severe as Haruno's, but it was clear that they, too, hadn't been resting properly due to worry. However, after returning to the hotel led by Ariri, some of the girls stubbornly refused to go back to their rooms to rest. As if they feared that if they fell asleep, Yukima Azuma would disappear. Fortunately, the living room was spacious enough. So, they simply brought out blankets and pillows, deciding to rest together in the living room with Yukima Azuma. Once they had finally let go of their worries, a few of the girls fell asleep almost the moment their heads touched the pillows. Their exhaustion had already reached its limit. But there were also those who, despite their fatigue, couldn't fall asleep right away. Lonely-kun. I'm here. I'm really scared. I know. This won't ever happen again. Yakama Azuma reached out and gently stroked Kazumi Yutaha's hair. With her personality, no matter how worried she was, she found it difficult to put it into words. Most of the time, she expressed her emotions through actions. For her to voice her fear so directly, it was enough to show just how tense she had been. When she first heard that Yakama Azuma had been in an accident and was missing, Kazumi Yutaha had felt as though she couldn't breathe. A suffocating pressure, coupled with a dizzying sensation. Fear had completely engulfed her heart. She couldn't even imagine how she would go on living if she lost Yakama Azuma once again. Still awake? Yakama Azuma noticed that Yukino was still lying there staring blankly at him. He reached out his other hand, gently holding hers. I don't want to go to Hokkaido anymore. Yukino murmured. Previously, Yakama Azuma had made plans with her that once Laplace Corporation got past this busy period, they would go to Hokkaido together to see the snow. But now, Yukino no longer wanted to go to Hokkaido. She just wanted to stay home with Yakama Azuma. She didn't want to go anywhere. This was just an unexpected accident. Nothing like this will ever happen again. Yakama Azuma said softly. In his heart, he silently added another death to Star and Lumen. I only need you. Everything else doesn't matter. As she spoke, Yukino's voice choked up and silent tears began rolling down her cheeks. Chapter 253, Christmas at Yakama's home. After learning that Yakama Azuma had been in an accident and gone missing, Yukino realized that all her previous hesitations were completely insignificant. As long as she could stay by Yakama Azuma's side, nothing else mattered. Or rather, if she couldn't be with Yakama Azuma, she would rather abandon all of her principles. When Yakama Azuma heard the choked-up voice of Yukino, he was momentarily stunned. It felt as though Yukino's thoughts were slowly drifting away from who she truly was. His grip on her hand unconsciously tightened. A conflict stirred within Yakama Azuma's heart. Truthfully, when it came to Yukino, he had always felt a sense of hesitation. He wanted to spend his future with all of the girls. And Yukino, someone with such a strong sense of integrity, would undoubtedly be the greatest obstacle he had to overcome. If he couldn't get past this barrier smoothly, there was a high chance it would lead to a bad end. Yet now, it seemed as though Yukino was changing on her own. And that, in turn, made Yakama Azuma feel a pang of sorrow. Because she was Yukino to Yukino, after all. How could she say something like, as long as I can be with Yakama Azuma, nothing else matters? Clearly, this was a situation in his favor. And yet, it made him feel pain. It sounded irrational, like the kind of false suffering someone would pretend to have for no reason. But at this moment, that was precisely how Yakama Azuma felt. Sensing his internal struggle, Yukino anxiously tightened her grip on his hand, intertwining their fingers. She looked at him with worry, trying to understand what was wrong. Under Yukino's unwavering gaze, Yakama Azuma suddenly felt a little more at ease. Yukino, you mustn't say things like that. He spoke seriously. Hearing this, Yukino blinked in confusion. Seeing her worried yet slightly bewildered expression, Yakama Azuma reached out and gently lifted her face. No matter what happens in the future, I will never leave you, Yukino. So you don't have to worry about that. I will always and forever be with you. Yukino leaned into his palm. With a faint sigh, she murmured, only children and liars say the word forever. Suddenly, she felt as if she had become the older one between them. Looking at the boy before her, she thought he really was a bit childish. The future was still long ahead. Only a year had passed, yet so much had already happened. What about 10 years from now? Let alone something as abstract as forever. But hearing him say these words, she couldn't deny the warmth spreading through her heart. So, Yukino doesn't believe me? Yakama Azuma put on a pitiful expression. Yukino felt her heart melt. How could she possibly say no? She quickly shook her head. Seeing this, Yakama Azuma smiled. Whether you truly believe it or not, once you've agreed, you have to keep it in your heart. Because you're an honest girl, and someone like that would never tell a lie. Hearing those words, Yukino was slightly stunned. The very principles she had always upheld, now spoken aloud by Yakama Azuma in such a way, gave her an indescribable feeling. Especially when, just moments ago, she had been willing to cast them aside for him. Realizing the hint of confusion in Yukino's eyes, Yakama Azuma seized the moment and continued speaking. That's why, Yukino, you don't have to worry about anything. Just keep being yourself. It's okay to change a little because you like me. But you must never continuously compromise or abandon yourself just because you're afraid of losing me. Those are two completely different things. Yakama Azuma knew that by saying these words, the once smooth road to his harem would undoubtedly gain another obstacle. But he would rather rack his brain in the future figuring out how to appease an angry Yukino than let her abandon her own principles because of him. Yukino remained silent for a long while. The emotions in her eyes shifted continuously. And in the end they settled into a deep, unwavering love. I understand. Consider it a promise to Azuma. They exchanged smiles. Though somewhat unspoken, both understood the meaning and emotions behind each other's words. Lying down together, Yukino stared at the ceiling before slowly closing her eyes. Suddenly, she felt at complete ease. And as her emotions gradually calmed, the exhaustion she had been holding back for so long finally hit her. Oh, and, do you know how your sister has been doing lately? Azuma, unaware that Yukino was already drifting off, asked in a quiet voice. Hearing this, Yukino half asleep replied without thinking, my sister. She's been part of the search team for the past few days. Among us, she's the only one old enough and has a rescue certification. Since arriving in Hawaii, she's been going out to sea with the search teams every day. After the weather cleared, she even joined the rescue helicopters. Her voice grew softer and softer until it finally faded completely. Azuma glanced at Yukino, now fast asleep, his expression turning unreadable. When it came to Yukino Haruno, he suddenly wasn't sure what to do anymore. In the past, after being deceived by Haruno, he could completely ignore whatever she did. But now, somehow, things didn't seem so simple anymore. As he pondered over Haruno's situation, drowsiness crept in, pulling him into deep sleep. The next day, Azuma returned to greet his classmates at Shuchin Academy. Though they weren't particularly close to him, seeing that he was safe and sound, everyone was genuinely happy. After a brief exchange with Hiratsuka Shizuka, Azuma quickly distanced himself from the group. He had no intention of returning with the Shuchin crowd. Since all the girls from his house had come here, naturally, he would be leaving with them. Hiratsuka Shizuka seemed to completely understand. She also readily approved his leave request. And so, Azuma and the girls set off on their journey back to Tokyo, the land of cherry blossoms, Japan. After all, this trip had only lasted a little over a week. According to the original schedule, when the school trip ended and they returned, it would have been around this time anyway. However, the moment he stepped into the Yakama household, Azuma suddenly felt as if he had been away for a lifetime. After returning home and seeing everyone gathered together, he suggested, since everyone's already here, why don't we stay a little longer? Christmas is in 2 days. Why not celebrate it together here? Even though Kasamijoka Utaha, Soraginko, and the other girls had taken leave just to come here, they had already taken time off, so staying an extra day or two wouldn't make much of a difference. Hearing this, the girls all nodded in agreement. And just like that, the once quiet Yakama household suddenly became lively and bustling. Everyone joined in to decorate for Christmas. At afternoon, Azuma and Kato Megami went out to buy ingredients. Traditionally, Christmas called for turkey. But he decided to skip it. That dish, even with a level 8 cooking skill, he still doubted he could make it taste good. So instead, he opted to break tradition and prepare a grand feast based on the girls' preferences. Stepping outside and strolling down the winter streets, Kato Megami let out a soft breath. Watching the thin white mist gather in the air, she mused, it's already winter. A whole year has passed just like that. But Azuma didn't feel anything particularly special. Even though so much had happened this year, the future was still long. It's only been 1 year. We still have plenty of 1 years ahead. Hearing that, Kato Megami smiled and nodded. Unconsciously, she found herself reminiscing about last winter. Back then, she and Azuma had just drifted apart. Although they had known each other since middle school, they weren't particularly close at the time. She had always looked forward to meeting him again in high school, maybe even being placed in the same class. But looking back, that period of anticipation was just a small part of her winter. Most of the time, she had probably been preoccupied with thinking about Ginza's shops, delicious food, or destinations for a winter trip. And yet in just 1 short year, her mind had become filled with the boy beside her. Whenever she walked through the city and saw something, she would unconsciously wonder, would this suit him? Whenever she read travel guides, she would suddenly imagine herself exploring different places with him. The once fuzzy visions of the future had suddenly been colored with reality. Because in every plan she envisioned, his presence was always there. However, after indulging in her thoughts for a while, Kato Megami suddenly turned to look at Azuma, her gaze carrying a hint of reproach. Azuma-san, I have a somewhat curious question. Hearing that, Azuma had yet to realize the severity of the situation. He casually responded, What question? Kato Megami tilted her head slightly, a meaningful smile forming on her lips. May I ask? What exactly is the relationship between Azuma-san and Yukino-san's older sister? Yukima Azuma's entire body froze. Then, he unconsciously let out a small cough. Ahem, well. No lying. Kato Megami's voice was light and casual. But if you dare lie, even Saint Megami will get really mad. Her words sounded playful, but in Yukima Azuma's ears, they carried a not-so-subtle weight. He quietly lowered his head. It's over. How did this suddenly turn into a Shurafield? Megami, Chapter 254, Stay away from Azuma. You thieving cat. After a moment of hesitation, Yukima Azuma selected a few things about himself and Haruno to share with Kato Megami. Even though it was a trimmed-down version, the important details remained intact. After listening, Kato Megami's expression was somewhat indescribable. So, Haruno-san is such a troublesome person? The girl muttered softly. Hearing that, Yukima Azuma could only give a wry smile. After a brief sigh, Kato Megami looked back at him. What about Azuma-san? What are you thinking right now? According to Yukima Azuma, Yukino Shite Haruno was a dark past. But despite everything that had happened, at this moment, even Kato Megami could see it clearly. It was a very deep emotion. Yukima Azuma could only shake his head helplessly after hearing this. I don't know either. When it came to Yukino Shite Haruno, he himself was uncertain about his feelings now. Then just let things take their course. Kato Megami said before adding a reminder, but, Azuma-san, make sure to pay attention to Yukino-san's feelings. After speaking, Kato Megami muttered to herself, honestly, why do I even have to worry about a playboy like Azuma-san? Hearing that, Yukima Azuma could only smile helplessly. He reached out and took Kato Megami's hand. Their fingers naturally intertwined, as if it was second nature. Handholding, apostrophe, comma. Today, the Ginza shopping district was filled with a festive Christmas atmosphere. Right at the entrance stood a giant Christmas tree, decorated with countless glowing baubles and gift boxes. It seemed to be part of a promotional event. Shopping up to a certain amount would allow customers to pick a gift from the tree. Inside were daily necessities and electronic gadgets. A way to encourage spending. Yukima Azuma and Kato Megami stopped by a supermarket first to buy some seasonal ingredients. After leaving the supermarket, they continued strolling through various stores. How about this? Yukima Azuma picked up a long Santa hat and smiled as he asked. It looks kind of silly. Azuma-san should just wear it herself. Kato Megami answered seriously, but the moment she finished speaking, she couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. Then Megami should wear this instead. Yukima Azuma placed the Santa hat on his own head and casually picked up another item. It was a headband with reindeer antlers. It looked extremely cute. Kato Megami took it and adjusted her hair slightly. Then, she put the headband on. The adorable reindeer antlers on her head suited her perfectly. Megami-chan kawaii. Yukima Azuma gave a thumbs up. Just as the two were engrossed in their little cosplay session. Azuma-sensei. A voice called out. Yukima Azuma turned toward the source of the voice. It was a small girl. A familiar face. Ayano-chan, hello. Yukima Azuma greeted Sinato Ayano, who had just run up to him. Since the end of the Queen's tournament, this was the first time he had seen the young girl again. But he had occasionally heard Hinitsuru Ai mention her. After their trip, Hinitsuru Ai and the three young girls, including Sinato Ayano, had become close friends. Azuma-sensei, Merry Christmas. Clearly, Sinato Ayano was delighted to see Yukima Azuma. Merry Christmas. As they talked, Yukima Azuma gently patted the obedient little girl's head. Being patted, Sinato Ayano looked both shy and incredibly happy. Azuma-san. Kato Megami's voice came from beside him, soft yet carrying a strange feeling. At this moment, Sinato Ayano finally noticed the beautiful On-san standing beside Yukima Azuma. Ah. Hello, On-san. May I ask? Are you Azuma-sensei's girlfriend? I'm so sorry, I didn't notice just now. A huge exclamation mark seemed to appear above Sinato Ayano's head. Why didn't I realize this On-san's presence at all earlier? Kato Megami, who naturally had a faint presence, had her melancholic gaze instantly clear up the moment she heard the word girlfriend. Opportunities like this don't come often. Then. Stay away from Azuma-san right now. You thieving cat. In a light, casual tone, Kato Megami spoke sharp words. Ah. So you really are Azuma-sensei's girlfriend? Degrees On-san, don't misunderstand. Azuma-sensei and I don't have that kind of relationship. Sinato Ayano panicked as she explained. Clearly, she had taken Kato Megami's teasing seriously. Yukima Azuma looked at Kato Megami with a helpless expression. Kato Megami playfully stuck out her tongue, looking adorable as if she were just having fun. Alright, On-san doesn't mind, don't worry. Ayano-chan, are you out with your parents? Shouldn't you be heading back soon? Yukima Azuma glanced in the direction Senato Ayano had come from. A woman who bore a 70% resemblance to the little girl was nodding at him gently. Oh, that's right. Azuma-sensei, goodbye. On-san, goodbye. Senato Ayano had also noticed her mother waiting. She waved at Yukima Azuma and Kato Megumi before running toward her. The two of them watched as the small figure disappeared into the crowd. Megumi really does have some strange hobbies. This is just preparation for the future. Azuma-san already has too many girls around him. But she's just a little girl, isn't that still within the safe zone? Humphrey, not necessarily. Azuma-san doesn't seem to reject anyone, from onsans to little girls. Yukima Azuma's forehead twitched with veins popping. Well, when he want a harem, it was his fault in the first place, so he would endure for now. He would get his revenge in bed later. Vengeance will be mine. After visiting 2 more stores, the two of them carried the ingredients back to Yukima's house. You two are back so late. Were you secretly out on a date? Ariri eyed them suspiciously. Of course not. Definitely not. The two of them denied it instantly without even thinking. They didn't even blink after saying it. Which, ironically, made Bakariri start doubting her own judgment instead. Speaking of which, today is also the official release of White Album 2, isn't it? Kato Megumi smoothly changed the subject. That's right. It's Christmas, after all White Album season is here again. Ariri nodded enthusiastically. The winter comiket was being held on Christmas Day and the 2 days following. Yukima Azuma's club project White Album 2 was officially launching today. Originally, the whole group was supposed to go to comiket. But due to Yukima Azuma's unexpected situation, the girls preferred to stay home and spend Christmas with him instead. Let's try playing it later. Yukima Azuma suggested. Even though they all already knew the story inside out, experiencing it together in a proper setting was still a different kind of joy. Kato Megumi and Ariri both nodded in agreement. Carrying the ingredients, Yukima Azuma headed toward the kitchen. Kato Megumi originally intended to roll up her sleeves and help, but before she could even tie on an apron, the doorbell rang. So, she went to answer the door instead. The door opened. Merry Christmas. A cheerful voice rang out. Seeing Yukino Shitaharuno standing at the door, Kato Megumi's feelings became somewhat complicated. But she still smiled and responded, Merry Christmas. Chapter 255, The Story of the Christmas Eve Tangerine After Dinner. Soroginko and Hinatsurui left Yukima's house first. Both of them still had other matters to attend to. Garasamitha also returned to her room. After all, she was a teacher, staying any longer might make the other girls uncomfortable. The remaining group gathered around the kotitsu with Yukima Azuma. In the freezing winter, once you crawl under a kotitsu, it's hard to leave. Weren't we supposed to play a game? Yukima Azuma reminded them. I think we did say that. Let's do it later. Ariri leaned back, her eyes half closed, looking utterly lazy. Kato Megumi's gaze unconsciously landed on Haruno. Initially, she had a rather good impression of this office lady on-san. After all, from the way Haruno spoke to how she carried herself, it was hard to dislike her. However, after learning about the history between Yukino Shitaharuno and Yukima Azuma, Kato Megumi could no longer look at Haruno the same way. You seem so refined, yet you's actually that kind of person. Haruno-san? Whether Haruno had noticed Kato Megumi's gaze or not was unclear. She was peeling a tangerine from the fruit plate on the heated table. Then, she casually handed a fully peeled tangerine to Kato Megumi. Kato Megumi was slightly distracted. She took it without thinking, only realizing afterward. Thank you, Haruno-san. Hearing that, Haruno simply smiled without saying a word. Kato Megumi blinked in confusion. Then, she broke off a segment and popped it into her mouth. The next moment, her usually expressionless, adorable face twisted ever so slightly. She wrinkled her nose. Kato Megumi shot Haruno a glare. Then, in silence, she handed the tangerine to Kasumijoka Utaha. Kasumijoka Utaha took it and ate a piece as well. After finishing, she too fell silent, staring at Kato Megumi for a moment. Without a word, she passed the remaining tangerine to Ariri. Ariri, who had been lazily lying down, perked up the moment she saw a peeled tangerine being offered to her. She immediately sat up. As expected of Christmas Eve, and Kasumijoka Utaha is being kind today. Ariri joked. Normally, Kasumijoka Utaha only ever bickered with her. Offering food like this was practically unheard of. Kasumijoka Utaha still said nothing. Ariri didn't think much of it and casually shoved 2 or 3 segments into her mouth. And then you. The blonde-haired, twin-tailed girl let out a distressed groan. She struggled to hold back the tears welling up in the corners of her eyes. Ariri handed the rest of the tangerine to Yukima Azuma. I'm not eating it. Yukima Azuma refused outright. Why not? It's really sweet. Airi insisted. As she said this, her eyes were still tightly shut. It must be sour. Airi can't even keep her eyes open. It's not sour. Not even a little. Airi protested, forcing her eyes wide open. Her watery eyes sparkled, making her look adorably pitiful, like she'd just been bullied. Yakama Azuma remained unmoved. Give it up. I'm absolutely not eating that tangerine today. Hearing this, Airi seemed devastated and dramatically collapsed onto the tatami. I'm throwing a tantrum. I'm throwing a tantrum right now. She rolled around on the tatami, making the katitsu shake along with her. Lonely-kun, if this keeps up, all the warmth in the katitsu will escape. Kasumijoka Utaha commented. That's right, Azuma-san, you should give in to Sawamura-san a little. Kato Megumi added. The two former victims of the tangerine had already passed the pain on to the next person. But they couldn't stand the thought of someone escaping this punishment. Yakama Azuma sighed helplessly. With a spirit of reckless abandon, he accepted the remaining tangerine pieces. Airi had already eaten quite a bit, leaving only 3 segments. Yakama Azuma took one and placed it in his mouth. So damn sour. His voice turned hoarse. Really sour. Kato Megumi nodded in agreement. Airi fumed. How can a tangerine be this sour? Was it born just to take revenge on us? Lonely-kun, let me have a sip of your tea. Kasumijoka Utaha reached out, demanding Yakama Azuma's teacup. Yukino Shita Yukino watched their reactions with curiosity. Was it really that sour? She picked up one of the remaining 2 segments and hesitantly put it in her mouth. The next moment, she wrinkled her nose. Meanwhile, the true culprit was chuckling softly to herself. Haruno-san, here, I saved the last piece especially for you. Yakama Azuma glanced at Haruno. He wasn't about to let this wicked woman enjoy herself while the rest of them suffered. Haruno paused for a moment. Then, without hesitation, she picked up the last piece and put it in her mouth. The instant the tangerine juice burst out, it was indeed extremely sour. But Haruno ate it with ease. Compared to the bitterness she had tasted before, this sourness was nothing. Like that day, when Yakama Azuma got out of her car without looking back. And held her little sister in his arms. Like the disgust in his eyes when he told her, the only person I need is Yukino. Compared to that, this tangerine was almost sweet. Watching Haruno eat so nonchalantly, Yakama Azuma felt complicated emotions rise in his chest. He turned away. The afternoon passed quickly amidst various diversions. In the end, they never got around to playing White Album 2 as planned. Instead, they ended up playing Minecraft Online together for a while. As night fell, Yakama Azuma reluctantly left the warmth of the katsu and headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Kasumijoka Utaha was quicker than Kato Megumi. She rushed into the kitchen first, intent on helping Yakama Azuma. It was strange. With a skilled cook like Yakama Azuma handling every meal, logically, none of the girls should have needed to bother with cooking. Yet somehow, their culinary skills had improved significantly. Before long, a lavish Christmas feast was laid out. I brought some wine. Want to try a little? Haruno took 2 bottles of premium wine out of her bag. Aside from Yukino, everyone else was under 20. Yakama Azuma rolled his eyes. As for Garasimifo, ever since her legendary drunken incident, the group had silently banned her from drinking. Just a little won't hurt. Haruno said with a soft laugh. Yakama Azuma shook his head in refusal. At the same time, he glanced at Yukino and silently mouthed, "How's your sister's alcohol tolerance?" Noticing his lip movements, Yukino responded, "Never seen her drunk before." Having attended countless high-profile parties, Yukino Shita Haruno's alcohol tolerance was naturally top tier. Ordinary wine? Even a few bottles wouldn't faze her. Chapter 256, Come on, let's sleep together. After confirming the information with Yukino, Yakama Azuma watched with amusement, waiting for what would happen next. He felt that, with the personality of a wicked woman like Haruno, taking out wine at this moment definitely had some ulterior motive. Who knows, maybe she'd use the excuse of being drunk to take advantage of him. When that time came, Yakama Azuma would surely expose the true face of this scheming woman. However, after dinner Yukino Shita Haruno drank more than a bottle of wine. Her cheeks were only slightly flushed, making her look a little more seductive. Other than that, there were no signs of drunkenness or pretending to be drunk. Her gaze remained clear, completely sober. On the other hand, Yukino had been forced to drink 2 glasses of wine by her sister. At this moment, her eyes looked a bit dazed. She actually looked quite alluring. Noticing Yakama Azuma's confused gaze on her, Haruno blinked at him. As if to ask, "Were you expecting me to do something?" Yakama Azuma looked away. It felt like Haruno always threw out bait filled with hidden implications for others to speculate on, only to ultimately do nothing at all. which, in itself, was a kind of action. A dangerous woman would always be a dangerous woman. Ah, I missed the last train. Haruno checked her phone and let out a soft sigh. She had driven here. But now that she had been drinking, she obviously couldn't drive home. Yukino Azuma really wanted to say that he could call a driver for her, but before he could, Yukino's dazed voice spoke up first. Then sis, just stay over tonight. You can sleep in my room. Yukino, who was usually cold and distant, became extremely clingy when drunk. Though she seemed indifferent to relationships, in reality, she was someone who deeply cared about those around her. Due to family issues and her own personality, she never showed much affection toward Haruno, but in truth, Yukino cared a lot about her older sister. Now that she was tipsy, that fact became even more apparent. Is that really okay? Haruno sneakily glanced at Yukino Azuma, as if seeking his opinion. Meanwhile, in her heart, she secretly praised her little sister. Haruno, nice Yukino-chan. Just as Haruno had predicted. Now that Yukino had said it, there was no way Yukino Azuma could tell her to leave. However, Yukino Azuma still said, there's still a guest room available, no need to squeeze together. Yukino drowsily nodded, zzz. In reality, she hadn't even fully processed what Yukino Azuma had just said. She simply agreed because it was him speaking. Haruno had no objections either. And so, she followed Yukino Azuma upstairs to the empty guest room. He turned on the lights. Then pointed toward the wardrobe. There are fresh blankets in there. Since the room was cleaned regularly, despite being unused for a long time, it was still spotless. However, with no personal belongings inside, it felt rather cold and lifeless. Haruno looked around the room before breaking into a smile. Alright then, thanks, Azuma-kun. Once Yukino Azuma left, Haruno sat down on the edge of the bed, letting her fingers glide across the neatly laid out sheets. Yukino Azuma felt that this wicked woman definitely had some hidden agenda. But what he didn't know was, Haruno was actually quite easy to satisfy. For example, right now, just being able to stay here for the night, that alone was enough to make her content. Even though they had once gone all the way, during their time apart, whenever she thought of that boy, Haruno could only recall his fading silhouette from old memories. But now, she could sit and talk with him in this very house. She could stay the night here. Even if this room didn't bear her name. And that was enough to make her happy. Unlike those girls who, after tasting the forbidden fruit, only craved for more, Haruno only needed a few memories to fill the void in her heart. Christmas Eve. As usual, whenever someone stayed over, the girls would never sleep quietly. Some were naturally night owls, and with the special meaning of this holiday, the Yukino household would probably remain lively for quite a while. But this time, the lights went out earlier than expected. After flying back from Hawaii, even though the group had spent some time resting together in the hotel lounge, at the time, their emotions had only just settled, and besides, it was an unfamiliar place. So they hadn't actually slept well. But now, back in Yukino's home, the familiar atmosphere made people unconsciously relax their tense nerves. Ariri the baka otaku was playing a game when she suddenly dropped her controller on the floor. Yukino Azuma turned his head to look. She had already fallen asleep. Ariri, grave accent zzz. If no one else were around, Yukino Azuma would definitely let Ariri experience the consequences of sleeping wherever she pleased. He picked her up and carried her to her room, laying her down on the bed. When he returned to the living room, he saw Kazumi Yutaha holding her laptop, her head nodding up and down repeatedly. He closed the laptop and set it aside. Then, he carried Yutaha back to her room as well. As for Kato Megumi, when her eyelids started battling against each other, she simply said to Yukino Azuma, "Good night, Azuma-san." Zzz. Then she returned to her room by herself. Night fell. Yukino Azuma turned off the lights. In his mind, he was thinking about the upcoming trip to Mount Itamari. Drowsiness gradually crept in. His thoughts drifted in and out as he slowly sank into sleep. Then, in the quiet space, a faint sound of a doorknob turning was heard. In his half-asleep state, Yukino Azuma barely registered the feeling of his blanket being lifted slightly. Immediately after, a soft, slightly cool body slipped under the covers. The cool sensation brought him a bit more clarity. Noticing the blanket puff up on one side, an exclamation mark popped up in Yukino Azuma's mind. Degrees. Night raid? At that moment, the first thought that flashed through his mind was that troublesome older sister still hasn't given up. However, the soft body of the girl pressed closer to him. Sensing it more carefully, Yukino Azuma quickly confirmed it wasn't Haruno. Though it had been a while, and he no longer remembered Haruno's body measurements clearly, at the very least, compared to what he was feeling now, there was a significant difference. If it wasn't Haruno, Yukino Azuma's hand began to move of its own accord. He measured each point carefully. Megumi? Yakama Azuma called out softly in surprise. I wasn't fully awake just now and accidentally walked into the wrong room. Kato Megumi answered in a small voice. She was still groggy. After using the restroom, she somehow ended up stepping into Yakama Azuma's room by mistake. In truth, Kato Megumi didn't realize it right away. But after getting measured like this for a while, she instantly snapped awake. She hadn't spoken up earlier simply because she was too embarrassed. What a coincidence. In that case, Yakama Azuma started to say, but then suddenly stopped. He leaned in and took a light breath near Kato Megumi's neck. Sure enough, a faint, sweet fragrance entered his nose. Yakama Azuma couldn't help but glance around the room. This kind of coincidental setup clearly had to be the work of a certain pair of bored twin gods. Star and Lumen, greater than Kame? Oh well, just a bit of randomness. Yakama Azuma decided to settle the score with those matchmaking gods in the morning. He gently wrapped his arms around Kato Megumi, his hands softly patting her back, signaling her to just relax and sleep. In the darkness, Kato Megumi's face gradually turned red. Obediently, she rested her head on Yakama Azuma's arm and slowly closed her eyes. However, creak, a faint sound echoed. Yakama Azuma immediately felt the girl in his arms stiffen. Both of them turned their heads toward the door. But since the lights were off and the curtains were drawn, blocking the moonlight, the room was pitch dark, making it impossible to see who had entered. Only the quiet shuffle of slippers could be heard approaching the bed. Then, the blanket was lifted once more, and a cold gust of air slipped in. Along with that cold air was another soft body. A faint vein pulsed on Yakama Azuma's forehead. He raised his hand and pointed toward the study desk. The pressure of his shogi skill was instantly released. Somewhere on the study desk, two mischievous twin gods were checkmated and immediately behaved themselves. As for the bed this time, there was no need to measure. Yakama Azuma already knew who it was. That familiar embrace. That perfectly snug elasticity. It was definitely Eri. Kato Megumi stretched out her hand and poked Yakama Azuma's waist. What now? Even though he couldn't see her expression in the darkness, just from her actions, Yakama Azuma understood her question. Facing Kato Megumi's silent inquiry, Yakama Azuma responded with a gentle head pat. The meaning was clear, just sleep. It's fine. Kato Megumi's eyes widened in the darkness. She didn't expect him to go this far. After hesitating for a moment, she decided to give up and stop resisting. At this point, if she tried to leave Yakama Azuma's arms and get out from under the blanket, she might wake Eri up. Besides, why should she leave? If Yakama Azuma had asked her to, Kato Megumi would have done so without hesitation. But right now, he had decided to just sleep like this. Naturally, Kato Megumi wouldn't run away either. After all, by tomorrow morning, it would be Yakama Azuma who'd have to deal with the consequences. As for feeling sorry for him when it came to harem troubles, Kato Megumi had zero sympathy for Yakama Azuma. And so, Kato Megumi simply tightened her arms around Yakama Azuma and closed her eyes. Sleep, sleep. Chapter 257, The Heroine in the Light Novel. Early morning. Eri was awakened by the alarm on her phone. Her eyes hadn't opened yet, but her little head was already groggily lifting up. Reality proved that even a Bishujo cannot wake up looking perfectly graceful. Her long blonde hair cascaded down like a waterfall, with a few rebellious strands sticking out. At the corner of her pink lips, there was a little bit of drool, which stretched slightly as she lifted her head. With her eyes still shut, Eri fumbled toward the direction of the ringing sound. As a result, she only managed to grab another hand. The alarm had stopped. Eri's groggy mind temporarily stopped functioning. She continued feeling along the hand. Very quickly, Eri's small hand landed on a familiar chest. The sensation made her heart waver slightly. Eri suddenly opened her eyes wide. The boy's face appeared before her. Handsome. Wait, no. At first, she was a little mesmerized, but she quickly realized something was off. Eri felt a little confused. Why was Yakama Azuma on her bed? Could it be night raid? But when she felt her legs, Eri realized that there didn't seem to be any such feeling. At the same time, Yakama Azuma's gaze shifted away from her face. Eri finally noticed that the surroundings weren't right. This didn't seem to be her room. She tried to recall last night's events. It seemed like she had woken up in the dark and gone to the restroom. Then she returned to her room and continued sleeping. Could it be she went into the wrong room? Upon realizing this, Eri's face turned slightly red. She was just like the heroine in a light novel, accidentally stepping into a boy's room. However, she looked once more at Yakama Azuma's side profile. Eri. Ikmantie. Oh well, since it was an accident, she might as well let it be. She had already been used as Yakama Azuma's hugging pillow many times before, so she was accustomed to being cuddled. She decided to be bold and continued hugging the boy, wanting to sleep a little longer. As she lay down, she suddenly noticed a suspiciously damp spot on the boy's chest. Wiping her mouth, Airi, slightly embarrassed, reached for a tissue from the bedside table. She was about to destroy the evidence of her crime. She gently wiped it away. Then, Airi lightly lifted the blanket, intending to check if there were any other traces of her wrongdoing. As a result, she discovered something strange under the blanket. Why was it so puffy? Was Yakuma Azuma really that big? Last time was big but not this big. A doubtful thought surfaced in Airi's mind. And because the blanket had been disturbed, another girl, who had been asleep, woke up and emerged from under the covers. Kato Megumi blinked sleepily. Looking around, she finally met Airi's stunned gaze. Seeing Airi's wide-open eyes and dazed expression, Airi. Kato Megumi blinked again. She quickly recalled last night's events. You. Airi pointed at Kato Megumi, her voice stammering. There was too much information, too many things to complain about. But Kato Megumi spoke first. Last night, I went to the restroom. I think I entered the wrong room. Then why is Sawamura-san here? Don't tell me you also went into the wrong room. Airi was dumbfounded by the question. No. That was supposed to be her line. Kato Megumi believed that in this situation, whoever said the words first hadn't to take responsibility. Megumi. At this moment, Yakuma Azuma, who had instinctively reached out to turn off the alarm, finally opened his eyes. Seeing Yakuma Azuma wake up, Airi immediately wanted to say something. Last night, the three of them had slept together like this. Although nothing had actually happened, but as Kashiwagi Iri-sensei in Airi's mind, an entire jinchai about the three of them had already formed. It could be said that, as expected of an Iro jinchai artist, even her imagination was incredibly vivid and entirely 18+. But Yakuma Azuma spoke before Airi could. Airi, Megumi, why are you both in my room? Hearing that, Kato Megumi shot Yakuma Azuma a glance in the style of Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. As for Airi, she stared blankly at Azuma and Megumi once again. After a long while, she finally murmured in confusion, I went to the restroom last night and accidentally entered the wrong room. Hearing that, Yakuma Azuma nodded. Ah, so that's what happened. It's okay, I won't blame you, Airi. After saying that, he even patted the pillow beside him. You usually sleep in, Airi. Since you're already up early today, why not sleep a little longer? It's fine. Airi looked at the pillow beside Yakuma Azuma. Then she looked at Kato Megumi, who was still beside Yakuma Azuma. Something wasn't right. But Kato-san here. We can't sleep together like this, can we? Airi tried to point out the problem. Hearing this, Yakuma Azuma showed a doubtful expression. Why not? Airi was a little surprised. She didn't know whether she should explain this matter or not. No matter how she thought about it, it didn't make sense. But before she could say anything, Yakuma Azuma continued, You see Airi, you and I have already slept together. Airi blushed at this statement. He even had to bring this up. But, she still nodded. And Airi and Megumi have also slept together. Yakuma Azuma wiggled his finger slightly. Airi followed Yakuma Azuma's finger. This has already happened. Previously, Airi, along with Kasumijoka Utaha and Kato Megumi, had fallen asleep on the sofa while waiting for Yakuma Azuma. They really had slept together. Yakuma Azuma still kept those photos in his phone album. At this moment, Yakuma Azuma smiled slightly and clapped his hands. So if Airi has already slept with me, and also with Megumi, then there's no problem if we all sleep together now, right? Airi felt her mind go fuzzy. Degrees? No problem. Huh? It seemed like there really wasn't a problem? Her head felt itchy, as if her brain was growing. In the end, Airi hesitated but nodded. Yakuma Azuma immediately pulled her back onto the pillow. That's right, go back to sleep. Breathing in Yakuma Azuma's scent, Airi's mind became muddled from his body's fragrance, completely giving up on thinking. This body scent, in reality, was something that, aside from a few exceptionally rare cases, wasn't perceived through the sense of smell but rather influenced by genetics. When stimulated by the genes of the opposite sex, humans could perceive a pleasant scent from the other person's body. This scent could quickly generate goodwill and attraction. Note, really? At this moment, Airi completely abandoned all thoughts, acting purely on instinct. He really smells so good. Sleep. Seeing Airi being coaxed into a daze, Yakuma Azuma's smile grew even brighter. Indeed, Airi was really dumb and easy to persuade. Now that she had agreed to sleep together, then the next step would be... Hee boy. While his mind was wandering, Yakuma Azuma suddenly felt someone pinch his waist. Turning around, Yakuma Azuma saw Kato Megumi looking at him. Her expression seemed to say, What exactly are you thinking? Of course, Kato Megami knew what Yakama Azuma was thinking. She just hadn't expected Ariri to be so easily convinced by him. Looking at things now, it seemed that Yakama Azuma's previous declaration about his harem would definitely be easy to accomplish. After all, Ariri was a Hobaka. Just a little bit of coaxing and she. Kato Megami shook off the strange thoughts in her head. She pinched Yakama Azuma's waist again. Now that she was having these weird thoughts, it was definitely this boy's fault. The early morning passed quickly. By the time the three of them woke up, it was already close to noon. When the two girls woke up, they looked at each other. In the end, they didn't say anything. Like thieves, they peeked their heads out of Yakama Azuma's room and quickly ran back to their own. Watching the two leave, Yakama Azuma smiled in satisfaction. Then, he got up and walked to his desk. Pulling open a nearby drawer, the twin flowers had been carefully placed inside. Hey, if you two do something again, be careful or I'll throw you into Tokyo Bay. Yakama Azuma spoke seriously. Immediately, two small versions of Kaguya and Maki jumped out. So what? Isn't everything developing really well? Star protested. Star and Lumen claimed to be gods who govern love. For now, let's not debate whether they were truly responsible for this or not. At the very least, their hobby was definitely real. They loved shipping couples. Especially couples with beautiful fates. If these two were allowed on the internet, they would probably drown in romance novels, became an otaku and never escape. However, looking at the outcome, everything truly was going well. It seemed as though Yakama Azuma had benefited from it yet was still pretending to act righteous. But when it came to these two deities interfering with the actions of the girls, Yakama Azuma was not pleased at all. This unnatural influence, even if it seemed like a beautiful romance novel, Yakama Azuma didn't want it to be applied to the girls around him. They were not heroines in a novel. They should not be manipulated like this. Chapter 258, Laplace Entertainment. Star and Lumen, whether they had human emotions or not, Yakama Azuma didn't know. But one thing was certain, these two gods who loved to play around were absolutely obsessed with shipping. Yakama Azuma had already seen through that. As long as fate aligned, a beautiful romance could be born. And the moment such a possibility appeared, those two would immediately jump in to make it happen. Moreover, Yakama Azuma suspected that calling it love was far too reserved. There was likely some carnal desire mixed in as well. Pairing people up and forcing them to kiss. That was just the basic level. Even more sensitive matters, hand-holding or even matters involving multiple play, these two were prepared to give some guidance on. Of course, as the protagonist being forcefully shipped. If he let Star and Lumen continue their nonsense like this, then Yakama Azuma's future life would surely be quite pleasurable. Daga Kotawaru. Yakama Azuma wasn't some ascetic monk. Naturally, he enjoyed physical pleasures as well. However, he was the kind of person who only engaged in such acts with someone he genuinely liked. Not the kind of person who was willing to do it with just any girls or any person heaven whole. There was a clear difference between the two. I'm not Mekakaiten, but if you two keep messing around, I'll stuff you in concrete and sink you into Tokyo Bay. Carrot. Yakama Azuma gave them a kind and approachable smile. Star and Lumen might not have physical bodies. But their vessels did. If those twin flowers vessels were really dumped into Tokyo Bay, then from that moment on, Star and Lumen would be confined to the space between the ocean floor and the shore. For two gods obsessed with shipping, that would be absolute torture. Of course, they could abandon their vessels. But just moments ago, they themselves had said it, leaving their vessels was no different from wandering aimlessly. Gods reduced to vagrants, drifting from place to place, how would they cause any more mischief like that? Faced with Yakama Azuma's warning, the two chibi waifus trembled. Star clung tightly to Lumen, looking like she was about to cry. As for Lumen, while she was usually composed, the mention of being sunk into Tokyo Bay made her tiny face scrunch up. Seeing that the two stray gods had finally quieted down, Yakama Azuma felt a sense of satisfaction. Then he continued speaking, after all, I was the one who brought you two to this prosperous human society. Think about it, if it weren't for me, you'd still be stuck on that deserted island. The only thing you'd be able to interact with would be the tiny little stretch of beach. But if you want to stay here, you'll at least have to behave, understand? Besides me, do you think anyone else in this world would accept you? Most people would have already called in some onmyoji or something to seal you both away. So, be a good girls and I will give you a good life, okay? After handing out the metaphorical stick, it was time to offer a carrot. Yakama Azuma felt that he was well suited for police work. The two chibas exchanged glances. They had to admit Yakama Azuma had a point. But at the same time, they could also sense an unusual desire coming from him. Nevertheless, everything he said was indeed true. Compared to that deserted island, a place so remote that they couldn't even observe humans properly. Tokyo was like paradise. Moreover, Yakuma Azuma's fate, his path of destiny, was the most ship-worthy they had ever seen. And so, after exchanging another glance, Star and Lumen quietly nodded. They assured him that from now on, they wouldn't stir up trouble around him without permission. Seeing their agreement, Yakuma Azuma nodded in satisfaction. But then, a realization hit him. Did you two just grow a little bigger? Back on the deserted island, Star and Lumen's chibi forms were only about the size of his palm. But now, they seemed to have gotten a bit taller. At the very least, they were definitely larger than before. The spiritual energy here is much denser than over there, Star said, giving a thumbs up as she fired off a like. Kamakama, besides, the environment of this room is quite unusual. It benefits us greatly. Lumen, who was usually quiet, also spoke up. Hearing this, Yakuma Azuma fell into thought. The spiritual energy in Tokyo was denser than in Hawaii. This further reinforced the idea that the source of spiritual energy must be in that region of Itamari. As for why his room had a special environment, thinking about it carefully, this place wasn't some sacred cave or a land of fortune. If there was anything out of the ordinary, then it was probably the fact that he was keeping a fragment of the Charlotte Comet in his room. In the past, even though Yakuma Azuma had noticed that the comet fragment was unusual, he hadn't figured out a specific way to use it. But now, it seemed that this fragment was an incredibly powerful support item for divine entities. Perhaps, in the future, he could even use this fragment as a bargaining chip to hire gods to work for him. This idea flashed through Yakuma Azuma's mind. But upon further thought, he quickly set it aside. At this stage, there was really nothing that required divine intervention. Bringing Star and Lumen here had simply been because their abilities were convenient, and there might be a time when he needed them. Waving his hand to signal Star and Lumen to entertain themselves, Yakuma Azuma closed the drawer. Then, he left the room. Today, he had things to take care of outside. He called a taxi. After getting in, he gave the driver an address. As he watched the streets recede through the window, Yakuma Azuma thought to himself, next year, he should hurry and get his driver's license. His driving skills were already top tier. But unfortunately, after reincarnating, his current age still didn't meet the requirements for a license. The taxi stopped in front of a building in Akihabara. Yakuma Azuma got out of the car and walked inside. The sign in front of the building read, Laplace Entertainment. Most of Laplace's subsidiaries were based in the corporation's headquarters. However, as their business operations expanded, the Laplace building gradually became too cramped. And so, this particular company specializing in idols and future influencers was relocated to the Holy Land of Otakus, Akihabara. Establishing an entertainment company here had certain geographical advantages. The moment he stepped through the entrance, Yakuma Azuma immediately spotted several young women wearing light makeup. These girls froze for a moment upon seeing him. Since this was an entertainment company, the gender ratio was severely unbalanced. Most of the employees here were female. To be precise, nearly all of them were potential underground idols. In Japan, the number of underground idols was staggering. Their quality varied from top-tier talents to complete nobodies. Some managed to hustle for years and gradually build a reputation. But others, even after 2 or 3 years in the industry, remained self-funded idols who had to pay for everything themselves. Most of them had a background in dance, and some even had musical skills. They were the perfect raw material for training into influencers. Moreover, they were easy to persuade. After all, many underground idols had to sell tickets to their own performances, and if they couldn't sell enough, they had to pay the difference out of their own pockets. Laplace only needed to offer a modest base salary, paired with some training programs that sounded appealing, and they could easily recruit a large number of them. But anyway, that was off topic. The main point was, in this company, men were practically non-existent. Let alone a clean-cut, strikingly handsome young man like Yakuma Azuma, even though these girls were used to being surrounded by beautiful people due to their line of work. They couldn't help but steal glances at Yakuma Azuma. He was absolutely in the outstanding tier of good-looking men. Naturally, he piqued their curiosity, making them want to approach and see what was going on. But before they could make a move, a woman in a business suit and a white blouse quickly walked over. "President Yakuma, you've arrived." Her name was Tomiyako. She had long brown hair, styled with airy bangs, exuding the mature charm and aura of an onsan. She was a top-tier industry expert recruited by Laplace to manage the company. A true professional in the entertainment field. "Good morning, Miyako-san." Yakuma Azuma offered Tomiyako a slight smile. That smile seemed to carry a special kind of magic, aimed directly at the female psyche, causing Miyako to momentarily waver. She instinctively swallowed dryly. It took her a moment to regain her composure. "Good morning. Do you need some food prepared?" The moment she finished speaking, Tsumiyuko realized it was already almost noon. She had originally intended to ask if Yukima Azuma wanted breakfast, but she quickly adjusted it to food to be safe. After all, greeting someone with good morning and then immediately asking if they wanted lunch would be a bit odd. Yukima Azuma gently shook his head. Business comes first. Also, Miyako-san, you don't have to be so formal. Just treat me like a junior. His attitude towards Tomiyuko was quite friendly. Not because he had any particular interest in this mature onsen, but simply because it was extremely difficult to recruit someone like her. The entertainment industry was a swamp. Anyone who worked in it, whether more or less, was bound to be tainted. Laplace needed someone capable, but more importantly someone clean and responsible to lead the young girls in the company. After all, this subsidiary couldn't receive too much direct supervision from the parent corporation. If the management turned out to be problematic, these young, naive girls chasing their idle dreams wouldn't even know what hit them. It wouldn't take long before they were completely tainted. And by that point Laplace Entertainment would explode with scandal. This subsidiary had been established to support the company's short-form video platform in the future. Its primary role was to attract traffic. Whether it made money or not was not the main concern. In fact, even if the company operated at a slight loss, it wouldn't matter because Laplace Corporation was so financially secure that it didn't sweat such details. But when it came to reputation, Laplace absolutely could not afford any scandals. And Tomiyuko was someone the company had spent a long time searching for before finally selecting. Someone with a clean record, who had never exploited or manipulated any artist under her management. Responsible, highly competent, a truly outstanding manager. To other companies, Tomiyuko's ability to generate profit might have seemed underwhelming. Despite her skills, she had only ever been a regular employee. But to Laplace she was a priceless asset. And for a priceless asset that the company had worked so hard to acquire, Yukima Azuma's attitude was, naturally, extremely good. Chapter 259, Mem, Too Sour. Yukima Azuma's gentle demeanor took Tomiyuko by surprise. At first, she had only been a manager at a small entertainment company. Then, out of nowhere, Laplace Corporation reached out to her, offering a salary so high that she simply could not refuse. At that moment, Tomiyuko felt like she had won the lottery. Laplace Corporation had already become a household name across Japan. Even though this was just a subsidiary, the number of people vying for a position was countless. And yet, she had been personally scouted by Laplace. After joining, Tomiyuko had been in a constant state of excitement and nervousness, carefully handling every aspect of the company's operations. But collecting underground idols and running their social media platform. Even for a renowned industry manager like Tomiyuko, it was impossible to produce immediate, eye-catching results. It wasn't exactly her fault. But still, Tomiyuko couldn't help but blame herself. After all, Laplace Corporation was paying her a lot. And today she heard that the president of Laplace Corporation was coming to visit. Tomiyuko was extremely anxious. After all, Yukima Azuma was basically the boss of her boss. She had mentally prepared herself to be scolded for the company's lack of progress. But instead Yukima Azuma smiled at her. That smile was like a gentle spring breeze, making Tomiyuko feel as if her youth had been revived. Miyako, oh you wa. Ikeman's die. All of her worries instantly disappeared. Tomiyuko's mind wandered toward rules. The young man standing before her, if he were to propose some unspoken rules to her. Would she accept? Or would she accept? Or would she accept? Just thinking about it made her giddy with excitement. Seeing Tomiyuko dazed, Yukima Azuma frowned slightly, wondering what she was thinking about. Calling her name once, Tomiyuko snapped back to reality. She let out a small cough, feeling slightly embarrassed. So, may I ask, what is President Yukima planning to do next? Will you be inspecting company operations, or reviewing financial reports? As she spoke, Tomiyuko scolded herself internally. Had she been in the entertainment industry too long? How had her thought process turned out like this? The young man before her, did he even need to resort to unspoken rules? If he so much as lifted a finger, countless women would flock to him. Just his Eichmann face alone was enough to have women emptying their wallets just to be near him. Compared to the hosts in host clubs, this young man was far superior in terms of competence and ability. Unaware that Tomiyuko had just been fantasizing about unspoken rules, Yukima Azuma shook his head and said, I'm not here for any of that. I want to speak with the company's musicians and composers. Hearing this, Tomiyuko was confused. Why would the president of the parent company suddenly want to meet with the music team? Surely he wasn't about to start making music himself, right? Though she didn't quite understand, Tomiyuko still nodded. Leading the way, she brought Yukima Azuma to the company's private recording studio. The music experts in the company, whenever they lacked inspiration, they would often work there. The idol girls had originally planned to approach Yukima Azuma. But when they saw the manager leading him away, they all exchanged glances, unsure what to do. Even though they couldn't hear the conversation between the two just by observing Sumioko's respectful attitude, they could already guess that young man's identity was far from simple. That guy. Could he be the famous president? Ah. That's totally possible. I heard the president of the parent company is young and insanely handsome. Huh? Seriously? I thought the president would be someone really strict. He's too handsome. I wanna date him already. I think what you really want is his body. At first, the girls were full of admiration. But as they kept chatting, the topic slowly derailed. There's really nothing girls won't gossip about once they warm up. And when girls get into a conversation, stopping them is impossible. As the discussion veered further off track, what are you girls talking about? A curious voice rang out from behind. The girls jumped, quickly turning around. When they saw who had arrived, they immediately fell silent. Mum-san, we weren't saying anything. We just thought the president might be here. Standing before them, with her signature demon horns, Mum tilted her head. President? Which president? The famous one. Young, rich, and ridiculously handsome. After receiving confirmation, Mum's eyes lit up. Ever since Yukima Azuma tricked her into joining Laplace Corporation, she hadn't seen him visit the company even once. Sure, Laplace Entertainment treated her extremely well. But she had bet her entire career on becoming an idol. And yet the person who roped her in didn't even bother checking in. Mum was still a little pissed about that. Now, hearing that Yukima Azuma was here, she immediately set off to find him. The moment Mum left, the remaining girls let out a sigh of relief. Even though Mum was humble, with a cute, mascot-like persona, her status was undeniable. Mum was a blogger with over 1 million followers. Within Laplace Entertainment, she was practically the senpai of everyone. Getting caught gossiping about their boss by a senpai? Of course, it made them nervous. Meanwhile, Mum ran up the stairs, searching left and right. Before long she spotted a familiar figure in the recording studio. Kyoko-san. Boss Evil. Mum waved her hand at the two inside. Sumiyako shook her head. That nickname? Would the young president get angry over it? But then again, Mum was the cash cow of the entire branch office. And she was personally scouted by Yukima Azuma himself. So it should be fine. And as for Yukima Azuma, upon being called Boss Evil, he turned around, casually grabbing Mum's cheek and giving it a gentle tug. You're pretty bold, calling your boss evil. With her cheek pinched, Mum's words came out muffled. It was a joke. But I am super brave. After giving a little punishment to this 25-year-old schoolgirl, Yukima Azuma let her go and continued working. Mum stood nearby, watching for a while, and soon realized what Yukima Azuma was doing. Wait a second, was he composing music? Was he writing a song? Boss, you can make music? W degrees O degrees W. Looking at the sheet music with the lyrics completed, Mum was slightly surprised, lamenting the unfairness of the world. How could this person be handsome, wealthy, and talented all at the same time? Just how much did fate favor him? Although the song wasn't fully completed yet, and even if it was, Mum's music appreciation skills were only average, but just by looking at the lyrics, Mum felt that this was definitely going to be a great song. I really are writing a song. Yukima Azuma nodded. In fact, before his school break, Yukima Azuma had already started this project. Although composing and writing lyrics was a huge challenge for him in Yukima Azuma's memories, there were many incredible works from his past life. He had stolen them, borrowed one of them. So, Yukima Azuma began composing based on his recollection. Now, the music skills he had developed during his free time at Starry were finally coming in handy. However, his musical abilities had yet to reach a professional level. So, he invited the company's professional musicians to discuss and refine the piece. During this time, in order to complete the song, Yukima Azuma's music skills had leveled up to 3. Now, the real-world discussion was finally nearing completion. With his memory as a foundation, everything became relatively smooth sailing. Hearing Yukima Azuma confirm this, aside from lamenting the unfairness of the world, Mum also became curious. Boss, why are you writing a song? Are you planning to sell it? As soon as Mum said this, she shook her head, denying her own words. No, that can't be it. You even turned down a 1 billion yen script, so it's definitely not for sale. Yukima Azuma nodded. It's a Christmas gift for someone. Hearing this, Mum immediately turned her face cat-faced. Grrr. How sour. This Christmas gift was way too jealousy-inducing. He gave up a 1 billion yen script just to write this, even invited the company's professional musicians to help compose the song. Mum felt like she had just bitten into a lemon. Lemons on the lemon tree, lemons under the lemon tree, you and me. Thinking of Kurokawa-kun, Mim could already foresee the brilliantly surprised smile of that genius actress. So unfair. After the whole White Knight saving the princess scenario, now he's even gifting her a song? Even though they were friends, at this moment, Mim still felt so jealous that her expression slightly twisted. Meanwhile, beside her, Sumiko, upon learning that Yakama Azuma had come here just to write a Christmas gift song for someone else, her impression of Yakama Azuma changed once again. Is this what they call a perfect man? After confirming the final chorus of the song, the composition was finally complete. Looking at the sheet music, with the title Another Me in the World written on it. Note, I See Ching Ji is Chinese song same name by Amber Kuo. Yakama Azuma nodded in satisfaction. Yes, this is it. Finally, it was done. Bocce would definitely be happy. After storing the sheet music away, Yakama Azuma waved at Mim and Sumiko. I'm heading out first, won't disturb your work any longer. Mim looked at Yakama Azuma with a displeased expression. She couldn't help but grit her teeth. While other women were waiting to receive gifts from their Prince Charming, as for her? Just work hard, or else she'd get her bonus deducted. This gap was way too huge. Even if she was just a mascot, shouldn't she get some love too? But Yakama Azuma completely ignored Mim's grievous gaze and continued walking away. Indeed, he was very eager. He couldn't wait to see Bocce. Chapter 260, Sister-in-Law and the Dog. When passing by the park near his house, Yakama Azuma spotted a familiar pink-haired girl. Futari, come here. Yakama Azuma called out her name, waving toward her. Upon hearing him, Gota Futari immediately turned her head. When she saw Yakama Azuma, her blue eyes lit up. The small Shiba Inu she was walking also clearly showed its excitement. Both the girl and the dog ran toward Yakama Azuma. Azuma Oniai-chan. Futari called sweetly, hugging Yakama Azuma's leg. Meanwhile, the Shiba Inu circled around Yakama Azuma, occasionally rubbing against his leg. With one arm, he lifted Gota Futari up, and with the other, he took the leash of the dog. Yakama Azuma looked at his lively little sister-in-law and smiled. Taking Jimhan out for a walk? The Shiba Inu's name was Jimhan. After being fed some high-quality dry food by Yakama Azuma a few times, it had become fiercely loyal to him. Every time it saw Yakama Azuma, it wagged its tail like a propeller. Hum, Azuma Oniai-chan, are you planning to visit On-chan? Gota Futari looked up at Yakama Azuma with hopeful eyes. I was just about to. How has your sister been lately? Yakama Azuma nodded. Hearing his question, Gota Futari seemed to be thinking. On-chan, huh? She blinked her big eyes. She's been doing well lately, not talking to herself anymore. Every night, she hugs her phone and giggles like an idiot. She's probably texting Azuma Oniai-chan, right? But a few days ago, On-chan seemed a little down. Yesterday, she was even doing flower fortune-telling. Muttering loves me not inside the closet. On-chan looks so funny. Listening to Gota Futari's recount, Yakama Azuma found the scene strangely familiar. Bocce, crouching in the closet, holding a flower in her hand. Plucking a petal. Murmuring, loves me. Plucking another petal. Murmuring, loves me not. If the last petal landed on loves me, Bocce would probably clench her fist and punch the air in triumph. But if it landed on loves me not, she would convince herself she had miscounted. Then she would grab another flower and start over. Yakama Azuma reached into his pocket. Then he extended his hand in front of Gota Futari. His palm seemed empty, but the moment he snapped his fingers a delicately wrapped candy appeared in Yakama Azuma's hand. Gota Futari let out a delighted squeal and grabbed the candy. Gota Futari, his little sister-in-law. After being treated to ice cream, cakes, and candy by Yakama Azuma a few times, she had become his most loyal fan. She was always ready to act as a little spy, tracking her sister's movements and reporting them immediately to Yakama Azuma. Don't be fooled by Gota Futari's innocent and pure appearance. In reality, this little girl, barely 5 or 6 years old, was an unfathomable child. Completely opposite to her socially anxious older sister. This little sister, a communication terrorist, was not only maxed out in social skills but also incredibly perceptive, even better at reading people than her sister. Sometimes, Yakama Azuma felt that Gota Futari was like a miniature version of Yukino Shita Haruno. The only difference was that she was born into the Gota family. Gota Futari could grow up carefree, without any burdens to bear. No family business to take over, no need to exhaust herself over anything. Her daily routine was simple: watch her sister, tease the dog, and wait for her brother-in-law to feed her. Carrying Gota Futari in his arms, Yakama Azuma walked toward the Gota household. Just moments ago, Gota Futari had only taken Jimhin out for a short while. And given the typical stubborn nature of Shiba Inus, trying to drag it back home right now would be nothing short of an impossible mission. Everyone knows that Shiba Inus are the most headstrong dogs in the world, there's no second place. In news reports about typhoons or heavy rain, you can always spot a Shiba Inu braving the storm, leisurely walking through deserted streets, dragging behind it an owner with a look of utter despair. But this time, the one holding the leash was Yakuma Azuma. Jim Hin obediently followed him home. Partly because it was tempted by premium dried meat treats. And partly because it knew that Yakuma Azuma was not someone to mess with. After pressing the doorbell in no time, Gota Mama opened the front door. "Why are you back so early?" "Era, it's Yakuma-kun." Apostrophe. At first, she thought it was just her youngest daughter returning from the walk. But the moment she saw Yakuma Azuma, a pleasantly surprised smile appeared on her face. "Hello, Oba-san. I came to visit. Here's a small gift, I hope you'll accept it." Yakuma Azuma presented the gift he had prepared in advance. A box of premium fruits and tea. These were things the Yakuma household always kept on hand. Occasionally, they were taken out as gifts. As for the tea, Yakuma Azuma himself often drank it. "Yakuma-kun, you're too polite. Come in, come in." "Futari, you're clinging to Yakuma-kun again." Mrs. Gota accepted the gift. Every time Yakuma Azuma visited, he always brought something. At first, she felt a little uneasy about it. But by now, it had become a habit. Though she did feel it was a bit extravagant. Still, it was Yakuma Azuma's thoughtfulness, and she couldn't just refuse it. Besides, in the eyes of the Gota couple, Yakuma Azuma was already close to a perfect son-in-law. The kind of person they could entrust their daughter to at any moment with peace of mind. Gota Futari was scolded by her mother, but she didn't care in the slightest. Clinging to Yakuma Azuma would definitely be beneficial. No one understood that better than she did. Sure enough, Yakuma Azuma took a small cake from the gift box and handed it to her. Gota Futari squealed with joy and ran off with the cake. "Azuma Oniai-chan, bonsai. Daijuki." Oh, watching her disappear, both Yakuma Azuma and Mrs. Gota let out helpless chuckles. "Oh, Oba-san, what about Hitori?" "She's in her room." "Go right in. Then I'll excuse myself." "No need to be so formal. Just treat this as your home. Go on." Mrs. Gota gave him a light pat on the back and nodded encouragingly. It wasn't easy for her eldest daughter to find a boyfriend. For a girl with severe social anxiety to have a relationship, it was a miracle. As Bachi's mother, she just wanted the two of them to get married as soon as possible. Otherwise, she feared her daughter would end up dying alone in her closet in old age. Yakuma Azuma switched into indoor slippers, smoothly passed through the living room, went upstairs, and arrived at Gota Hitori's bedroom door. Standing before the door, Yakuma Azuma raised his hand and knocked lightly. What? What is it?" A doubtful voice from Gota Hitori came from inside. Normally, unless necessary, her parents wouldn't enter her room. Yakuma Azuma said nothing, he simply knocked on the door again. Gota Hitori's room was completely dark, with the curtains tightly drawn. The only sources of light came from the desk lamp and a computer screen inside her closet. Gota Hitori lay sprawled on the floor, limp as a noodle, looking utterly drained. Even after getting up, she still seemed devoid of energy. Dragging her feet, she trudged toward the door. The moment it cracked open just a little while, she had barely uttered a sound before her eyes widened. Degrees. The young man standing outside smiled at her. "Azuma-kun. Wait. That. I." Overwhelmed by excitement and nerves, Gota Hitori immediately started stammering. At the same time, she opened the door a little wider but then froze. The moment she saw Yakuma Azuma, joy surged through her so intensely that she wanted nothing more than to leap into his arms. But her room was a mess, an absolute disaster. Not to mention, she hadn't showered all day. She had been holed up in her closet for hours, and she feared she might smell musty. Compared to a year ago, Gota Hitori had improved a lot. Whenever she went out with Yakuma Azuma, she always dressed up in cute dresses. Sometimes, she even asked her mom to curl her hair for her. But deep down, all of these things were just ways to boost her confidence. Bachi was still the same shy and slightly insecure girl as before. Not jumping in? Yakuma Azuma spread his arms wide. His message couldn't be clearer. I haven't showered. Gota Hitori whispered softly. Opportunities like this only come once. Yakuma Azuma murmured. Like a devil tempting a maiden into sin. Gota Hitori swallowed hard. But still, this temptation was just too much. In the end, Gota Hitori couldn't resist. Casting aside her self-consciousness, she dove straight into Yakuma Azuma's arms. Her soft body fell snugly into his embrace. Yakuma Azuma held her tight, effortlessly lifting her off the ground as he stepped into the room. With a swift motion, he kicked the door shut behind them. Darkness enveloped the space. Yukima Azuma's gaze instinctively drifted toward the closet. Inside, a large poster was plastered against the wall. It was a picture of him. Yukima Azuma had long forgotten when he had sent this particular photo to Gota Hitori during one of their chats. It was probably just a random snapshot at the time. But with his natural charm at 8 point, no matter how casually the photo was taken, it had apparently still become a deadly trap for a love-struck girl. However, printing it out at such a massive size and sticking it in her room, Yukima Azuma turned to look at Gota Hitori. Sasugabachi. She never fails to impress. At that moment, Gota Hitori followed Yukima Azuma's gaze and spotted her own masterpiece. A deep crimson hue spread from her neck all the way up to her face. She buried her head in his chest, covering her face with both hands. I couldn't help it. It's just that. You look too handsome, and before I knew it, I had already printed it out. And since I already printed it, wouldn't it be a waste not to put it up? Listening to her feeble excuse, Yukima Azuma couldn't help but sigh. It seemed Bachi had the makings of an lustful fangirl after all. Chapter 261, Bachi is hard to please. Yukima Azuma held Gota Hitori in his arms as he sat down inside the closet. With a casual motion, he pulled the door shut. Gota Hitori was a little flustered. Normally, she loved sitting inside her closet. The cramped and dark space gave her a strange sense of security. But now, Yukima Azuma was in here with her. Her mind was in turmoil. She didn't want Yukima Azuma inside. Not because she was uncomfortable with him invading her personal space, but because Yukima Azuma simply didn't belong in a place like this. He was like the sun, radiant and dazzling. How could someone like him sit inside a tiny, cramped closet? Azuma-kun. She called out softly, intending to say something to get him to leave. Grave comma because of the close distance, her voice was light and delicate. It almost sounded like she was acting spoiled. Yukima Azuma's heart skipped a beat. Then, he immediately felt a little embarrassed. Damn it, Bachi charming me again. He raised his hand and gave her a light smack on the butt. A crisp pop echoed in the closet. Gota Hitori looked up at him, her eyes filled with confusion. She had no idea why she had just been hit. Yukima Azuma chuckled and reached out to gently caress her cheek. If Bachi ever seriously tried to flirt with him, she would definitely freeze up completely, her awkward movements anything but seductive. But the way she acted unconsciously, that was what truly made people's hearts race. Inside the cramped closet with both Yukima Azuma and Gota Hitori squeezed inside, there was barely any space left to move. Yukima Azuma found the whole situation rather novel. A fresh experience. Judging by his expression, Gota Hitori knew that convincing him to leave wasn't going to be easy. At least, not before he had his fun. In this confined space, Yukima Azuma took the opportunity to try out a few cape-down moves. Time passed quickly. 2 hours later, the closet door finally opened. Gota Hitori slumped to the floor, completely limp and powerless. Yukima Azuma bent down, scooped her up, and gently placed her on the bed. Then, he turned back to the closet and rummaged through his belongings. He pulled out a sheet of music. I heard you've been playing the flower fortune-telling game lately. So, what did you get, Bachi? Yukima Azuma asked with a smile. Upon hearing that, Gota Hitori, who had just started to calm down, immediately blushed. She had no idea how he found out about that. She had clearly disposed of the flower petals in secret. Yukima Azuma bringing it up made her feel a little guilty. A while ago, Yukima Azuma had suddenly started ignoring her. It had made her deeply anxious. But now, he had appeared before her again, just like that. All her worries instantly vanished. At the same time, she felt a twinge of guilt. He obviously liked her so much, how could she have doubted his feelings for her? Seeing Gota Hitori lower her head in silence, Yukima Azuma cleared his throat, bringing her attention back to him. He hadn't intended to make her reflect on herself. He had only used it as an excuse to subtly change the topic. As for what had happened with him in the tsunami, he had no intention of telling Gota Hitori about it. Even though she had nothing to do with it, knowing her personality, if she found out that he had been in danger and she hadn't even realized it, she would blame herself to the point of breaking down. Yukima Azuma looked at Gota Hitori and smiled as he asked, Bachi, are you fortune-telling to see if you'll receive a Christmas gift? Gota Hitori turned to him, her eyes wavering slightly. So, Bachi, did you get a Christmas gift? Hearing that, she blinked. Should she just go along with his words and continue? Or should she be honest and confess a little? Yukima Azuma didn't give her much time to think. No one gave you a Christmas gift? Hearing that, Gota Hitori shook her head. Actually, everyone in Kesoku Band had invited her out. But at that time, she was emo because Yukima Azuma was ignoring her. So she didn't go. And besides her bandmates, the only people around her were her parents, younger sister and her dog. Gota Hattori was already a JK now. Out of respect for their daughter's self-esteem, her parents no longer secretly placed gifts in her room at midnight. Instead, they simply gave her a little extra allowance on Christmas Day. As for her younger sister, better not talk about that. Seeing her shake her head, Yukima Azuma was satisfied. He placed the music sheet into Gota Hattori's hands. Then, lifting her chin, he pressed a kiss onto her lips. "Merry Christmas, this is your gift." Gota Hattori was kissed into a daze. Cubed exclamation mark after hearing his words, it took her a moment to react. Her first response wasn't to check the gift in her hands, but to blame herself. She hadn't prepared a gift for Yukima Azuma. "I'm sorry, Azuma-kun, I forgot to prepare a Christmas gift. Do you want anything? Oh, or you can punish me. I'll do anything." Hearing Gota Hattori's words, Yukima Azuma initially intended to comfort her and say it was fine. But just as the words reached his mouth, he swallowed them down. Some outfits flashed through his mind: bunny girl, cat ears, and even a maid outfit. With Gota Hattori's personality, she would clearly feel extremely uncomfortable wearing those. However, if faced with guilt and embarrassment, maybe it was worth a try. Yukima Azuma smiled and nodded. "All right, then Bocce's Christmas gift to me will be postponed for a bit, but I'll come to claim it later." Seeing his smile, Gota Hattori instinctively pressed her legs together. As her feelings of guilt faded, she slowly opened the music sheet. The notes danced steadily before her eyes. Reading the lyrics written by Yukima Azuma's hand, Gota Hattori felt as if something had touched her heart. Another me in the world. This wasn't a musical piece that could go down in history. It was just a simple pop song. But the reason Yukima Azuma chose this song was simple. Because it truly suited them. "I can feel you, just like you can feel me. The other person in this world is me." Gota Hattori couldn't help but hum along to the lyrics. She looked up, her gaze meeting Yukima Azuma's, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. So it wasn't just her who felt this way. Even though Yukima Azuma's personality seemed vastly different from hers, Gota Hattori could still sense it sometimes. The two of them seemed alike. Like two sides of a mirror, like two leaves on the same tree. Perhaps, because they had both been lonely. And then, they were no longer alone. Seeing Gota Hattori on the verge of tears, Yukima Azuma smiled and gently cupped her face. "Well? Do you like it?" Gota Hattori nodded vigorously. "I love it. I love it so much. I really love it." Even as she said it, she felt it still wasn't enough to express all her emotions. So, she hugged the sheet music tightly to her chest. Out of everything in this world, there was no gift more wonderful than this. Seeing her like that, Yukima Azuma's lips curved slightly. This was the scene he wanted to see. Before Christmas arrived, Yukima Azuma had felt troubled. On Christmas Day, he would have to be at home, meaning he definitely couldn't be with Gota Hattori. He wanted to make it up to her, but what kind of gift should he give? Bocce seemed easy to please. As if any gift would do. But in reality, giving Bocce a gift was far more difficult than giving one to other girls. It wasn't just a little difficult, it was extremely challenging. If he gave her something extravagant or expensive jewelry, Bocce would undoubtedly feel anxious, worried about the money spent on the gift. She might even secretly save up and try to return the money to him. And if he wrote a book just for Gota Hattori? If he really wrote something like Lonely, The Rock? Or anything along those lines? Gota Hattori would surely feel burdened by the overwhelming emotions behind it. After all, he had once said that Bocce was more suited to being a lover than a girlfriend. A personality like hers was truly troublesome. After thinking for a while, Yukima Azuma came up with the idea of gifting her a song. A song that could connect their souls. Bocce would definitely love it. Even if it caused her a bit of emotional pressure, the feeling of being touched would outweigh it. "You haven't heard this song before. Try playing it a little?" Yukima Azuma said with a smile. Hearing that, Gota Hattori immediately jumped off the bed and ran to the closet to grab her guitar. That guitar was a gift from Yukima Azuma. Hugging the guitar, Gota Hattori looked at the sheet music and plucked the strings. Even though it was her first time playing this song, it felt incredibly natural. This song was written by Yukima Azuma specifically for Gota Hattori. While composing it, he had deliberately prioritized the guitar and even incorporated some of Bocce's playing habits. That's why, as she looked at the sheet music now, nothing felt unfamiliar at all. The melody began to flow. Chapter 262, Bocce's second dowry. Strumming the guitar, Gota Hattori immersed herself in the song that belonged only to the two of them. When the chorus came, Gota Hattori couldn't help herself. She gently began to sing. Yukima Azuma sat beside her, listening. He savored every moment of his time. The lead vocalist of the Kasoka band was Kita Ikuyo. Gota Hattori, the lead guitarist, had never tried singing before. But now, upon hearing Gota Hitori's voice, Yukina Azuma realized the reason she wasn't the main vocalist wasn't because she couldn't carry a tune. It was simply due to social anxiety. Gota Hitori's voice was soft, melodious, and full of life. Perhaps at first it wouldn't leave a strong impression. But the more you listened, the more beautiful it became. As one final strum rang out, the song came to an end. Yukina Azuma clapped loudly. Sasugabachi-chan. Sugoi. Cookie. 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 Gota Hitori snapped out of it, shyly clearing her throat. It wasn't too bad, was it? Gota Hitori asked softly. Since she had never sung before, she wasn't very confident in her voice. Online, people sometimes said that otaku voices sounded like dying rats. Naive Gota Hitori kind of believed that, which made her even more afraid to open her mouth. It was so good I want to use it as my ringtone, Yukina Azuma said sincerely. Hearing that, Gota Hitori scratched her head and smiled foolishly. Grave accent, she was the kind of person who couldn't handle compliments. Just a little praise would make her giddy and grinning like a fool. Oh right, how's your Kasoku band doing lately? Yukina Azuma asked about Bocchi's band. After all, it was just a group of Joshi Kausai who had gathered together. But Kasoku band was very different from those typical high school bands formed on a whim. Lead guitarist Gota Hitori was a famous guitar blogger online, with top-tier playing skills. Bassist Yamato Ryo used to be in a professional band. Drummer Ijichi Nijuka's family owned a live house, and her older sister was also in a band. From the moment they formed, Kasoku band was never just playing around. But how far they could go is still unknown. Lately, we've performed 2 shows at Starry, and quite a few people came to watch. Gota Hitori said with a happy expression. To have fans of her own to Gota Hitori, that kind of happiness was second only to being with Yukina Azuma. Nijuka-chan said that maybe next year, we'll even get an offer to perform. Then we might be able to perform on a bigger stage. Maybe one day I'll even be invited for an interview, appear on a TV show. Yukina Azuma chimed in, and then you'll say on the show something like, actually, back in high school, I didn't have many friends. Hearing that, Gota Hitori nodded rapidly. That was exactly what she imagined. She stepped onto the path of becoming a guitarist all because, one day, she was watching a program on TV. She saw the guitarist of a famous band being interviewed. He said that back in high school, he was very isolated, didn't have any friends. After he started playing guitar, he slowly began to connect with fans, and then began to shine brightly. If hosting a concert was Gota Hitori's short-term dream, then getting on a TV show and reminiscing about her lonely high school years was her lifelong wish. Yukina Azuma let out a small chuckle. Bocchi's dreams were always that adorable. Well, actually, they seemed very much worth achieving. Thinking that, Yukina Azuma curiously asked, so now you're totally fine performing on stage, Bocchi? Hearing that, Gota Hitori's expression clearly froze. Well, these days I can open my eyes, but I still don't dare look down at the audience too much, she said softly. Like a guilty criminal. Yukina Azuma reached out and gently patted her long pink hair. Good job, really well done. For others, opening your eyes while performing on stage was the bare minimum. But for Gota Hitori, being able to open her eyes was already a huge step forward. Back then, Bocchi had to wear a cardboard box on her head when going on stage. Even before the school festival, she would always keep her head down, immersed in her own little world. Bit by bit, she dared to raise her head, peek with one eye, and now she could open both eyes. Just as he was gently stroking Bocchi's soft, silky hair, Yukina Azuma already had a rough plan in mind. If this girl could just be a little braver, she could go a little further. Next year, Laplace Corporation would be partnering with several major stages for promotions. With just a few steps in the right direction, it might even be possible to push Kasoku band into becoming a hot idol band. But with Bocchi, of course, rushing things wouldn't work. Right now, Kasoku band was still within the realm of an underground band slowly building popularity. Ijichi Nijuka had speculated that they might get invited to perform at some small venues next year. But that still depended on luck. As for Yukina Azuma, he planned to guide Bocchi little by little, starting with small stages as well. To allow Kasoku band and Bocchi to go through the full, proper process of growing as a band. Next year, pick a few small stages, maybe even buy some audience members. When the time came, they could send out a performance invitation to Kasoku band. That was what Yukina Azuma had in mind. Actually, Azuma-kun doesn't need to worry about me. Gota Hitori suddenly said in a small voice, cutting off Yukina Azuma's train of thought. Hearing that, Yukina Azuma paused slightly. He was a little surprised. How did Bocchi know what he was thinking? Seeing the puzzled look on Yukina Azuma's face, Gota Hitori said, Azuma-kun asked about Kesoka Band, then asked about how I was doing too. Bachi's ex suddenly went up. I'm shocked. Yakama Azuma was even more surprised. Degrees if it had been some other girl, like Kato Megumi or Yukino, this would have come as no surprise to him. But Bachi, a girl whose ek, if just a little higher, might not have ended up as a complete social shut-in, being read like that by her was unexpected. Feeling like she had just been insulted by Yakama Azuma's reaction, Gota Hitori pouted. Even if I'm dumb, I can at least understand a little of what Azuma-kun is thinking. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis, Bachi shouted as if giving up everything. Yes, her ek was low. So what? Other people's thoughts were really hard to understand. But even so, when it came to Yakama Azuma alone, even her own parents and little sister, the people closest to her, were honestly incomprehensible. And yet, with Yakama Azuma alone, there was a strange sense of soul-level connection. At that moment, the door was knocked. On-chan, Azuma Oniai-chan, dinner time. Futari's voice rang out from outside the door. After calling once, the little girl ran off with quick little steps. Mommy and Daddy had already said when On-chan and Azuma Oniai-chan were in the room, don't bother them. She didn't really understand why. But Gota Futari still decided to obey. After all, Azuma Oniai-chan could do magic tricks, and he bought her cake too. Her On-chan was already weird enough as it was. If Azuma Oniai-chan ended up disliking On-chan because of being disturbed, then wouldn't On-chan die all alone like a lonely old woman? That's what Gota Futari had thought. Completely unaware that her own little sister saw her as unreliable. Gota Hitori stood up. She carefully tucked the sheet music into a drawer in her cabinet. Inside that drawer, Yakama Azuma spotted a piggy bank. That piggy bank. It looked a lot like the one he had received before, the one used to hold Bachi's dowry or marriage fund. Noticing Yakama Azuma's glance, Gota Hitori's cute face turned bright red. This is the money we earn from performing. I'm saving it, just in case I need it someday. Ever since the band started turning a profit, Gota Hitori had bought this piggy bank. She tried her best not to buy more guitar accessories. Bit by bit, she saved it up. In truth, it wasn't so different from that so-called dowry from before. Only this time, the piggy bank wasn't being filled by Mama Gota. This time, it was Gota Hitori herself, saving every coin by her own hand. The introverted girl thought of the future. Maybe someday, when she was of age, she could buy a small apartment. Then she could live there and welcome Yakama Azuma anytime he visited. Or maybe she'd just give all the money to Yakama Azuma. Gota Hitori never asked Yakama Azuma to take any responsibility, yet she herself was a person with a deep sense of responsibility. Yakama Azuma didn't say anything else. He simply reached out and gently held Gota Hitori's small hand. The two of them left the room, walked down the stairs, and went together to the dining table. Chapter 263, Before Spring Break. After Christmas, New Year's Day arrived in a flash. It was the start of a new year. Yakama Azuma went to a shrine festival in the Shibuya area with the girls in the household. When it came to New Year shrine visits in Japan, Yakama Azuma only had two impressions: yukata and fireworks. As massive bursts of fireworks exploded across the sky, Yakama Azuma finally understood why so many works from the land of the rising sun featured scenes of confessions and misunderstandings under a sky full of fireworks. Because fireworks are really loud. You have to shout at the top of your lungs just to be barely heard. And confessing at that moment, it was totally normal to get misheard as saying moon. After New Year's, spring break was just around the corner. Following the final exams, Yakama Azuma received a phone call from Sayuri. Does Laplace have shares in that operating system under Microsoft? Sayuri got straight to the point as soon as the call connected. Quite a lot. Yakama Azuma himself wasn't exactly sure how much anymore. The investment had been poured in back when the operating system was still in development. At that time, most of Laplace Corporation's liquid cash had been handed over to Microsoft. Later on, those shares had been diluted through multiple rounds. But still an investment from the early development phase. Founding shares and stocks bought on the market were two entirely different things. Even without knowing the exact numbers, Yakama Azuma could still calmly say, quite a lot. On the other end of the line, Sayuri sucked in a sharp breath. Hiss. So what are you planning next? After Microsoft's cross-platform Windows operating system launched, it crushed the government-issued OS release the same day in terms of functionality, usability, and convenience. All kinds of vultures who had once ridiculed Microsoft were now staring wide-eyed. Everyone now knew buying Microsoft stock meant making a profit. The only issue was that getting even a single share was about as hard as reaching the moon. Regardless of how much quite a lot actually meant in Yakama Azuma's mouth, it was undoubtedly a sum of money growing to an absurd degree. At least for the current scale of Laplace Corporation, there was simply no need for that much capital. If you had that much money and still stuck to making little furniture items, that'd be a waste so tragic it hurts. That kind of money, hell, even if you poured it all into dead-end industries like cars or cell phones, might be enough to carve out your own empire. I'm starting a video platform. Those shares will only cover part of the cost, and I'm not even sure the cash will be enough to burn through. Yukima Azuma said. What kind of video platform could possibly burn that much? Sayuri instinctively wanted to question what kind of video platform could possibly need that level of funding. But halfway through the sentence, she stopped herself. Reality had proven that Yukima Azuma's foresight was far sharper than hers. At the very least, she had seen the Microsoft OS investment too. But at the time, she hadn't considered buying in at all. I mean, who would have thought an operating system developed by a private company could destroy a government-backed product? If you couldn't see as far ahead as someone else, then questioning them now would just be slapping yourself in the face. Unable to understand it was one thing, Sayuri decided to drop it altogether. There are some old men who want to meet you. Do you have time? Sayuri finally revealed the real purpose of the call. And just the fact that she was calling personally, saying old men wanted to meet you, could already guess what kind of people they were. Yukima Azuma opened his mouth, originally intending to decline and end the matter. After all, the next steps for Laplace Corporation didn't need to be reported to anyone. Once Laplace's video platform launched, its direct competitors would be the big boys YouTube, Twitter. If it really succeeded, Laplace Corporation would become the fifth largest conglomerate in the land of the rising sun at that point. Even those old men would have to watch his mood before making a move. Getting tangled up with him now? What a waste of breath. But just as the words of refusal were about to slip from his mouth, Yukima Azuma suddenly remembered something. The sentence that was about to be spoken turned around mid-air and shifted into, I'm free, but it'll have to wait until next week. Also, I need to bring someone with me. On the other end of the line, Sayuri glanced at her phone in confusion. Bring someone? Who was he planning to bring? Sayuri pondered for a moment, but no one seemed to fit. The Yukinoshita family? That girl was already being kept hidden like a treasure. No way Yukima Azuma would let her show up in public. The Hinatsuru family? Still way too young, bringing her out now would serve no purpose. The Suawa family? Possibly, but they were probably swamped right now. One by one, Sayuri went through all the people close to Yukima Azuma. But she still couldn't think of anyone who matched the situation. Got it. Let me know when the time comes then. Sayuri agreed, not pressing further. After all, once they met, everything would become clear. After hanging up, Yukima Azuma casually flipped the phone in his hand. Spring break was just around the corner. Winter had long since passed. And once spring arrived, the general election of Japan's national diet would officially begin. If one wanted to start making moves now, there wasn't much time left. Scrolling through his contact list, Yukima Azuma found Hayasaka Nao's number and dialed straight away. The phone barely rang once before it was picked up. Nao, have you landed yet? Didn't even send someone to pick me up, and now you're calling like you care. What's with the fake courtesy? On the other end, Hayasaka Nao's voice was clearly teasing. She had, in essence, already boarded Yukima Azuma's ship. Getting off that ship was no longer an option. So Hayasaka Nao didn't bother playing any of that superior subordinate role playing with Yukima Azuma. On the contrary, their relationship had become surprisingly close. You really want me to pick you up, Nao? I'll come personally right now. Yukima Azuma chuckled lightly. Hearing that, Hayasaka Nao immediately rolled her eyes. Forget it. My bad. Officially, she was still a key figure within the Shinomiya household. She hadn't openly broken ties with them yet. The Shinomiya family had just sent a car to pick her up earlier. If Yukima Azuma were to show up in person now, then her time in Japan would definitely be filled with endless trouble. Speaking of which, are you heading to the Shinomiya main residence this time? Or straight to Shuchin? Yukima Azuma asked curiously. Logically speaking, Hayasaka Nao shouldn't be returning to Japan at this time. But the reason for her return this time wasn't because Yukima Azuma summoned her. It was because Hayasaka Nao had to return for the parent-teacher conference at Shuchin Academy. Final exams had ended. Before spring break, Shuchin would be holding a parent-teacher meeting. Homeroom teachers and subject instructors would meet with each student and their guardian individually for discussion. The main topics would be academic performance and future plans. As a prestigious Noble Academy, the future of Shuchin students was expected to be clearly charted from the very first year of high school, based on their individual strengths. If the grades were excellent, they would consider moving on to the internal university system or other top-tier universities. If they had special talents, the focus would shift toward developing that path, whether it be as an athlete, musician, artist, etc. In the following semesters, Shuchin would tailor its advanced curriculum according to that chosen track. All in all, the meeting was a big deal. Hayasaka Nao's return wasn't just for the meeting as Hayasaka Ai's mother, she also carried an important mission entrusted to her by the Shinomiya family to attend the parent-teacher conference as a representative for Shinomiya Kaguya. Kaguya's father attending such a meeting himself was practically out of the question. As for Hayasaka Nao, in her roles as Kaguya's former nanny and a senior officer of the Shinomiya family, she was the perfect stand-in. Only thing was, since she had now defected to Yakama Azuma's camp, there was still a slight trace of awkwardness lingering in her heart. Chapter 264, Has Ice Kaguya Turned into Love Brain Dead Kaguya? Shuchin Private Academy. Student Council Room. Is it really not going to look weird like this? Shinomiya Kaguya showed a typically girlish worried expression, staring intently at herself in the mirror. Standing beside her, Hayasaka Ai felt a slight headache coming on. Since early morning, Haruju-sama had suddenly said she wanted to change her image a little. Because makeup was banned at Shuchin, after careful consideration, Hayasaka Ai decided that changing her hairstyle would be the simplest option. So she lent a hand, gathering up the long black hair that had been flowing down Haruju-sama's back. Based on Shinomiya Kaguya's usual image, Hayasaka Ai first tied her hair into a ponytail, then folded the end of the ponytail back once, securing it with a dark red ribbon. That way, the excess hair wouldn't fall down anymore. From the front, it looked neat and elegant. The ribbon at the back of her head became a cute focal point, adding a touch of moe. The image of the Ice Princess Shinomiya Kaguya was suddenly transformed into a graceful young lady with a hint of cuteness, very eye-catching. Even though the transformation was flawless, Shinomiya Kaguya was still repeatedly checking herself in the mirror. It was unclear whether it was because she feared someone, whose name started with YA, wouldn't like her new look. Hayasaka Ai had never imagined a scene like this before, Haruju-sama checking herself in the mirror back and forth like this. Ever since returning from the deserted island, Shinomiya Kaguya seemed like she had turned into a completely different person. Although most of the time she was still clear-headed, every now and then, she would act foolishly. Especially whenever anything related to Yakama Azuma came up. It was like her IQ would suddenly drop to zero in an instant. If Hayasaka Ai hadn't checked and confirmed that Haruju-sama was still 100% the original Shinomiya Kaguya, she would have thought that on that deserted island, Yakama Azuma had trained Haruju-sama into. Thinking about such blasphemous things, Hayasaka Ai shook her head, brushing the words like SM, pet, hard play out of her mind. Negation. How could she think of Haruju-sama like that? Haruju-sama probably just had water in the brain. After looking at herself in the mirror over and over again, Shinomiya Kaguya finally set it down. She waited eagerly for Yakama Azuma to walk into the student council room. Then see her new image and say something. Would he like it? Would he even notice? It's almost time for the parent-teacher meeting. Hayasaka Ai spoke up to remind her. Which made Shinomiya Kaguya realize that now wasn't the time for idle fantasies. The Shinomiya family would be sending someone to attend the parent-teacher meeting. If Shinomiya Kaguya performed poorly during it, it would definitely be reported back. At that point, the little freedom she still had might very well be taken away. Upon hearing that, the bright look of anticipation on Shinomiya Kaguya's face dimmed a little. Although in name, she was the Uji-sama of the Shinomiya family, the heir of the main lineage, in reality, within the Shinomiya household, she had to tread extremely carefully. Just one small misstep, and she would be punished severely without hesitation. Being the Uji-sama didn't mean she had freedom. Shinomiya Kaguya unconsciously recalled the days she spent on the deserted island. Since birth, those might have been the only days when she truly felt free. She shook her head, dispelling those thoughts. She wasn't the type to drown in memories or run away from problems. No matter how dark the road ahead might be, she had to keep walking forward. Is Hayasaka's mother, Nao-san, coming? Shinomiya Kaguya asked casually. But there was a hint of jealousy in her voice. Her own mother had already passed away. And her father. Don't even mention the idea of Shinomiya Gana never attending a parent-teacher meeting because of her. Even if he did show up, Shinomiya Kaguya would hardly feel even a shred of affection from Shinomiya Ganon. That so-called head of the Shinomiya family, her father in name, the number of times they had met could be counted on one hand. Let alone any affection between father and daughter. If he suddenly showed up now, Shinomiya Kaguya would instead suspect he had ulterior motives. As soon as she heard that, Hayasaka immediately showed a hint of irritation. She's not coming. She's probably still busy over on Wall Street. She probably forgot she even has a daughter. As a thousand-faced maid, Hayasaka I almost never revealed her emotions openly. Even if she did, it was usually just an act. But this time, it was real. Her words had a bit of its dear flavor. The anticipation of Hayasaka Nao coming was practically about to spill out of her. Nao, someone's talking bad about you, it seems. Just then, The student council room door was pushed open. Yakama Azuma's voice echoed from outside. The moment Hayasaka I heard the name Nao, she immediately turned her head. Sure enough, standing behind Yakama Azuma was a graceful on-sand silhouette. Today, Hayasaka Nao wore a long white dress, with a round-brimmed sun hat on her head. She looked exactly like a stylish older sister on vacation. Mom. The moment Hayasaka I saw Hayasaka Nao, she couldn't take her eyes off her. She ran over as if she were about to leap into Hayasaka Nao's arms. Hayasaka Nao extended a hand and gently tapped her finger on Hayasaka I's forehead. How could I forget my adorable daughter? Poked in the forehead, Hayasaka I gave a happy smile. After comforting her daughter, Hayasaka Nao removed her hat and bowed politely to Shinomiya Kaguya. Kaguya-sama, wishing you good health. I've been appointed by the Shinomiya family to attend the parent-teacher meeting this time. Shinomiya Kaguya gave a light nod. But her attention wasn't really on Hayasaka Nao. It was mostly fixed on Yakama Azuma. Although Hayasaka Nao showing up was a bit unexpected, it wasn't entirely unbelievable. Besides, if it had been another official from the Shinomiya family, Kaguya's reaction likely wouldn't have been much different. Good afternoon, Azuma-kun. Closing parenthesis Shinomiya Kaguya greeted Yakama Azuma. Her small head tilted slightly, as if she had moved unconsciously. The dark red ribbon tied in her bun swayed lightly, looking like a fluttering butterfly. Good afternoon, President Kaguya. You changed your hairstyle today, huh? Yakama Azuma, of course, noticed the change in Shinomiya Kaguya's hairstyle the moment he arrived. This current hairstyle was actually the one he remembered Kaguya usually having in his memories. But still, changing back to this style, did that mean Eyes Kaguya had turned into love-brain-dead Kaguya? Yakama Azuma found it rather interesting. After coming back from the sea, it feels like I'm starting life over again. So I wanted to change my image a little. How is it? Shinomiya Kaguya asked with a hint of shyness. She looked intently at Yakama Azuma, waiting for the boy's answer. It really suits you. Elegant and lively, and you seem even more feminine than before. Very cute. Yakama Azuma didn't hesitate to compliment her. The corners of Shinomiya Kaguya's mouth clearly lifted. Her slender, pale hand quickly pressed to her cheek. After forcing herself to calm down, Shinomiya Kaguya gave a soft smile and nodded. Thank you for the compliment. It's just a small experiment. Standing nearby, Hayasaka Nao raised an eyebrow as she watched this scene. At that moment, Hayasaka I finally wrapped her arms around her mother after some hesitation. Hayasaka Nao gently patted her daughter's head. Then she bent down, leaned close to Hayasaka I's ear, and whispered softly, "What's the story with those two?" Because she knew very well that the Shinomiya Kaguya she once knew was never that kind of person. Even though she was an official of the Shinomiya family, Hayasaka Nao had been stationed overseas. So of course, she didn't know what had happened recently. When asked by her mother, Hayasaka I leaned in and whispered the whole backstory. After all, the missing drama was filled in. A sparkle lit up in Hayasaka Nao's eyes. Amoashiro. Chapter 265, Kaguya's brain is all about romance, praised by Yakama Azuma. Shinomiya Kaguya felt an unparalleled joy. Even happier than the first time she won the archery championship. If she wasn't actively using the forcing herself to stay calm mode, she'd probably be grinning like an idiot right now. Lightly brushing her cheek, Shinomiya Kaguya changed the subject. Azuma-kun, did you come here with Nao-san? Yakama Azuma shook his head. He had met Hayasaka Nao on the campus of Shuchin Academy. Initially, Hayasaka Nao was planning to wait at the teacher-parent meeting area. Yakama Azuma knew that Shinomiya Kaguya and Hayasaka I were likely in the student council room. So he simply brought her there. But before Yakama Azuma could open his mouth, Hayasaka Nao spoke up first. Nope, I ran into Yakama at the school gate. At that time, it looked like he had just gotten out of a girl's car. It was a super nice car, damn, seriously, hot car, hot girl vibes. Yakama Azuma choked a little and turned to look at Hayasaka Nao. Hayasaka Nao responded with a smile that clearly added fuel to the fire. And Shinomiya Kaguya's eyes widened. Got out of a girl's car? She knew full well that Yakama Azuma didn't hire female drivers. Moreover, Yakama Azuma didn't even own any supercars. What the hell? Feeling Shinomiya Kaguya's suspicious gaze on him, Yakama Azuma said nothing. The person who drove him was Haruno. And honestly, if he had to explain it clearly, things would get really messy. His girlfriend's older sister? An ex-girlfriend? Or an one-night stand? No matter how you put it, it sounded terribly awkward. Besides, Yakama Azuma didn't want to lie or deceive Shinomiya Kaguya over something like this. He had already decided to let Shinomiya Kaguya into the harem. Lying at a time like this would just be plain stupid. Seeing that Yakama Azuma had no intention of explaining, Shinomiya Kaguya was utterly shocked. Degrees. Could it be that Azuma had been seduced by some evil woman? After all, he was still just a high school student. It's perfectly normal to not be able to resist temptation. Thinking that, Shinomiya Kaguya's wine-red eyes quivered slightly. Hayasaka Nao looked at the scene and chuckled softly. Seriously? This is too good. This kind of drama, if you made her pay for a ticket to watch it, she'd gladly shell out the cash. Nao. Mom, you're seriously evil. Even Hayasaka I couldn't help but throw in Tsukumi. Deciding to temporarily set aside Shinomiya Kaguya, Yakama Azuma turned his attention to Hayasaka Nao. Looking at the smug smile on Hayasaka Nao's face, Yakama Azuma smiled a little too. Alright then, Nao Nei, I hope you're still smiling just as happily tonight. Hayasaka Nao suddenly felt a chill down her spine. The smile on her lips instinctively shrank quite a bit. Kaguya, I think your ribbon is a little off. Yakama Azuma suddenly said. Shinomiya Kaguya, whose pupils were still trembling, froze when she heard that. Eh? Really? She picked up a mirror, about to check. At that moment, Yakama Azuma stepped forward, raising his hand faster than she could react. Shinomiya Kaguya only felt a soft breeze pass by. He was already standing right in front of her. And reaching out his hand, as if about to pull her into his arms. Shinomiya Kaguya's cheeks turned red immediately. Her lips parted slightly, and her eyes didn't know where to look. Yakama Azuma reached out to touch the perfectly placed ribbon on Shinomiya Kaguya's head, gently adjusting it just a little. The ribbon didn't move at all, he only made it feel like it had been touched. Then he pulled his hand back. Done. You really are super cute. Only then did Shinomiya Kaguya realize Yakama Azuma was just adjusting her ribbon. But just as she sighed in relief, she heard Yakama Azuma call her cute again. Her heart instantly started racing uncontrollably. Oh, looking at Shinomiya Kaguya blushing, her heart thumping wildly, there was no time left in her head for pointless thoughts. Yakama Azuma quietly nodded to himself. As expected, this is no longer the ice Kaguya. The Kaguya now, her head is completely filled with love, and she's incredibly easy to coax. Hayasaka Nao and Hayasaka I exchanged glances. This mother-daughter pair both subtly wrinkled their noses. Not sure if it was because Shinomiya Kaguya was too easy to handle, to the point of disbelief, or because Yakama Azuma's shamelessness was just beyond comprehension. Right at that moment, the student council room door was pushed open again. Yakama-kun, Kaguya-san, the parent-teacher meeting is about to start. Fujiwara Chika ran in to announce. Immediately after, she sensed something was off. She completely ignored the presence of two unfamiliar people in the room. Her eyes locked onto Shinomiya Kaguya and Yakama Azuma. With her ultra-sensitive love detective radar, Fujiwara Chika felt there was something definitely strange between those two. But before she could dig deeper, let's go. Yakama Azuma called out softly. Then, the group headed together toward the meeting room. On the way, Fujiwara Chika turned to Hayasaka Nao. Nao-san. As Shinomiya Kaguya's childhood friend. Of course Fujiwara Chika knew Hayasaka Nao. Back when they were little, Hayasaka Nao even took care of her on the side. Hayasaka Nao simply gave a slight nod in response. Just like her daughter. Hayasaka Nao and Fujiwara Chika never really got along very well either. Even though in her heart, Fujiwara Chika still held a very good impression of Hayasaka Nao. But in reality, when taking care of Fujiwara Chika as a child, Hayasaka Nao had already found it exhausting. Thankfully, once the greetings were over, Fujiwara Chika's attention clearly shifted elsewhere. Yakama-kun, who's going to the parent-teacher meeting with you later? Fujiwara Chika asked curiously. Because Yakama Azuma always gave off such a mature vibe. Fujiwara Chika was super curious about what kind of person his parent would be. A very traditional, rigid type. Or the complete opposite, childlike, in contrast to Azuma? Hearing Fujiwara Chika bring up that topic, Shinomiya Kaguya's expression subtly changed. She glanced worriedly at Yakama Azuma, carefully observing his face. Uneasy inside, afraid that it would make him sad. Because back when she was trying to win Yakama Azuma over, Shinomiya Kaguya had investigated him. So of course, she knew. Yakama Azuma was currently alone. The rest of his family had died in an accident. Fortunately, Yakama Azuma wasn't fazed at all. Probably no one's coming. I live alone now. Even though there were still some girls in the house. Azuma hadn't married any of them yet, so saying alone wasn't really a lie. Trying to get new members into the Yakama family really wasn't easy. Either. In a few years, Yakama Azuma could manage to change Japan's monogamy law, or in a few years, he'd successfully form a harem and persuade the girls to have kids before marriage. Getting an unexpected answer, Fujiwara Chika suddenly stopped in her tracks. I'm sorry. I didn't know about that. Even someone as cheerful and upbeat as the student council secretary Fujiwara could be serious and properly apologize in this situation. Yakuma Azuma waved his hand, about to say it was no big deal. But Hayasaka Nao next to him suddenly cut in. Actually, I think someone did come. Right before we ran into you all earlier. A woman went into the meeting room and signed up under your parent category. Yakuma Azuma. Hayasaka Nao's words made a giant question mark appear in Yakuma Azuma's mind. Shinomiya Kaguya and Hayasaka I were just as dumbfounded. Yakuma Azuma doesn't have a parent, does he? The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. And then, without a word, Yakuma Azuma strode straight toward the meeting room. Chapter 266, The Twisted Love of Mrs. Yuki Noshita. First floor of the lecture hall at Shuchen Academy. All the public classrooms were now open. Some were being used as parent-teacher meeting rooms. The rest were for students and parents to wait and rest. At this moment, a few adults were standing in the hallway outside the meeting rooms. All of them were parents waiting for their children to arrive. If Yakuma Azuma hadn't taken Hayasaka Nao with him to the student council room, then most likely, she'd be standing here right now too. Fujiwara Chika quickly walked up to a gentle and well-mannered middle-aged man. She smiled sweetly and greeted him, "Dad." The middle-aged man nodded in response to Fujiwara Chika. Then, his eyes shifted toward Yakuma Azuma and Shinomiya Kaguya. This middle-aged man was, of course, Fujiwara Chika's father, the central pillar of the Fujiwara political family. From his attire alone, one could tell he was a politician. Perfectly pressed suit, non-prescription glasses, always wearing a friendly smile. "Shinomiya-san, Yakuma-san, thank you both for taking care of my daughter." Being recognized didn't surprise Yakuma Azuma in the slightest. Tokyo wasn't that big, and in those circles, the people just went around in a loop. Even though Yakuma Azuma rarely attended social parties. With the rise of the Laplace Corporation, there was no way he could remain a nobody. Among all the old men Sayuri had introduced to build connections, maybe this Fujiwara guy was even one of them. Just like Shinomiya Kaguya, Yakuma responded with a polite, perfunctory nod. And then shifted his gaze toward the waiting room beside them. Right at that moment, a figure stepped out from the room. The moment Yakuma Azuma saw the woman, he visibly froze for a second. Today, Mrs. Yuki Noshita was wearing a white sweater and plain jeans. Though it couldn't be called loungewear, it was clearly a departure from her usual polished style. Normally in summer, Mrs. Yuki Noshita would wear formal gowns or traditional kimono. In winter, at most she'd throw a fur coat on top. After all, the places she showed up were usually formal parties or luxurious ballrooms. But today, this outfit had none of that elegant noblewoman aura. The feeling she gave off was even somewhat reminiscent of Haruno. The typical office lady on-san vibe. Mrs. Yuki Noshita stepped out of the waiting room and walked straight toward Yakuma Azuma the moment she saw him. Seeing Yakuma Azuma look a little dumbfounded, she couldn't help but frown. "What? You got a problem with it?" Hearing that, Yakuma Azuma didn't even know where to begin complaining. To say he had a problem wasn't quite right. He was just seriously confused as to why Mrs. Yuki Noshita showed up here. At that moment, Mrs. Yuki Noshita lifted her hand and glanced down at her own outfit. After confirming there were no slip-ups, and it matched the impression she wanted to give, she turned to look at the still-stunned Yakuma Azuma, and something flickered in her eyes. She cleared her throat softly, then said somewhat awkwardly, "Haruno told me that you wanted someone to attend the meeting on your behalf. Even though you refused to take the Yuki Noshita name, technically speaking, you're still part of the Yuki Noshita family. So I figured it wouldn't hurt to lend a hand." "Don't tell me. This wasn't your request." Note, Mix guardian is Mrs. Yuki Noshita, and maybe he has a household registration in the Yuki Noshita family. When his family had an accident, he was only about 12 to 13 years old. If he didn't do that, he would have ended up in an orphanage. Upon hearing that, Yakuma Azuma's mood became incredibly complicated. The number of things he wanted to complain about only grew. Even so, he still opened his mouth and said, "No, it's true, I asked Haruno to help find someone. I just didn't expect you'd actually agree to do it, so I was a little surprised. Telling the whole truth right now obviously wouldn't be smart. Mrs. Yuki Noshita had come all the way here in person. If he turned her away now, it'd be like slapping them both in the face for no reason. If it were just in private, no big deal, at most just a few sarcastic exchanges with Mrs. Yuki Noshita. But right now, there were several other Shuchen students' parents standing around. A quick glance showed, some toy company CEO, a member of parliament from some prefecture, or a legit member of some Zaibatsu family. Hearing Yakuma Azuma accept it, Mrs. Yuki Noshita quietly let out a breath of relief. She'd also been worried that Yakuma Azuma would flat out deny it in front of everyone and toss in a few mocking comments while he was at it. If that happened, she'd be the laughingstock of high society for the next month. People would say she shamelessly pushed herself forward to claim family ties, that she had no self-respect, that she was a disgraceful woman. Even so, to have given birth to a daughter like Yukinoshita Yukino. It was clear that Mrs. Yukinoshita was the kind of person whose bones were filled with pride. If she were to be publicly humiliated on the spot, then mocked relentlessly afterward, Mrs. Yukinoshita would most definitely go home and smash things in a fit of rage. These days I don't have much going on, so playing the role of a parent isn't so bad. As she spoke, Mrs. Yukinoshita waved Yakama Azuma over. With a face caught somewhere between reluctant and complicated, Yakama Azuma stepped forward to stand next to her. At that moment, Shinomiya Kaguya and Hayasaka Ai, having more or less figured out the situation, looked at the two of them. And suddenly felt that the two really did resemble a mother and child. Mostly in terms of presence. There was a definite sense of shared bloodline. Meanwhile, Fujiwara Chika was still blinking in confusion. She still hadn't figured out what exactly was going on. This beautiful lady. Is Yakama-kun's parent? Is the parent of Shinomiya Kaguya present? Right at that moment, a voice called from inside the meeting room. A parent-student pair walked out from the room. Hayasaka Naao responded. She then led Shinomiya Kaguya into the meeting room. The contents of the meeting were nothing special. Everything was just for formality's sake. The Shinomiya family had already arranged for Kaguya to move up through the internal system. A sort of golden stamp, something to add prestige to her name. After all, a college degree was almost a given these days. As for her future career, there was practically nothing to worry about. The chance of Shinomiya Kaguya inheriting any part of the family business was extremely slim. The more likely scenario, or at least, the one the Shinomiya household had defaulted to, was that she'd marry into another prestigious family and serve as a decorative flower vase. Shinomiya Kaguya's academic performance posed no concerns regarding internal progression. Her aspirations and reality were perfectly aligned. The teachers at Shuchin naturally had no objections. As for Shinomiya Kaguya's true feelings, with her current status, she had no right to speak up. From the moment she was born into the Shinomiya family, that had always been the way of things. Meanwhile, outside the meeting room, Yakama Azuma, almost unconsciously, once again glanced up and down at Mrs. Yukinoshita's outfit. To be honest, for Mrs. Yukinoshita to show up at Shuchin dressed like this, she clearly put a lot of thought into it. Most of the parents present today were dressed in a similar way, formal but not stiff. Too formal, and it would come across as rigid in the eyes of other students. Too casual, and it would seem disrespectful to the teachers. Take Hayasaka Naao as an example. Her outfit carried the same vibe, obviously the optimal choice. Just the fact that Mrs. Yukinoshita had put in the effort to carefully prepare for this parent-teacher meeting. At least for today's gathering, she already surpassed the majority of parents in the world. And yet, have you ever attended any of Yukino's parent-teacher meetings? Yakama Azuma lowered his voice and asked. The polite smile that had been perfectly in place on Mrs. Yukinoshita's face froze for a moment upon hearing that question. A damn good question. Because the answer was never. As Yukino's mother, Mrs. Yukinoshita had never once attended a single parent-teacher meeting. Most of the time, the Yukinoshita family's butler would attend on her behalf. On rare occasions, it would be Haruno, the elder sister, who filled in. And just for the record, she'd never attended a parent-teacher meeting for Haruno either. Seeing the flicker of awkwardness cross Mrs. Yukinoshita's face, Yakama Azuma quietly sighed. What a strange feeling. He was, technically, only a stepchild of the family in name. And yet, he was being spoiled more than her two biological daughters. He even got to experience these maternal moments that neither Yukino nor Haruno ever had. Mrs. Yukinoshita wasn't a cold or heartless person. Of course, she loved her two daughters. But the affection she gave them had to be secondary to the interests of the family. Yakama Azuma, as a cooperative partner of the Yukinoshita family. When making a request like this one, he ended up being more valued by Mrs. Yukinoshita. To receive maternal care from her, it had to be something that aligned with the overall benefit of the Yukinoshita family. This kind of setup was seriously twisted. Yakama Azuma suddenly felt a surge of indignation on Yukino's behalf. Chapter 267, The Correct Way to Play with Mrs. Yukinoshita. Mrs. Yukinoshita felt uneasy under Yakama Azuma's gaze. In their previous meetings, when they sat at the negotiation table with contracts laid out on it, no matter how much Yakama Azuma glared at her, Mrs. Yukinoshita could always maintain a calm demeanor. She could even glare back with a sarcastic look. But now, the relationship between them had become quite strange. As a parent, Mrs. Yukinoshita felt as if she was being judged by her own child. And in a way that left her unable to retort. As for Yakama Azuma, after staring at Mrs. Yukinoshita for a long while, a few play ideas suddenly popped into his head. Ahem. Of course, not the kind of play a lustful bastard would think of. If Mrs. Yukinoshita's love was this twisted, and it was impossible to change her way of thinking, then why not just play along this way? That icy face of Mrs. Yukinoshita, it's not like she doesn't know how to smile. She just needs the right conditions. Thinking about the cooperation between the Yukinoshita family and Laplace Corporation and the necessary conditions for the current direction of the Yukinoshita family's development, Yakuma Azuma realized he still held many cards in his hand. That meant there was a lot of room to maneuver. Adorable Yukino at his home had been lacking maternal love for so many years. It was time to make up for that. A deeper licensing partnership between Laplace Corporation and the Yukinoshita family, for example, White Album 2, or the Youth Series. The exchange condition: Mrs. Yukinoshita must let Yukino feel a heartfelt and soul-stirring warmth of familial love. The Yukinoshita family wanted to expand their real estate company to other prefectures. The most viable direction was toward Gifu Prefecture. And to develop in Gifu, they had to connect with the Suawa family. Due to the Charlotte Comment incident, the Suawa family had recently received policy subsidies from the Japanese National Diet. In fact, they were already busy to the point of spinning in circles. But through benefit exchange, it was still possible to share some space in the real estate sector. Therein lay the value of the trade. And if the Yukinoshita family wanted to get in touch with the Suawa family, the exchange condition was, Mrs. Yukinoshita had to make Yukino give her a genuine smile from the bottom of her heart. Thinking about different play methods, Yakuma Azuma couldn't help but feel excited, no, warm inside. As long as it involved the interests of the family, Mrs. Yukinoshita was bound to care. And there was no need to worry about Mrs. Yukinoshita pulling any tricks. After all, Yukino was currently siding with Yakuma Azuma. So this was the correct way to play with Mrs. Yukinoshita. As if feeling something in her heart, Mrs. Yukinoshita suddenly shivered and instinctively hugged her arms, rubbing them. Seeing Mrs. Yukinoshita trembling as if she were cold, Yakuma Azuma considerately took off his Shuchin winter uniform jacket. He reached out and draped it over Mrs. Yukinoshita. He even lightly patted her on the shoulder. The responsibilities ahead are long and heavy. Just thinking about how Mrs. Yukinoshita, always so dignified since young, made both Yukino and Haruno tremble in fear, and that now, she had to use love to move Yukino in exchange for family benefit, Yakuma Azuma couldn't help but want to laugh. Mrs. Yukinoshita, surely you don't want the Yukinoshita family to falter in development because of you, do you? As for Mrs. Yukinoshita, even though a coat had been draped over her, and it still carried the boy's body warmth, she felt even more uncomfortable. Just at that moment, Shinomiya Kaguya and Hayasaka Naao stepped out of the meeting room. Is Yakuma Azuma's guardian here? Upon hearing that, Mrs. Yukinoshita seemed as though she couldn't wait another second, quickly striding toward the meeting room. Even Shinomiya Kaguya and Hayasaka Naao, standing outside, were momentarily stunned. After all, just earlier, Mrs. Yukinoshita didn't have that kind of impatient aura at all. Yakuma Azuma also headed toward the meeting room. Meanwhile, Hayasaka clung onto Hayasaka Naao. Mom, how long are you staying this time? Will you be having dinner with me? Hayasaka Naao gently patted Ai's blonde hair, thought for a moment, and said, I'll probably only be staying 1 or 2 days, but I can have dinner with you. There's no time to cook now, so I've already made a reservation at a restaurant. We'll go there after the meeting. Hearing that, Hayasaka Ai was a bit disappointed, but still happily nodded. Just then, Yakuma Azuma, who had already stepped into the meeting room, leaned back, stuck his head out, and said, Nope, this time Naone is probably staying in Japan for quite a while. And since Naone already has plans tonight, I'll talk to you about it tomorrow. With that, Yakuma Azuma stepped fully into the meeting room, leaving the mother and daughter pair looking dumbfounded and confused. Hayasaka Naao, who was just enjoying her popcorn while spectating the drama, suddenly felt something was off. It felt like that popcorn was about to get smashed right back onto her head. Yakuma Azuma keeping her in Japan definitely meant there was something he needed her to do. But whatever it was, it meant she would have to completely tear off the mask in front of the Shinomiya family. Even the surface identity of being a Shinomiya official might no longer be sustainable. Realizing this, Hayasaka Nao's expression grew slightly melancholic. After all, when she boarded the pirate ship called Yakuma Azuma, she already knew this day would come sooner or later. She just didn't expect it to arrive so soon. Hayasaka Ai looked at her mother with deep concern. Sensing her daughter's unease, Hayasaka Nao shook her head. This was something that had to be done eventually. Moreover, continuing to bury herself in the Shinomiya family might not be any better than making a clean break. Within the Shinomiya family now, there were turbulent undercurrents on the surface. It seemed peaceful, but in reality, it was full of schemes and internal strife. Even so, Hayasaka Nao began to feel curious. Why did Yakuma Azuma suddenly insist on keeping her in Japan? Her staying behind meant that the executive and supervisory division at headquarters on Wall Street would effectively be paralyzed. And right now, the financial books of Laplace's headquarters were a treasure trove that could make almost the entire world green with envy. At this moment, inside the meeting room, career guidance counselor and homeroom teacher Hiratsuka Shizuka was sitting on one side of the conference table. On the opposite side were two chairs. Mrs. Yuki Noshita and Yakuma Azuma sat down one after the other. Hiratsuka Shizuka's eyes landed on Mrs. Yuki Noshita, and she was visibly surprised. She had already roughly grasped Yakuma Azuma's situation from Kirasimifo. And she was also somewhat acquainted with Mrs. Yuki Noshita. After all, Hiratsuka Shizuka herself was a bona fide young lady from a distinguished family. What surprised her was that the head of the Yuki Noshita family, the one known as the Witch of Chiba, was now here, attending a parent-teacher meeting as Yakuma Azuma's guardian. Meanwhile, the career counselor sitting beside her looked rather relaxed. In fact, she even seemed bored. Because Yakuma Azuma's achievements were already too well established. Whether in terms of his scores in national exams or his accomplishments in the professional shogi world, whether he chose to continue studying or pursue a career, it wasn't something a career counselor like her needed to weigh in on. Moreover, Yakuma Azuma wasn't even a regular student of Shuchen, he was an exchange student under the Big Three's exchange program. By next semester, he'd be transferring schools. As a career guidance counselor, what was she even doing meddling in the dazzling life of someone like him? Just follow protocol and wrap things up. Yakuma-kun is an outstanding student. Whether it's his top scores in the national exams or his achievements in professional competitions, he is extremely impressive. I'm sure his guardian here must have put in a lot of effort in raising him. The career counselor opened with the usual polite small talk. After all, who doesn't like a bit of praise? In any case, the default script was to compliment the student and their guardian first, then get to the actual discussion. However, Mrs. Yuki Noshita felt a strange sensation rise in her chest upon hearing that. She raised him? Back then, she had indeed seriously intended to bring Yakuma Azuma into the Yuki Noshita household and raise him properly. But the boy refused. Moreover, Mrs. Yuki Noshita had a feeling that if she truly had been the one to raise him, that boy might have been ruined. No matter what, Yakuma Azuma would have turned out excellent. But there was no way he could have reached the heights he stood at now. It felt like someone had just jabbed a finger right into an old wound. Ever keenly perceptive, Mrs. Yuki Noshita immediately realized a shift in her own emotions. Meanwhile, Yakuma Azuma was barely holding back a laugh. May I ask if the guardian has any plans for the student's future? The career counselor remained blissfully unaware that anything was off. Mrs. Yuki Noshita glanced toward Yakuma Azuma. In fact, while waiting earlier in the lobby, she had intended to ask him about his plans. So that when this question came up in a meeting, she could answer in alignment with him. But that thought had been completely derailed by Yakuma Azuma's presence. Since their encounter, things had been awkward the entire time. Seeing Mrs. Yuki Noshita turn to look at him, Yakuma Azuma raised a hand and made a narrow pointing upward gesture. Mrs. Yuki Noshita instantly understood what he meant. I hope he continues on to university. He is very capable academically, and he himself is interested in further studies. The career counselor nodded. So he's considering. Ordinarily, at this point, she would ask whether the student was planning to continue within the school's internal system or apply externally. In-house would mean advancing directly from Shuchen High School to Shuchen University. But the issue was, Yakuma Azuma was only a temporary exchange student at Shuchen Tokyo University. Mrs. Yuki Noshita answered bluntly. She guessed that Yakuma Azuma's ideal university was most likely Tokyo University. Because his decision to attend university was more about experiencing life rather than actually going to study anything in particular. Chapter 268, Mrs. Yuki Noshita embraced herself in Yakuma Azuma's kindness. Tokyo University, I see. The career counselor nodded. If we're only considering continuing studies within the country, then the University of Tokyo is clearly the most reasonable choice. Unless one plans to study abroad, the top universities in Japan boil down to just a handful of familiar names, mainly the University of Tokyo and Waseda. Even though he was only a first-year student right now, with Yakuma Azuma's academic record, as long as nothing unexpected happened, getting into Tokyo University would be no problem at all. Even if he aimed for the Faculty of Medicine, that so-called gathering place for monsters, the Faculty of Medicine at the University of Tokyo, his chances were still very high. After exchanging a few more polite, scripted words, the career counselor declared that the parent-teacher conference had gone very smoothly, and they could conclude and call in the next student. Yakuma Azuma and Mrs. Yuki Noshita left the meeting room one after another. Mrs. Yuki Noshita looked at Yakuma Azuma, as if wanting to say something but holding back. In the end, she only said, well, since the conference is over, I'll be heading out first. She still had to go home and teach that stubborn daughter of hers a lesson. At first, she thought Yakama Azuma wouldn't try to stop her. After all, every time they met, their conversations were never smooth anyway. But just as she was about to return the coat to Yakama Azuma, she saw him casually wave his hand. "No rush. We'll go together in a bit." Hearing that, Mrs. Yukinoshita was a little surprised, but still nodded. Not long after, the next name called inside the meeting room was Hayasaka Ai. Hayasaka Nao once again entered the meeting room. The conversation this time seemed even shorter than Yakama Azuma's. Clearly, Hayasaka Ai's future path was quite well defined. At least, it looked that way on the surface. And after Hayasaka Ai, the name Suaoyuki was called from inside the student council room. From the adjacent waiting area, Suaoyuki stepped out alongside a woman. Yakama Azuma recognized the woman. She wasn't Suaoyuki's mother. She was Kimishima Ayano's mother. Back when Yakama Azuma first met Suaoyuki, after he brought her to the hospital, this very woman had arrived with Suao's family members. At the time, she'd even exchanged a few words with him. Noticing Yakama Azuma, Suaoyuki smiled gently and winked. She had known all along that he was waiting out in the hall, but she hadn't run out to greet him. As the designated heir of the Suawa family, that role was both a blessing and a burden. The benefits were obvious. But the burden came from moments like these, when every word and gesture had to be carefully considered. At present, the woman who acted almost like the chief steward of the Suao household was present. Suaoyuki couldn't just run over like a love-struck girl and throw herself into Yakama Azuma's arms. Even though, as the heir, Suaoyuki had the freedom to choose her own husband, if she ever showed clear favoritism in front of the family, she would definitely face all sorts of tests and investigations down the line. If it only affected her, Suaoyuki wouldn't mind dealing with any trouble for Yakama Azuma's sake. But what she worried about was her family making things difficult for him. She knew that Yakama Azuma probably wouldn't care. But she didn't want to cause him any unnecessary stress. After all, she was the perfect Imudo-chan. Sensing someone's gaze, the elegant woman from the Kimishima family instinctively turned to look at Yakama Azuma. After a moment of observation, she couldn't help but freeze slightly. There was something eerily familiar. If not for the stark contrast between the boy in front of her and the person in her memory, she might have mistaken him for a girl in disguise. Or maybe the person back then was actually a boy dressed as a girl? Either way, the presence of that individual had left a deep impression on her, too unique to forget. Still, she only paused for a moment. Then the elegant woman quickly brushed aside the thoughts in her mind. Unless Haruji-sama had done something truly inappropriate as a loyal servant of the Suawa family, she shouldn't even have idle speculations, much less voice them. That was the most loyal and beneficial course of action for Haruji-sama. Seeing the woman withdraw her gaze, Yakama Azuma couldn't help but sigh internally. No wonder Suaoyuki had completely let her guard down around that little brat Kimishima Ayano. The living, breathing lesson was right there in front of her. Although on the surface, the relationship between the Suao and Kimishima families might appear similar to that of the Shinomiya and Hayasaka families, in reality, they were fundamentally different. The Kimishima family had been dependent on the Suawa family since its founding. Their relationship was practically symbiotic. The Kimishima family willingly served the Suao family. As for the Hayasaka family 30 years ago, before the Shinomiya Zaibatsu rose to power, the Hayasaka family had once been a renowned and respected household in Japan. Though they were eventually absorbed by the Shinomiya family and turned into servants, the nature of the Hayasaka family was not the same as the Kimishimas. To put it bluntly, it was a leftover byproduct from how quickly the Shinomiya Zaibatsu had expanded. Shinomiya Ganon had been a powerful man. As long as he was alive, any problem ceased to be a problem. But the moment Ganon passed away, those problems were bound to explode like buried landmines sooner or later. Reeling his thoughts back in, Yakama Azuma looked at Mrs. Yukinoshita standing beside him. Sure enough, he saw her gazing at Suaoyuki, a pensive expression on her face. "That's the Suawa family you're thinking of. And Yuki is their next heir." Yakama Azuma lowered his voice and smiled faintly as he spoke. Mrs. Yukinoshita froze. She quickly realized the weight of information behind Yakama Azuma's words. The way he casually referred to her as Yuki, just that one word alone carried a lot of implications. Moreover, the fact that Yakama Azuma had taken the initiative to bring it up already said a lot about his attitude. Still, Mrs. Yukinoshita couldn't help but frown in confusion. She didn't understand why Yakama Azuma's attitude had suddenly changed. If Laplace Corporation had partnered with the Yukinoshita family purely out of respect for her daughter, then regarding the Yukinoshita family's own development, Yakama Azuma had absolutely no reason to lend a hand. In the past, his attitude toward the Yukinoshita family couldn't exactly be called friendly. Could it be that just because she came to attend a single parent-teacher meeting, This young man had suddenly decided to repay her past wrongs with kindness and develop a huge goodwill toward the Yukinoshita family. "What do you want?" Mrs. Yukinoshita asked bluntly. She realized that when dealing with Yakama Azuma, it was best to be direct. The roundabout maneuvering typical of high society had no effect on this boy. In fact, if she tried to be clever and play games, she'd definitely end up being played herself. Ties with the Suawa family were extremely important to the Yukinoshita household. If she could take advantage of this opportunity, Mrs. Yukinoshita was willing to sacrifice quite a bit. All that was left was to see what terms Yakama Azuma would propose. Hearing her question, Yakama Azuma smiled in amusement. But instead of answering, he simply snapped his fingers. Snap. No rush. Right now, the Yukinoshita family doesn't have the capacity anyway. Let's talk later. At present, the Yukinoshita family was still in the middle of preparing for a commercial partnership. They didn't exactly have the time or energy to deal with anything else. More importantly, Yukino herself was quite busy at the moment. As the executive director of Laplace Corporation in Japan, Yukino still had her hands full at the beginning of the year. Once the funds from the main branch were transferred, work on the video platform project would have to begin immediately. When Yukino finished her work, it would be the perfect time for her to enjoy the special gift that Yakama Azuma had prepared just for her. Looking at Yakama Azuma's smile, Mrs. Yukinoshita couldn't help but grip the coat she was wearing a little tighter. Her arms crossed, as though she were hugging herself. Though she had no idea that Yakama Azuma had already considered her as a gift for Yukino, a woman's sixth sense told her that this young man in front of her was definitely not acting out of simple kindness. Even so, the coat she was wearing still belonged to Yakama Azuma. She had no real reason or space to refuse. After briefly seeing Suao Yuki again, and saying goodbye to Hayasaka Nao, Hayasaka Ai, Shinamiya Kaguya, and Fujiwara Chika, Yakama Azuma and Mrs. Yukinoshita headed toward the gates of Shuchian Academy together. On the street outside, a flashy red sports car was quietly waiting for them. The two of them walked in that direction. Chapter 269, Yukino is very happy. Yukinoshita Haruno lowered her head onto the steering wheel, silently waiting. It looked like a dead fish waiting for death. She had tricked Mrs. Yukinoshita into letting Yakama Azuma attend the parent-teacher meeting. At that point, Yakama Azuma might not necessarily expose her. However, with the intelligence of Mrs. Yukinoshita, she would surely figure out the cause of the situation. It could be imagined that, by then, she wouldn't have a good outcome. Even so, Haruno still decided to do it. Even if she might have to suffer a bit of loss. Even if Yakama Azuma might not feel any gratitude. But at the very least, this could help build a little more connection with Yakama Azuma. In truth, Haruno was not afraid of Yakama Azuma hating her. She was afraid that Yakama Azuma would have absolutely no feelings toward her, just treating her like a nameless passerby. The sound of the car door being pulled open echoed. Haruno lifted her head. Because she had just been resting on the steering wheel, her eyes were still a bit blurry. She only saw her mother had gotten into the back seat of the car. But for the moment, she couldn't clearly see Mrs. Yukinoshita's expression. "Oka-sama." Haruno softly called out, probing the level of Mrs. Yukinoshita's anger. Even so, if Mrs. Yukinoshita had agreed to get in the car, it meant that Azuma likely didn't embarrass her mother on the spot. Though she knew clearly, it was mostly because he was giving face to Yukino. But Haruno still felt very happy. Mrs. Yukinoshita still didn't respond. Just when Haruno began to feel uneasy about her mother's attitude, the passenger seat door was pulled open. Yakama Azuma got in. Yukinoshita Haruno froze on the spot. She rubbed her eyes, looked toward the boy, in Haruno's beautiful eyes flashed a strange light. "Do I look like a ghost? You even need to rub your eyes to confirm?" Yakama Azuma looked at Haruno's actions, rolling his eyes sarcastically. Hearing Yakama Azuma's teasing words, Haruno not only didn't feel sad or angry, on the contrary, a surge of joy welled up inside her. It really was that boy. She thought she had just been seeing things earlier. Even though she had previously waited outside Yakama's house hoping for a chance to drive Yakama Azuma to Shuchian, every time after school, Yakama Azuma always went home by himself. Sometimes, when the student council had work, Yakama Azuma would stay behind a bit. There were also a few times after school when Yakama Azuma would go shopping with Suao Yuki. Since it wasn't a fixed routine, the fact that Yakama Azuma was appearing in the car meant he had come here because of her. As long as Yakama Azuma had gotten in the car, then even if Mrs. Yukinoshita was angry, she couldn't vent it all on Haruno anymore. Glancing at Haruno who was showing a gentle smile, Yakama Azuma turned his head, resting his hand on the edge of the window, and looked outside. Out of consideration that this time Haruno had added fuel to the fire, helping him think of a way to properly deal with Mrs. Yukinoshita, he decided to go along this time. It could only be said that Haruno was lucky. It meant nothing at all. That's what Yakuma Azuma thought. The sports car started, heading toward the Yakuma household. As for that matter, Mrs. Yukino Shida of course had no objection. It could even be said, the sooner she could get rid of Yakuma Azuma, the better it suited her current mood. Although, once they returned home, when the Yukino Shita family had some free time, Mrs. Yukino Shita would still have to personally go meet Yakuma Azuma to discuss the matter of alliance and connection with the Suwa family. But at least for now, Mrs. Yukino Shita truly didn't want to be near Yakuma Azuma even a moment longer. That buzzing sixth sense constantly ringing in her head was really unpleasant. Yet, Yakuma Azuma's scheme was so blatant, she still had no choice but to fall into his trap. Mrs. Yukino Shita, the woman known as the Witch of Chiba, for the first time felt that her sharp sixth sense was not such a good thing after all. The car stopped in front of the Yakuma residence. Yakuma Azuma got out of the car, in high spirits, and quickly walked toward the main gate. Being able to give Yukino a special and beautiful gift, that was what Yakuma Azuma wished for. Being able to witness Mrs. Yukino Shita awkwardly doting on her daughter, that was also what Yakuma Azuma wished for. Being able to make Yukino truly feel happy, even remove a few knots in her heart, that was all the more something Yakuma Azuma wished for. 3 wishes, fulfilled all at once. Yay! Opening the front door of the foyer. After saying, "I'm home," Yakuma Azuma stepped into the living room, and immediately saw, today, by chance, only Yukino was home. Just happened that today Yukino came home a bit earlier than usual. At this moment, she was sitting at the table in the living room. In front of her was a laptop, and she was reviewing reports from Laplace Corporation. Hearing that Yakuma Azuma was home, she was about to turn her head to greet him. Then she suddenly felt the boy hugging her from behind. His arms wrapped around her neck from the back of the chair. He even rested his chin on the top of her head. Though it wasn't the first time she had been intimate with Yakuma Azuma like this, the beautiful cheeks of Yukino, whiter than snow, still couldn't help but be tinged with blush. Ahem. She softly cleared her throat, adjusting her voice. Yukino didn't turn around, she stayed in the same position and asked, "What's the matter?" Even though the boy hugging her like this the moment he got home made Yukino very happy, she still worried whether he might have encountered something and needed comfort from her. What if he had been wronged somehow? Luckily, Yakuma Azuma's voice was very gentle. It was obvious from the tone that he was smiling. And indeed, Yakuma Azuma was smiling. "It's nothing, actually I just had some good news. Yukino, regarding the company, how much longer do you need to finish up?" Hearing that Yakuma Azuma was fine, Yukino immediately let out a sigh of relief. While enjoying the boy's embrace, she clicked a few times with her mouse. Pulling up the upcoming action plan of Laplace Corporation. Here, roughly like this, if you don't have any new ideas in the near future. Yakuma Azuma glanced over a bit. It would take about more than a month. This wasn't to say that after more than a month, all the important matters of Laplace Corporation would be resolved, but rather, at least for the next month or so, Laplace Corporation couldn't do without Yukino. And adding another month, it would basically be mid-spring break already. "Once you're done, let's go travel together," Yakuma Azuma said. Hearing that, Yukino was momentarily stunned, and finally tilted her head slightly. Yakuma Azuma could no longer rest his chin on her head, their gazes met. Seeing Yakuma Azuma's serious expression, Yukino felt like someone had poured a bottle of 5-spice seasoning into her heart. Sweet, salty, sour, spicy, and bitter all rushed in at once. She had thought that when Yakuma Azuma asked how long she would need, it was to arrange more work. Never did she expect that he wanted to travel with her. Even though Yakuma Azuma had made such a promise before. Moreover, right after returning from the deserted island, he had mentioned it once again. But Yukino actually hadn't taken it seriously. At the very least, she thought it wouldn't be something that could happen anytime soon. After all, this was a very crucial phase for Laplace Corporation. Yet Yakuma Azuma brought up traveling at this time. In Yukino's eyes, this was indeed a rather impulsive decision. But that very impulsiveness was for her. That alone made it impossible for Yukino to dislike it. A sweetness rose in her heart like she had just drunk syrup. Yukino smiled happily. As for agreeing, she hadn't nodded right away. If Laplace Corporation was busy, she didn't intend to act on a whim. After all, this was the shared passion of both Yakuma Azuma and herself. Chapter 270, The Desire of Yakuma Azuma. Why do you suddenly want to go on a trip? Yukino tilted her head, looking at the boy right beside her. In her heart, she wondered if Yakuma Azuma was under too much pressure. Thinking it through, how old was this boy hugging her now, really? And yet he had to stare an organization like Laplace, something that had grown influential enough to affect the entire nation. Yukino began to self-reflect, Had she been seeing this boy as too much of an almighty person all this time? To the point that she didn't notice the pressure building up inside him. Yukino Azuma sensed what Yukino was thinking, and gently shook his head. He smiled and said, "Once we're on the trip, Yukino will know the reason, okay?" Yukino's eyes blinked softly, a glint of curiosity flashing through. "So, it's a surprise? But what kind of surprise could it be? That would only be revealed once they were traveling." Even though she felt that this wasn't the time to indulge too much. Still, even someone as resolute as Yukino couldn't help but feel anticipation and curiosity rise in her heart at that moment. Then, "Let's wait and see how things are when the time comes," Yukino softly said. That sentence didn't sound like it was directed at Yukino Azuma. It sounded more like something she was saying to convince herself. Yukino, the righteous girl who wasn't shaken by money or power, was easily led by love. But there was no helping it. Yukino simply couldn't refuse this boy who had brought a ray of golden sunlight into her foggy world. Then it's decided. Yukino Azuma nodded happily. A spring break trip would surely be fun. Seeing the boy's bright smile, Yukino couldn't help but let the corners of her lips lift slightly. However, as the onsen, Yukino still decided to maintain a bit of her image. After all, she couldn't really let a boy several years younger treat her like a spoiled little girl. She lightly cleared her throat and shifted the topic. White Album 2 was just nominated at the International Game Expo. It has a shot at winning Best Narrative. If that happens, sales are definitely going to spike again. This year's Game Expo was held in the United States. Within the global gaming scene, this was considered a fairly prestigious exhibition. Normally, the games that made the nominee list almost always came from major Western studios, the kind everyone knew. As for works from Japan being nominated, that was truly a rare occurrence. After Yukino Azuma revised the scenario of White Album 2 with his literary skills, now there was a real chance it could make history. Yukino Azuma recalled a bit. This year, among the games that were released, there didn't seem to be many that stood out in terms of story. From what he remembered, the games known for their excellent narratives, all hadn't made it out in time this year. Thinking about it like that, the chances of winning weren't small at all. If White Album 2 could actually win Best Narrative at the International Game Expo, then the White Album IP might have the chance to become legendary. And once it had that award as backing, its heat could very well be sustained for a long time. At that point, the value of the White Album IP would probably increase by dozens of times. In short, in terms of the benefits of this collaboration, it's time to give Mrs. Yukino Shita a super double. Note, I don't really understand this part, feels like just selling games alone is enough to live comfortably for life. Yukino Azuma muttered teasingly. Yukino lightly nodded in agreement. In truth, with just a few literary IPs that Yukino Azuma currently held, randomly picking any one of them would be enough for him and the girls in the house to live a life of material abundance. If the girls living in Yukino's house were just ordinary girls, then Yukino Azuma probably would have just lived an easy life living off his writing. Realizing this, Yukino suddenly felt a little curious. Now that I think about it, what was the reason you took this path in the first place, Azuma-kun? The Laplace Corporation that Yukino Azuma built was founded quite early on. At first, Yukino had simply admired how extraordinary Yukino Azuma's abilities were. But she had somewhat overlooked, just why did he want to do all of this in the first place? Previously, Yukino once thought it was due to Yukino Azuma's ambition. However, the deeper she understood him, Yukino also realized that, in truth, Yukino Azuma wasn't someone who had much ambition. The desires of this boy didn't lie in money or power, but rather, well, Yukino later came to feel, what Azuma did, it was all out of responsibility. After all, the girls living in his house weren't ordinary by any means. But thinking carefully, the girls around Yukino Azuma had only begun to slowly gather in recent times. So then, with Laplace having been founded much earlier, if someone or something had made Yukino Azuma so determined, then in terms of timeline, it didn't quite match up. And Yukino Azuma, when asked about it, had a slight stiffness flash across his face. So in the end, just what was it that made him suddenly set such a massive goal? At least back in middle school, Yukino Azuma was still clinging to a plan, re-educate Ariri properly, then just became a house husband for Ariri. Until one certain day, Yukino Azuma was eaten clean by a wicked woman, then left behind and abandoned. This story is a long one. Yukino Azuma's voice held a subtle complexity. Sounds like it's a sad memory. I shouldn't have brought it up, I'm sorry. Yukino realized that Yukino Azuma's emotional state wasn't quite right. So she decisively apologized out loud. Then stood up from her seat, turned around, and hugged him. Yukino was originally the type of person who had little to no curiosity about other people's personal matters. No matter how strange someone acted. As long as it had nothing to do with her, Yukino wouldn't dig deeper. At most, she'd just take note of their surface behavior. Only with Yakama Azuma did Yukino develop this unique kind of curiosity. But even so, she wouldn't hurt the boy. Just to satisfy her own curiosity. Yakama Azuma wasn't really hurt, either. It was just that, inside, he felt something delicate. When Haruno left. In truth, not long after, Azuma had already came to a clear understanding of the core of that whole situation. And the initial concept of Laplace Corporation was born in his mind right around that time. But understanding something is one thing, being able to accept it emotionally is another. Which was why now, the relationship between Azuma and Haruno remained quite awkward. The real issue right now, though, was the relationship between Yukino and Haruno. That was what made things hard for Yakama Azuma. So when Yukino hugged him, Yakama Azuma suddenly felt a vague, hard-to-express sense of guilt. It's fine. What do you want to eat tonight? I'll cook. Yakama Azuma decided to escape the situation quickly. Hearing that, Yukino released Azuma, her gaze briefly showing suspicion. As the daughter of the Witch of Chiba and carrying the Yukino-shita surname, Yukino had inherited at least a sliver of sharp sixth sense from her mother. Right now, Yukino felt this boy was acting a bit strange. But Yukino didn't press the issue. The next day, Yakama Azuma had an appointment with Sayuri and Hayasaka Nao. In the morning, a car from the Sawamura family was already parked in front of Yakama's house. After selecting a suitable suit, Yakama Azuma stepped outside. He opened the car door and got in. As soon as he entered, Yakama Azuma saw Sayuri in a kimono, leisurely holding a glass of red wine. She was waiting for him. To be fair, regardless of which noble lady of the land of cherry blossoms it was, when attending formal occasions, they truly all loved to wear kimono. Seeing Yakama Azuma dressed sharply in a well-fitted suit, Sayuri's eyes lit up. Just the other day I thought you were still too young, worried you couldn't carry the aura. But now that I look at you again, as long as someone's beautiful enough, anything they wear looks good. At Sayuri's teasing, Yakama Azuma simply shrugged. What could he say? His charm stat was a full 8 points, after all. Oh right, where's the person you were planning to bring along? Sayuri asked, while looking out the window. Chapter 271, Running for Election. Oh right, who's the person you plan to bring along? Sayuri turned her gaze toward the gate of the Yakama residence. She was trying to spot the mysterious guest Azuma had left behind. They're not here. I arranged to meet them at a cafe. Yakama Azuma said casually. Hearing that, Sayuri nodded thoughtfully. Not staying at the brat's house? Sayuri knew all too well that the brat blatantly stuffed every harem candidate into his house. And yet this time, the person Yakama Azuma especially wanted to bring along wasn't living at the Yakama residence. Was it because he hadn't succeeded in courting her yet? Or was there another reason? Speaking of the Yakama household, even Sayuri couldn't help feeling curious. How on earth had that brat managed to keep his home so peaceful? Surprisingly, it hadn't turned into a bloody battlefield like a harem war. Back when she was with Spencer, there was nothing peaceful about it. Forget bringing them home. Even just being at school, the harem members were ready to pull knives on each other at any moment. Sensing Sayuri's meaningful look, the corner of Yakama Azuma's mouth twitched. This beautiful woman was truly the complete opposite of her daughter. How could a cunning woman like Sayuri have given birth to a simple-minded tsundere like Ariri? Truly an unsolved mystery. After giving the driver the address, the car started to move. Laplace Corporation owned a hotel, a restaurant, and a cafe in Tokyo. None of them were bought for profit. They were used as venues for negotiations. This particular meeting was at the Laplace Cafe. Once there, Yakama Azuma got out of the car first. He walked over to Sayuri's door, opened it politely, and even extended a hand to assist her. As Sayuri stepped out and saw Yakama Azuma shielding her head with his hand, she suddenly understood something. No wonder your harem hasn't killed each other yet. Even for a senior like her, Yakama Azuma went to such lengths. So in daily life, with the girls who were actually his lovers, this brat must be even more considerate. Add to that Yakama Azuma's handsome face. Sayuri felt that, if in her youth, the man she'd met had been Yakama Azuma, she might have secretly allowed him to open a harem too. As long as one could feel enough love, then to a certain extent, the issue of possessiveness could be overlooked. Yakama Azuma really wanted to throw out a sarcastic remark. Now he somewhat regretted sticking his face in close back then to declare he was going to start a harem to Sayuri. Now this senior of his was honestly starting to lose the dignity of old age. The two of them stepped into the cafe. Yakama Azuma took out a special membership card. The staff immediately led them to a private room inside. He gently knocked twice on the door to the private room. When he pushed it open, he saw Hayasaka Naao already seated inside, waiting. She was sipping coffee at the moment. Seeing Yakama Azuma arrive, she simply gave a small nod as a greeting. But when she saw Sayuri entering with him, she was slightly taken aback. Likewise, Sayuri was also stunned upon seeing Hayasaka Naao. Neither had expected to see each other here. As members of the upper class, Sayuri was the head of the Sawamura family, and Hayasaka Naao a senior official of the Shinomiya household. They had encountered each other a few times at evening parties. They both knew the other had ties to Yakama Azuma. However, Sayuri didn't know why Yakama Azuma was bringing Hayasaka Naao to meet those old men. And Hayasaka Naao didn't understand why, if Yakama Azuma had told her to stay in Japan for something she don't know, he was bringing Sayuri along. Yakama Azuma pulled out a chair beside him and gestured for Sayuri to sit. Then he also took his seat next to her. Waiting until both women's expressions returned to normal, he finally opened his mouth to speak. You two probably already know each other, so I don't need to introduce you. The reason I asked both of you here today is mainly to discuss something. It's about the upcoming election for members of Japan's National Diet this spring. Upon hearing that, Sayuri immediately understood. So this was what it was about. Laplace Corporation was preparing to step into Japan's political arena. Honestly, it was only a matter of time. In Japan, the basic unspoken rule lies with the prestigious families. Generally speaking, once money reaches a certain level, political manipulation inevitably follows. Within the main bloodlines of the four great conglomerates, there are all kinds of ministers and diet members. Take the Yukinoshita family, for example. Mrs. Yukinoshita herself is a representative of Chiba Prefecture. Back when she was young, Sayuri had also done similar work. It's really only families like the Hinatsuris, who don't participate in politics. Across all of Japan, that's as rare as a phoenix feather or a unicorn's horn. However, Sayuri was a bit curious, why did Yakama Azuma choose Hayasaka Naao? As for Hayasaka Naao, her feelings at the moment were even more complicated. She knew a bit more about the inside story than Sayuri did. After all, Sayuri had retired and lived in seclusion for many years now. Her information channels were a bit outdated. Even though Hayasaka Naao had been exiled to Wall Street, she was hardly better off, but she was still a senior figure in the Shinomiya family. As for the news that the Shinomiya family's eldest son, Shinomiya Oko, would be running for a seat in the National Diet this year, she had heard at least some whispers. And she instantly understood Yakama Azuma's intent. If the topic was already election, then indeed, there was no need for her to return to Wall Street. More precisely, there was no need to return to the Shinomiya household at all. Even so, after thinking for a bit, Hayasaka Naao chose to remain silent. In this matter, no matter how she looked at it, following Yakama Azuma's arrangements was the best option. Besides, she already had a personal grudge against Shinomiya Oko. Yakama Azuma nodded and continued, this year, Laplace Corporation intends to push someone into the National Diet. The candidate I'm prioritizing is Hayasaka Naao here. After all, Nao's capabilities have already been proven. As for campaign funding, Laplace Corporation still has some reserves. The biggest rival in this election will most likely be Shinomiya Oko of the Shinomiya family. Hearing that, Sayuri raised her eyebrows. So this was what it was about. A maid stabbing her master in the back. Even though Hayasaka Naao wasn't Shinomiya Oko's personal servant, no matter how you looked at it, this was an entertaining twist. The Sawamura family can lend a hand. Sayuri immediately stated her stance. As it happens, I have an appointment tonight with some old men from the noble families. If you're running for office, it's a good chance to negotiate some benefits. I think the results could be quite promising. This time, those who had sought to meet Yakama Azuma through Sayuri were merely greedy for the revenue of Laplace Corporation. Wanting to see if they could grab a piece of the pie. People like that were the easiest to lure with promises of profit, perfect sources of campaign funds. Especially since this time, it wasn't Yakama Azuma who had approached them, but rather, they were the ones coming to curry favor with Yakama Azuma. The tables had turned, negotiations were now far more favorable, and a great deal of effort could be saved. I don't have a problem staying in Japan either. Hayasaka Naao spoke up at that moment, but she asked with a hint of doubt, but if I leave Wall Street, then who's going to take over at Laplace headquarters? If Hayasaka Naao didn't return to Wall Street, the supervisory and control functions at Laplace HQ would be severely weakened. Unless Yakama Azuma could find someone with equal capabilities and, more importantly, someone trustworthy. But someone on Hayasaka Nao's level was extremely hard to come by. Otherwise, Yakama Azuma wouldn't have her take on the pressure of stabbing Shinomiya Oko in the back in the first place. As for the diet seat, Laplace Corporation could push up just about anyone. But if they pushed up a useless puppet or pushed up Hayasaka Naao, the results would be worlds apart. Yakuma Azuma, hearing her concern, simply shook his head slightly. There's no need for anyone to take over. Upon hearing that, Hayasaka Naao furrowed her brows. Over at headquarters, there was so much money it gave people headaches. Without someone in charge, in less than half a year, something was bound to go wrong. But before she could even ask, Yakuma Azuma continued, very soon, headquarters over there will be nothing more than an empty shell. Meanwhile, things over here are about to start burning money. At that, Hayasaka Naao froze slightly. She honestly couldn't imagine just what on earth was Yakuma Azuma planning to do, that it would require burning through money at that level. Chapter 272, Now that you're here, don't even think about escaping. Thinking about the cash flow at headquarters, Hayasaka Naao opened her mouth to speak but held back. She really wanted to ask just what was Yakuma Azuma planning to do with that much money. This truly was like dancing on the edge of a blade. A single misstep, and no matter how massive Laplace had become, it could vanish without a trace. But thinking about it more carefully, ever since Laplace was founded, every step of its development could basically be described as a dance on the knife's edge. And Yakuma Azuma's waltz on the blade had always been flawless. That was exactly why Laplace could rise from nothing to become the feared Laplace demon as foretold. Back in their startup days, with no money and no resources, Hayasaka Naao had greatly admired Yakuma Azuma's decisiveness. Ironically, now that Laplace had grown, she had become more cautious. Realizing that, Hayasaka Naao couldn't help but reflect on the difference between herself and Yakuma Azuma. Original intentions really were easily changed by time and circumstance. Yakuma Azuma had no idea what was going on in Hayasaka Nao's mind. Seeing her stay silent, he took it as silent agreement. He then shifted to discussing tonight's banquet. Truthfully, it wasn't anything complicated. Just a straightforward exchange of money and interests. Laplace had the money, and the people they were going to meet tonight could provide various political conveniences for the campaign. After giving a brief rundown of the evening, Hayasaka Naao nodded lightly, indicating she understood. Then she stood up and headed to the restroom. She needed to compose herself a bit and touch up her makeup to prepare for the evening party. When dealing with different types of people, Hayasaka Naao would wear different masks. As the mother of the hundred-faced maid, Hayasaka Nao's ability to speak human to humans, and ghost to ghosts was even more impressive. When Hayasaka Naao left the private room, only Yakuma Azuma and Sayuri were left. Yakuma Azuma leisurely sipped his coffee, not thinking about the party tonight. Instead, he was musing about where to go during spring break. Originally, he had made plans with Yukino to visit Hokkaido again this winter, but after the unexpected incident in Hawaii, Yukino had clearly been avoiding beaches and similar places. Even though Yukino had never said it out loud, Yakuma Azuma could sense it. So maybe the travel destination should change. Though they called it spring break, it was still technically winter, so where would be a good place to go? How about a hot spring trip? Yakuma Azuma considered that. At that moment, Sayuri, who was watching his expression, suddenly asked, "She's part of your harem too, huh?" Degrees. She chose the perfect moment to ask right when Yakuma Azuma was distracted by his daydreams. Any reaction now would be the most genuine. Yakuma Azuma was mid-sip, and upon hearing that, he immediately spat out his coffee. Cough cough. He coughed lightly while grabbing a napkin to wipe his mouth. He looked at Sayuri, his mouth twitching slightly. "You know her, don't you? She already has a kid, all right?" Sayuri nodded. Looks like probably not. Come to think of it, this boy does have a history of being into older women, but the age gap this time really was pushing it a bit far." Yakuma Azuma, of course, had no idea what Sayuri was thinking. If he did, he'd probably snap back instantly. "I'm not into older women. It's just that the people I happen to like are older." Although being an onsen lover wasn't exactly some shameful kink, Yakuma Azuma was certain that he honestly didn't have that kind of preference. He liked Yukino and Utaha simply because they were Yukino and Utaha. "Then I guess you're aiming for her daughter, huh?" Sayuri struck again, switching angles as she thought of another possibility. "I'm not. I didn't. Don't say nonsense." Opening parenthesis, closing parenthesis. Yakuma Azuma instantly went into triple denial mode. Sayuri narrowed her eyes suspiciously. Evening party. Coincidentally, the banquet hall chosen was somewhere Yakuma Azuma was very familiar with. It was the very place where he used to work as a server and first met Haruno. Though calling it coincidence wasn't quite accurate. After all, in central Tokyo, there were only a handful of venues classy enough to host upper-class events. Choosing this place was well within the realm of possibility. Sayuri, acting as the intermediary, introduced the two parties to each other. What surprised Yakuma Azuma was among the attendees, there were actually a few major figures present. Among them was a Diet member with the surname Kobayashi. A seasoned politician who had been active for many years, wielding no small amount of power in the political sphere. Who would have thought someone like that would come in person? Yukima Azuma briefly felt a flicker of doubt, but then he suddenly remembered the current circumstances. Inside, the collapse of the economic bubble truly had a massive impact on the land of the cherry blossoms. After the bubble burst, the market was left desolate and depleted. For prestigious families and other Zaibatsu conglomerates, this was the darkest period imaginable. But in contrast, it became an opportunity for Yukima Azuma to rise. The people who came to the party were mostly from the political world. As for the elite families of Japan, hardly any showed up. Which was understandable. Like other financial giants, the old noble houses had inherited wealth and didn't lack money. The negotiations went smoothly. Laplace sacrificed a portion of its profits in exchange for a considerable amount of political capital. By the time the banquet ended, both sides seemed thoroughly satisfied. During the party, Sayuri had a few glasses of red wine and soon after pretended to be tipsy, leaning her body against Yukima Azuma. Even though the Sawamura family had made a political comeback thanks to Yukima Azuma, Sayuri still intentionally stayed at the periphery of the power game. She had no intention of stepping into the spotlight. Even though she was more than capable, she still feared that her silly daughter wouldn't be able to handle such a heavy legacy in the future. After the party, Yukima Azuma supported Sayuri as they walked toward the underground parking lot. It looked like he was helping her walk, but in truth, Sayuri was the one clinging tightly to Yukima Azuma and refusing to let go. Sayuri, now that you're here, don't even think about escaping. Hayasaka Nao, meanwhile, left on her own. Since she had decided to remain in Japan, she had a mountain of things to prepare for in the days to come. As for Sayuri, once she got into the Sawamura car with Yukima Azuma, she instantly dropped the act and appeared completely sober again. Sayuri, what are you trying to pull? Yukima Azuma asked helplessly. He had no clue what she was scheming. You know, Ariri's home alone tonight. Don't you think that's just tragic? It's been ages since you last came to the Sawamura house, hasn't it? If you're gonna build a harem, shouldn't you treat every member equally? Sayuri spoke as if chastising an unfaithful playboy. Yukima Azuma's eye twitched slightly. It sounded like he hadn't seen Ariri in forever. But the truth was she'd just returned to the Sawamura house from his place 2 days ago, okay? Originally, Ariri had only rented a room at Yukima's house and said she'd only be there on weekends. But in the past 2 months she'd spent more time at Yukima's place than at her actual home. Still, seeing Sayuri's expression that clearly said no objections allowed, Yukima Azuma could only nod silently in surrender. The car drove toward the Detective Hill. It was winter now, and the cherry blossoms that once colored the slope of the hill pink were long gone. But the trees lining the road were now draped in a pristine coat of snow. The scenery had changed, but its aura remained just as enchanting. Right now, if a girl in a winter coat, her scarf fluttering in the wind, were to suddenly appear at the top of the slope, it would surely be a picturesque moment of a destined encounter. Thinking of that, Yukima Azuma chuckled softly and shook his head. Because the girl in that scene no longer lingered around Gikuenshita. She was already at his house in Shibuya. She'd been taken home by him long ago. So what was the point of dreaming about fateful meetings anymore? At the final turn of the slope, the Sawamura residence. Since he'd been kidnapped here without warning, it was a rare occasion for Yukima Azuma to arrive empty-handed. But Sayuri looked very pleased and gave a small nod. She's probably upstairs. Go on up yourself. I have to stop by the company tonight, I won't be back. With that, Sayuri gave a casual wave and closed the grand doors of the Sawamura residence. Leaving just Yukima Azuma and Ariri, the two of them, alone. Everyone knows what's going to happen tonight.